He was Yang Huayan of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, the grand merchant who forged every union into a single, unbreakable banner. Right then, a voice tore from behind Yang Huayan as a hand shot up, pointing straight at him. A mocking voice hissed that his hunger knew no bounds. While ordinary people ate 3 meals a day, he devoured 3 days' worth in a single sitting. She lunged forward, clutching his clothes with trembling hands, her voice cracking with fear as she begged him to stop eating and insisted his gluttony would wreck his health. Yang Huayan lifted his tear-streaked face to her, voice quivering as he pleaded that if he stopped eating, the nightmarish memories would slam back and haunt him. She froze mid-step, a statue of shock. Her fingers betrayed her, the hold giving way. Anguish clawed at her throat as she demanded, "Are you really going to live like this until it kills you?" Huayan rasped Yanhua, the name tearing out of him like broken glass. Later that night they slipped out of town and pressed close together inside a carriage. He ripped the jewelry from his skin. He shoved it aside with weary hands, and admitted the glittering riches and gaudy jewels meant nothing after he'd gorged himself on food and opulence. His confession was nothing but a desperate bandage slapped over a wound that would never heal. He learned the ache of losing them only eased when others stood by his side. Yet the horror of that day still clawed through his dreams. Yanghua's eyes seared with worry as she whispered, "Young master." Huayan shot her a tight, almost bitter smile. She jabbed, "It's been ages since you took the helm of the Sky Ocean Union." Yet she still clung to that same title, refusing to call him head merchant. Yanghua's voice stayed steady as she vowed that, no matter how many years passed, he'd forever be the Tianzong clan's master in her heart. Huayan felt a weight settle in him as he studied her, and only then did he spot the thin wrinkles starting to line her face. A memory slammed into him. She kept serving him even after he'd abandoned his clan and married into another family. To him, she wasn't a servant. She was family. He knew she was the only thing keeping him alive. Without her, he'd have been dead long ago. Memories slammed into him like a tidal wave. The Tianzhuang clan, once proud and flourishing, crumbled into a tragic ruin. Huayan's memory snapped to the searing loathing he'd aimed at his family, and most of all, how he'd seethed with a white-hot hatred for his father. The memory of the cruel words he'd spat in youth hit him like a blow. He'd demanded a statue stand in his place, and told them that if his father ever asked for him, they should be directed to it. With those words, he severed ties with his clan for good. As the eldest scion of a martial arts house, his destiny should have been different. Yet he was bartered to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union in an arranged marriage, and he didn't resist. A few years later, the Daba sect struck. Huayan stood paralyzed as flames devoured his clan. Only then did he realize that, even with hatred roaring in his chest for his father, in his memory his love for him blazed just as fiercely. Rage flared as his younger self rammed his skull into the statue that had once sneered at his father's authority. Bleeding, Yanghua surged forward. She screamed, begging him to stop, fighting to yank him back before he killed himself. Snap back to the present. We're crammed inside the carriage. He spoke with fresh steel in his voice, vowing to change, rebuild his relationship with his wife, and shed the excess weight that had been holding him back. He broke into a wide, sheepish grin, scratched the back of his head, and admitted he feared his wife might grow cold to him, then swore he'd devote himself to serving his family from now on, and told Yuanhua again that she was like family. Relief softened Yanhua's gaze as she opened her mouth to vow she'd stand by his side. But before she could finish, disaster struck. An old man's body tore through the carriage and slammed into her with brutal force, killing her instantly. The blow landed with thunderous, bone-rattling force. He even hissed a warning at himself. The old man, bloodied and broken, slammed onto his feet and he anchored himself against the tree. He hacked up blood, rasping bitterly that his organs were in tatters. Seconds later, a pack of masked men stormed in, barreled into the scene. One of them hurled himself at the old man, blade flashing as it aimed straight at him. He seized the blade with his bare hand, stopping it before it could slice into him, and the masked assailant's voice dropped to ice as he reminded him he'd been warned. There is no escape. Rage exploded from the old man as he roared back, demanding to know how they dared betray him before he could finish. Several more blades slammed into his flesh. One of the masked men sneered, crowing that the almighty demonic master had finally met his end, then spat a mocking, "Farewell, dear master." Rage thundered in the old man's voice as he spat a curse, swearing vengeance on the blood demon castle and vowing to grind them down and drink their blood. If he failed, he declared, he wouldn't be worthy of the name Demonic Master. His fury detonated into a crimson shockwave that blasted the maskman skyward. Meanwhile, Huayan lay injured. Groaning on the ground, he clawed at the earth and fought to pull himself upright. His gaze zeroed in on Yanhua's. A body lay splayed and cold, half submerged in a widening pool of blood. Panic slammed into him. He staggered forward, tearing her name out of his throat. He hoisted her up and pulled her onto his lap. Tears gushed from his eyes, carving tracks down his cheeks. He howled into the night, ripping the silence as he spat curses at the cruel twist of fate. The old man, life hanging by a thread and breath barely there, staggered away. His legs buckled and he crashed to his knees. With each ragged breath, he forced himself to admit he needed a new body before his heart gave out. He forced out, "I must use the spirit possession technique," his voice trembling with doubt. Was this the moment his journey met its end? A chilling voice sliced through his despair as Vern, blinded by grief and fury, hurled accusations at the old man, blaming him for dragging Manhwa into this mess, sparking the fight here, and causing her death. He demanded an answer, yanking the old man by the collar with trembling hands, and his voice split as he screamed that his family had just been taken from him. The old man's lips barely moved as he rasped a warning not to. Then, lightning fast, he slammed his left hand onto Huern's pressure point. Waring gasped, shock ripping through them. Realization hit him like a freight train. His body went limp. He crumpled to the ground, breath ripped from his chest. He barely whispered, disbelief strangling his voice as his body went numb and refused to move. He limped toward Huern, voice a gravelly sneer as he snapped, "Don't treat an injured old man so harshly." Huern's inner voice spat a curse. He'd known the old man was a martial artist, but rage had ripped away his self-control. The old man sank down beside him and, voice raw, confessed his plan. One last spirit possession to snatch a young, talented body and buy more years. Death was breathing down his neck, so he'd take any vessel left, even a pig's. He unleashed the technique, channeling 160 years of martial essence into his left hand. Pure chi condensed to a crackling apex. He slammed his right hand out and ripped the blazing culmination of his soul into being. It ripped through his very spirit. He plunged both deep into Huern's body. A violent crimson aura exploded skyward, shaking the earth beneath it. And after a few breathless moments, the aura snuffed out like a candle. The old man slumped, life drained from him. Huern convulsed, then shot upright, flinging the corpse aside. He snapped his hand up and flexed it, disbelief exploding through him. His eyes ignited with a sinister light as he whispered, "I succeeded," and a twisted smile slithered across his face. Suddenly his face crumpled, and his body rebelled. Two voices wrestled inside him. The old man's spirit spat, furious that Huern should have already been crushed by his own immense chi and spiritual power. Huern's spirit roared back, refusing to yield. He swore he wouldn't die like this. He'd survive and avenge his clan. The two spirits slammed together in an explosive clash, each fighting viciously to seize control. Huern's spirit began to crack under the strain, and the old man sneered that, for all its unexpected ferocity, his will would amount to nothing. Huern gasped as his consciousness unraveled and plunged into darkness. Outside the fight, a masked man reappeared, closed in on the possessed body, and let a cold, vicious sneer spread across his face. Recognition slammed into him. He had to admit the demonic master truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. The demons of the three heavens revered him for a reason. He vowed his parasitic life would end here, and hurled himself forward. He plunged the blade straight into Quarren's neck. The possessed body snapped downward and crumpled in an instant. Consciousness slammed back beneath a blazing sky as the man groaned, clutching his head. He rasped that it felt like it was about to split, then peeled his eyes open, inch by aching inch. Confusion slammed into him. He had no idea where he was. He darted his gaze over rows of jars and knew he'd landed in an apothecary. Thirst set his throat ablaze. He snatched a cup and lifted it to his lips to drink. A bitter, unmistakable medicine slammed across his taste buds as he set the cup down. He caught sight of his hand, and shock exploded across his face as he stared at it for a long, frozen beat before suddenly, a shout rattled the building. He smashed the cup to shards and stared at his hands, disbelief burning through him. He snapped, demanding to know what was wrong with them. A young woman burst into the room, jolted by the sudden sound, and shouted his name as the young master lunged forward, forcing out, "Are you all right?" Panic lacing his voice as he feared something had broken. He shot to his feet, clamped his hands on her shoulders, forced her face up, and eyes wide with disbelief demanded, "Are you Manhwa? Why do you look younger?" With a soft sigh, Manhwa told him he'd had another nightmare. Panic detonated in his mind. Could this really be a dream? But the instant his foot slammed into the broken cup's jagged shards, pain exploded through him, vivid and unbearable. His eyes snapped wide. Pain lanced through him, raw and undeniable. No way. Could this actually be real and not just a dream? He hurled himself outside, ignoring Yuanhua's frantic protests not to move on a wounded foot. He inched toward the statue, trembling, and stretched a quivering hand toward it. Memory slammed into him like a freight train, his younger self roaring back to life. He slammed his forehead into that very statue, daring his father. Tears carved tracks down his cheeks as he breathed Yuanhua's name. Then he choked out to her, When was this statue placed? She blinked, confusion flashing across her face, then snapped, "It was 5 days ago." His chest heaved as he echoed her words, disbelief coiling in his voice. 5 days, he ground out. "I'll find out for myself." He lunged headfirst and drove his forehead into the statue, smashing it with full force, ripping it to pieces. Gasps ripped the air around him as everyone, Manhwa included, screamed his name in stunned disbelief. Blood streamed down his forehead. His teeth locked like a vice as fierce determination seethed through him. This wasn't a dream. Reality struck, cold and undeniable. He'd been flung back into the past, and a brutal truth slammed into him. He had only 3 years until the day the Tianzong clan would fall. His voice cracked like a war horn, iron resolve blazing as he vowed to protect his people and clan at any cost. The man was Yang Huaiyan. Once a proud martial clan, the Tianzong hammered out warriors on Henan's Tianzong Mountain for generations, and numerous households across the ages adopted the mountain's name as their own. It was the Yang clan that forged them into one. All across Henan, they were called the Tianzong Yang clan, and the few who remembered still sang of their glory. Yet that era was dead, their prestige shattered, and no one praised them anymore. From that moment, they claimed a single name, the Tianzhuang clan. Yongbiang loomed in the main hall, the clan head slumped with a teacup in hand, weariness carved into his face. He let out a heavy sigh, and admitted 30 years had passed without a single martial expert rising from their line. After Elder Yongosang, the once revered supreme dragon of Henan, their clan had crumbled into a hollow shadow, and the people openly sneered at them. He spat the confession, bitterness lacing every syllable. It was a truth they couldn't deny. She slid a steaming cup into his hands, trying to soothe him, and urged them to stake their hopes on Warren, begging he recover and one day lead the clan into a brighter future. Baiyong shook his head, voice raw as he reminded her she knew how much Foreign hated him, insisting every choice he'd made came from consideration, even though his son saw only cruelty. Guilt burned him. He blamed himself for remarrying too quickly after his first wife's death, and admitted he hadn't even properly grieved before bringing another woman into the household. She flashed a gentle smile and whispered that patience might be all they needed. Warren might just need more time. Biang's face tightened as he admitted he'd felt the same at first, but the rift between them only yawned wider over the years. 5 days ago, he went to see his son, and found Warren had placed a statue in the garden, and coldly told him to pretend it was him. And with a bitter laugh, Biang apologized to his wife, calling himself too given to complaining. Yanhua hurtled toward them, panic driving each frantic step. Tears streaked down her face as she cried desperately for the clan head. Beiyang lurched back at her sudden arrival, and demanded to know why she was in such a hurry. Yanhua gasped and clawed out words through streaming tears as Biang snapped for her to stop crying and speak plainly. And through choking sobs she blurted that young Master Huaren had hurt himself and fallen unconscious. Bi-Young and his wife went rigid, shock slamming into them, and the clan head's eyes flew wide as he let out a raw, disbelieving cry. Meanwhile, at the Florence quarters, tension crackled. The young man sprawled unconscious on his bed, cold beads of sweat sliding down his brow as he thrashed under the iron grip of a dream. In his dream, he stood beside a thundering crystalline waterfall as a younger him laughed and splashed through the spray, while his real mother sat nearby, watching him with a warm smile. She leaned into the roar and asked softly if he loved the waterfall's cascading rapids that much. Young Warren whooped back with pure joy that he did, then jabbed a finger at koi darting everywhere. He triumphantly hoisted the colossal fish he'd hauled out of the water, grinning wildly as he shouted for his mother to see how enormous it was. The instant he turned to her, his face crumpled, every scrap of resolve vanishing from his features. She slumped out of her upright posture and crumpled to the ground. The scene snapped away, and he was suddenly in her room. She lay pale and frail on the bed, every breath a fragile whisper while tears carved rivers down the boy's face. She reached out gently, beckoning him closer, then offered a quiet apology. She couldn't join him at the waterfall to catch koi fish anymore. Warren buried his face in her chest, sobs tearing through him as he cried, "Mom!" She stroked him weakly, whispering she was fine and begging him to stop crying. Suddenly her voice warped into a cavernous, twisted growl that barked for him to choke back his damn tears and spat weakling, as her gentle face contorted into something monstrous. In her place loomed a demonic old man, cruelty carved into his face and a sinister grin ripping across his mouth as he swore he'd seize Foreign's head and wear it like a trophy. Fangs bared, he split his jaw into an impossible maw. The boy's scream ripped out, echoing as he shouted for help. A ragged gasp ripped from Warren as he snapped awake from the nightmare and shot upright. He heaved for breath, snapped his gaze across the room, his whole body still trembling, and it slammed into him. He knew exactly where he was. Every corner screamed déjà vu, yet the whole place felt eerily foreign. As his breath eased, the room exploded into focus. The very room he'd slept in as a child. A thought slammed into him. If this really was his old room, he'd been ripped back into the past. The ugly stretch when he hated his father and shut himself off from his family. The clan crumbled into dust and silence, but now, if he'd really come back to this time, he could stop it all. He ground his teeth and swore he'd rewrite his father's, his family's, and the clan's fate, armed with the future's secrets. Flames erupted inside him. His eyes snapped wide as searing heat raced through his body. Outside, a ring of attendants leaned in, whispers buzzing about the recent commotion, and one swore young Master Huaren had headbutted a statue to pieces. Another scoffed, disbelief lashing out. Warren had always been frail and bedridden, never trained in martial arts. Yet another swore she'd seen it with her own eyes, their murmurs coiling into anxious whispers, while one insisted he must have been possessed. The door to Warren's quarters burst open with a thunderous slam. A gasp ripped through the women when they saw him trembling inside. One lunged for words, stammering, "Young master!" But the plea crumpled and died on her lips. Inside, Huaren gripped his head and gut as his body jerked wildly. Panic slammed through his mind. Something was horribly wrong. Searing heat ripped through him and raw energy exploded from his lower dantian like wildfire. His eyes shot wide as the thought crashed in. He needed a woman. Horror exploded through him, a raw, untamable surge of youthful power flooding his veins, and he swallowed a curse. The demonic old man's energy slammed into them like a freight train, crushing, unbearable. Control was about to snap. His body convulsed as heat crawled up his skin. Desperation screamed that if he didn't rein himself in, he'd do something he'd regret. So he snapped into action without another thought. He tore past the attendants and burst outside. The attendants sucked in a shocked gasp and shouted that it was still freezing outside. Their young master practically naked and had no business sprinting about. If anything happened, they'd be the ones blamed. Warren didn't stop. He tore forward, heat shuddering through him as he ran until he burst into the bamboo forest, jaw clenched. He forced himself onward. If he froze, the old man's energy would swallow him whole, and at last he crashed into the familiar roar of the waterfall. They lunged forward, no hesitation. He hurled himself into the roaring current. Steam exploded off his body the instant the icy water slammed into him. It slammed into the searing inferno raging inside him. Relief crashed over him, a shaky smile cracking his lips as he mouthed a silent thanks to the heavens. He was saved. A voice ripped through the air. Warren spun, his eyes snapping wide with shock. Yongbyung, his father, barreled toward him. Huaren, called father, whispered, disbelief strangling his words. Byung waded into the water, his face drained to a ghostly white as fear tightened its grip. He yanked his son into a crushing embrace, tears carving rivers down his cheeks as he screamed, "Did you really want to die?" He gripped his collar and rasped that even if he hated him, he mustn't throw his life away like this. Not on a day this freezing. His eyes drilled into Warren's forehead, begging for any sign he was all right after getting hurt. And Warren stayed silent for a beat. Inside, longing rattled his chest. He ached for his father more than he'd ever admit. But he couldn't suddenly gush. People would whisper. So for now, he vowed to close the gap naturally, inch by patient inch. He clung to his father, arms locked tight, refusing to let go. Fire flared in his eyes as a quiet voice inside him breathed, "I'm truly back." If this was a dream, he begged to be trapped in it forever. If it was an illusion, he prayed his eyes would never open. 3 months slipped away. On a quiet afternoon, Warren settled shoulder to shoulder with his younger half-brother young Ki-jun on a weathered wooden dock, their lines cast as they fished together. Ki-jun chuckled, taunting that he'd win their bet. Warren laughed and fired back, "Have you been fishing your whole life to be this confident?" Inside, Warren felt the shift. Over the past 3 months, he'd grown much closer to his family. He'd barely spoken to Ki-jun. He still saw his younger brother drilling the clan's secret technique until a savage chi blockage shattered his cultivation, toppling Tianzhong into a mere branch of the Yuki clan. Huaran, now the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's son-in-law, was too busy to act, and by the time he learned the truth, it was already too late. Ki-jun's voice yanked him out of his thoughts. The boy snapped, "Is it really okay that Huaran stopped taking the medicine he'd been prescribed?" Huaran shrugged and brushed it off, saying those meds were what had made him fat, and Ki-jun cocked his head, baffled. He beamed, voice all innocent, and shot out, "When were you ever fat?" Startled, Huaran stammered, scrambled to backtrack and blurted that he only meant he might get fat if he kept drinking them. Ki-jun flashed a grin and hauled the fish he'd caught from his basket, then ribbed Warren, teasing that he liked how Warren had been lately, especially since he'd often slipped him extra allowance under the pretense of making bets. He crowed triumphantly, asking if he'd won while flaunting his full basket. Warren smirked mischievously. In a flash, he flung his basket into the air and roared he wouldn't lose again. Kijun's jaw dropped in outrage as he shouted that his brother was cheating. Warren laughed, seized him with a wide grin, and crowed he'd already landed a bigger catch. Then he lunged, yanking Kijun into the lake. They slammed into the water as Kijun screamed and Warren erupted in laughter. Inside, sorrow slammed into Warren as he finally saw what a radiant, cheerful child Kijun truly was. In his previous life, he'd heaped crushing burdens onto his brother. Now a silent, burning apology throbbed in his heart. Months blurred as Warren threw himself into relentless training, hammering his body every day to forge raw strength before he even touched martial drills, all while the demonic old man's energy still lingered inside him and ate at his peace. It hadn't betrayed him again yet, but since it had once erupted violently out of control, every morning he plunged beneath the waterfall's thunder to stabilize his chi. And one day, after finishing his meditation, his gaze snapped to his younger half-sister Silin. She surged forward, a towel clenched in her hands. Warren strode up to her and said she didn't have to do this for him. She let out a shy chuckle and said she enjoyed it, that she liked being friends with him now. Watching her smile, regret crashed through Warren's chest. In his past life, he'd been cruel to her even though she'd always been kind. Seolin burst into every room like sunlight, lively, friendly, always smiling. She lived for fireworks festivals and kept inviting him along, but he shut her down cold every time, and that sting of memory hit him like a blinding flare. She asked him, all sugar-sweet, to come to the festival. He glared like ice, cut her off mid-sentence, and snapped that he had no time to waste on her games. He fixed her with a venomous glare and snarled, "Don't you ever ask me that again." That moment marked the last truly meaningful connection they'd ever share. She slipped into the festival alone, and under the lantern glow, a killer murdered her. He'd personally hunted down the truth behind her death. And soon after, an assassin silenced him. Right now, Warren tugs his upper robe on, spins to her and blurts, "Isn't today the moon festival you mentioned?" Her eyes shot wide with joy as she blurted she thought he'd forgotten, and when he confirmed he'd go with her, she leapt into the air, squealing with excitement. Hwoarang grinned and insisted they rush out to shop for her before the event. Seolin clapped, whooping with glee as she urged him to go this instant. Locking eyes with her cheerful face, steel settled in Warren's chest. This was another chance to live differently, and he couldn't allow the same. He'd unleash fresh tragedies all over again if he wanted to protect Seolin, Kijun, his father, and the entire Tianzong clan. He had to forge himself into a fortress, strong enough to shield his family and restore the clan's former glory. Back at the training yard, Warren pounded out laps beside the clan's other young men, his feet slamming into the earth. He stared into his past, breath catching at how utterly his life had changed. He holed up in his room, swallowing medicine and burying himself in mountains of books, never once stepping outside. Everything had changed. Ironically, all because of the old man's ominous aura. His body crackled to move, his muscles ached to be tested, and he burned to prove the improvements that had taken root. A voice ripped through his thoughts, his father's, and he snapped his head around. Hwoarang spotted Yongbyung standing nearby, smiling warmly, pride glittering in his eyes. And Byung declared, voice thick with feeling, "You've really changed. My son has truly grown up." Heat flushed Hwoarang's face as he darted a nervous look at the other disciples and hissed that they were watching. But Byung shoved the worry aside, strode forward and clamped a firm hand on his son's shoulder. What did that matter? He erupted in a roaring laugh that filled the room and barked, "Hwoarang, stop only exercising and officially start training in our family's martial arts." And Hwoarang hesitated a heartbeat before nodding. He confessed he'd been thinking the same thing. Joy lit up Byung's face, and he burst out, "Really? I'll arrange an instructor for you immediately." Hwoarang faltered, then admitted he'd already chosen someone, and his father's curiosity flared. His next question died on his lips. Solin shot forward, barreling straight at them. Grinning like sunlight, she launched herself into her brother's arms. Her father, amusement tinged with jealousy, wagged a finger and mock-scolded her. "So now you only hunt for your brother and forget your father?" Solin whooped and spun, flaunting the new clothes. "Brother picked these out for me. How do I look, father? Aren't they pretty?" Byung sighed, helplessly conceding he couldn't argue. Seolin chuckled and, her voice warm as honey, told him she loved him. And laughter cascaded through the yard. Warren lingered, smiling warmly at the scene. But inside he steeled himself. A changed body didn't make him their protector. To shield the ones he loved, he had to forge real strength in martial arts. Elsewhere, in a worn, silent training ground, A lithe figure flowed through practiced motions with calm, relentless grace. A fine lady glided with lethal grace, her sword carving a silver arc through the air. Each strike rippled like water. Then she spotted someone closing in. She stopped dead and snapped around. "What drags you here, young Master Yong?" She snapped it coolly. Before them stood Moby Yong, known as the Dragon Flower Sword. Huaren flashed a warm, disarming smile, and admitted it had been ages since they'd last spoken. He swallowed and blurted that he had something to ask her, his voice fumbling and awkward as if he couldn't find a way to start. Byung fixed him with a razor gaze, studying him until she was certain the rumors of his recovery were true. She'd never spoken to this twisted young man before, and she couldn't imagine what kind of request he'd hurl at her if she asked him point-blank what he meant. Warren blindsided her, snapped into a deep bow, and declared in a steady, commanding voice, "My soul burns to learn your blade. Take me as your disciple." Shock had finally loosened its grip, and whispers slammed into her. He'd changed over the last few months. He looked like a new man, but suspicion flared in her chest. Could any man really rewrite himself that easily? They endured brutal lives, yet stood tall and unbowed. Huaren had drowned in venomous hatred, ripping every bond to his family and clan. After a long pause, she spun away and rejected him with a cold, final refusal. Warren's jaw dropped as shock slammed into him, and he snapped, "Why? Tell me why!" Calm as a still lake, Byung declared she had no time for a disciple. She was consumed with unraveling why the Tianzong clan's secret arts had stagnated. She turned and walked away, a silent apology lodged against her ribs. She couldn't believe anyone could change that fast. Warren's chest clenched when her rejection landed, and bitter certainty flared. She still thought him pathetic. Long ago, Mo Byung vanished into solitude, spoke to almost no one, and even inside the clan almost nobody truly grasped the depth of her skill. She'd lived that future once before, so she knew her strength like no one else. Her martial prowess towered over every fighter in the clan. Consumed by desperation, he hurled himself to his knees before her. The Beyond spun back as he roared. They hurled the question like a blade. Why would the clan's eldest debase himself over something so petty? Warren whispered at first, his words barely brushing the silence. He roared, "No, this is not an insignificant matter to me." Then memories of the life he'd lived slammed back at him. Mo Byung's valor lit the battlefield. She stormed into the fray against the Dabi sect and contributed more than anyone. They named her Dragon Blood Flower, a title carved for men, not women. She seized it, fought like wildfire, and poured every last breath into rebuilding the Tianzong clan, only to be ripped away in a mysterious death. She had laid down her life for the clan, fists slammed shut with iron resolve. He vowed he wouldn't let her meet that same fate again. He'd protect her with everything he had. He swore he'd protect his clan with his last breath. Beyond drilled him with a razor stare. He wasn't the same man at all. Could he really have turned over a new leaf? At last, her voice shattered the silence. She locked eyes with him, voice ringing, and declared, "I accept your request." A single condition stood between them. Warren's heart slammed against their chest the moment she began to explain. He burned to land even one touch on her during a spar. She took him as her disciple, vowing never to wield chi or the clan's martial arts. Even then, she knew in her bones he'd never pull it off. Who falter, frozen by hesitation. Determination roared to life inside him. He accepted the challenge. Moments later, he crumpled to the ground, defeated. His fingers couldn't even graze her hair. Disbelief slammed into him at how enormous the gap was. Byung turned on her heel and strode off, crowing that she'd won and was taking her leave. Huaren clenched his jaw, defiance burning in his chest. He refused to accept defeat. A savage roar ripped from him as he lunged at her again, shouting that their duel was not over. She sent his strike sailing aside with a single, effortless flick. Every time he forced himself up, a crushing blow hurled him back to the ground. Each word he unleashed, she struck him again, her blow slamming home just how weak he really was. He crumpled to the ground, every ounce of strength gone. He clung to his sword, knuckles white. She stared down at him. He finally conceded his effort deserved praise. She spun on her heel and strode out. Out of nowhere, a savage surge tore through him, and a crimson aura erupted from his body, wild and untamed. Byung slammed to a halt. Shock ripped through her. A red aura erupted and a gasp tore from her throat. "That's not the Tianzong clan's fighting style. What on earth are we facing?" Alarm ripped through her as she screamed for him to snap back to his senses. Warren sealed his lips. Not a single word. Silence slammed down in a blink. He planted himself squarely in front of her. His wooden sword snapped up for another strike. She barely dodged it. Her eyes shot open, shock ripping through her. His speed surged into a terrifying blur. He struck again. She dodged again, but crushing, unrelenting pressure shoved her stumbling backward. He barreled toward the wall as the danger snapped into focus. She gritted her teeth and accepted the only option left, to unleash a full-force counterattack against him. She ripped her blade free, summoned her technique like a coiled storm, and braced to unleash the soaring dragon emperor sword's first form. She lunged. Her strike never landed. Warren's wooden sword skimmed her hair. She went stone still. Disbelief iced through her veins. Foreign, grin fragile and breath ragged, forced out a defiant roar. "I dared lay a hand on you, Dragonflower Sword." "No, Master Mobyong." He crumpled, blacking out at her feet. Byong froze, breath snagging as the reality of what had just happened slammed into him. He couldn't believe it. She whipped around and stared straight at the wall right behind her. Her gaze slammed into the wreck his wooden sword had left. The wall cleaved and splintered by raw force, and her eyes flew wide as she whispered, "Just what was that?" For days, Horion ground through sword drills, every strike driven by unrelenting, laser-focused intensity. Sweat slicked his skin, every breath a crushing gasp as he ripped the blade through the air. It hurtled through the air from only a short distance away. Mobyong's gaze pinned him, silent and unblinking. Her hawk-like gaze chased every move, awe exploding in her chest. She never imagined the young master could be this talented. In just a few days, he devoured the forms of the soaring dragon emperor's sword and the azure bamboo sword. Once he'd seemed void of martial talent. Now he unleashed them with startling, effortless mastery. When Hwoarang finally let his weapon clatter to the ground, he sucked in a jagged, burning breath, chest heaving. He spun to face her, heart pounding, and blurted out, eager to know how he'd done. Byong's tone stayed unshakably firm. She marveled that, though he hadn't yet awakened to the technique's true secrets, he wielded both swords without a single flaw. For someone who'd barely trained, his achievement was staggering. Warren let out a soft, amused chuckle, shrugged off her praise, and insisted she was flattering him far too much. Her gaze snapped razor-sharp, and she pinned him with a grave stare, declaring his progress unbelievable. She could hardly reconcile this new man with the sickly, bedridden young master he had been. His speed of learning stunned her, and she admitted flat out he was incredible. A shadow fell across her face as the memory of his crimson aura slammed back into her. Warren clawed at the back of his head, awkwardness radiating from every twitch. He swore, again, that he couldn't remember a thing. Then he launched into an explanation. He'd been pummeled by her relentless strikes during their sparring. He admitted his memory was a blur, then grinned and teased that only she would dare treat the clan's eldest son so harshly with her dragonflower sword. Mobyong refused to laugh. She locked into a stern, unyielding silence that stretched for a long beat. Then at last, she turned away. She snapped that since he refused to answer, she wouldn't pry any further. Yet, she snapped that, as a servant of the Tianzong clan, she would shadow his every move. Warren forced a crooked smile and confessed it sounded a little frightening. He crouched alone in his dimly lit chamber, shadows clinging to him like a second skin. Hwoarang hunkered at his desk, martial arts manuals fanned out like battle maps, candlelight jittering as he devoured every line and his mind raced with 1,000 urgent thoughts. After wielding both the soaring dragon emperor sword and the azure bamboo sword, a brutal clarity slammed into him. The Tianzong clan's martial arts were incomplete, inevitable, he decided, because their roots weren't purely orthodox. In his mind, he hunted down the roots of their clan's art. Long ago, the Tianzong progenitor had roamed Henan as a lone martial artist, hunting down wrongs and delivering justice. He wrested the demonic arts from the master of the hidden saint cult, a sect that sat in the gray between devout orthodoxy and outright demonic corruption. He devoured demonic techniques, then the progenitor labored relentlessly, forging those dark arts into something new. He channeled the arts and forged them into a soaring dragon sword. Wielding the azure bamboo sword, he lashed out, every strike a desperate vow to stay on the path of justice. That process ripped the power right out of those arts. They forged Henan's greatest swordsman, but a raw truth lingered. Blending demonic martial arts with orthodox cultivation ripped the system apart, leaving it hollow and incomplete. The progenitor clawed his way to a towering peak, but never reached the true summit. To stave off unrest, he sealed away the martial arts' real origins, and over the ages that secret faded into legend, the truth they'd buried exploded back into the light, its shadow crashing down over the Tianzong clan. The realization slammed into Warren. He smirked wide, fists clenching, thinking only he could complete these unstable, incomplete martial arts. Only he, someone who had experienced the future, held the knowledge to do it. The next day, Warren sat with his father and stepmother in the garden, sharing steaming tea as sunlight sliced through the trees. Calm as stone, he declared he would visit the Jaigal clan. His father glanced up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and asked what business he had there. Warren shot back that he'd regained his health by learning martial arts. Duty pulled him to the Jaigal clan to bow and pay his respects. He'd been betrothed to one of their daughters before he was even born. Yongbyang leaned back, a thoughtful sigh slipping free. and with a slow, decisive nod, he agreed. He gaped as time tore forward. They'd sealed the deal ages ago that Hwaran would marry into the Jiggle clan, and when Hwaran confirmed it, the daughter's name snapped back into his mind. Jaegal Chongyong. Byung beamed, saying he'd been close friends with Jaegal Yu-Gi-Oh! His old friend would light up at the sight of Hwaran, and he'd heard Chongyong was absolutely breathtaking. He barged in, cut his son Warren off, and demanded to know when he intended to leave before Warren could even answer. His stepmother snapped, insisting he'd only just recovered and must rest longer. Byung roared with laughter and snapped that his son was of age now. Roaming the world and making friends was what young men did, and he remembered meeting Yeagle Yugle at about the same age. His wife finally gave in, jaw tight, snapping that the foreigner had to be careful. The journey would last over a month, so he needed a rock-solid bodyguard. A few days later, Hwaran crossed paths with Mo Biang, who shot him a thin, irritated look. He greeted her with a bright grin. Then his eyes snagged on the two strangers shadowing her. Curiosity flared, and he asked, "Who are they?" The two men advanced, closing the distance inch by deliberate inch. They prowled around him, eyes devouring every inch of his physique. One of them gasped, a stunned mutter tearing from their throat, while the other sneered, declaring his frame shockingly slight. His body moved with liquid grace, folding into impossible angles. They exchanged a charged look and said in unison, the rumors were true. He'd been training in martial arts, and he was unmistakably changed. In an instant, Hwaran's gaze pinned them. The rising ghost blades, Hongwook and Namwook. He dipped his head and said it was an honor to meet them. One man laughed and, grinning, vowed that he and the Dragonflower Sword would do everything in their power to protect him. The other cocked his head and said Hwaran's body had room to grow stronger. Hwaran privately shrugged them off as muscleheads but couldn't deny their skill, since the rising ghost blades specialized in the ghost blade technique. Their father had scoured the land to pick them as his protectors. When departure came, Hwaran drew them in, declared he'd choose their path, and charged them to follow without question. Youngwook locked eyes with him for a long, tense beat, then nodded hard and answered that. Obedience snapped into place. With their agreement sealed, Hwaran shouldered his pack and stepped toward the exit. Before departing, he rushed to his family's side and choked out a final, raw farewell. Tears ripped free from Solon as she clung to him, begging through ragged sobs. "Do you really have to go?" He ruffled her hair and vowed, "When I return, I'll take you to the festival." And she looked up and asked, "Do you mean it?" A crooked grin split his face as he met her eyes and vowed, "I did." He whipped around to face Chijong. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. He barked, "Guard Seolon and the rest of the family while I'm gone." Chijong craned his neck, jaw dropping as his brother towered over him, taller than he'd ever seen. He roared, iron in his voice, swearing he'd defend their family with his life. Finally, Warren dropped into a deep, reverent bow before his parents. He barked a final farewell, coiled, and readied himself to vault onto his horse. He was a heartbeat away from walking out the door. A piercing cry tore through the air. Someone barreled toward him, lungs burning, screaming for him to wait. Hua's eyes snapped to Yonghua as he barreled forward. She skidded to a bone-jarring stop. Gasping for breath, she pleaded, "Please, let me come with you." They froze, swallowed by a jagged, breath-held silence. Yongwook cut in instantly, voice fierce as he ordered him to refuse, insisting the journey was far too dangerous for a girl. Warren shot a hand forward, freezing him mid-stride. He slid off his whore and stride toward Yonghua, purpose blazing in every step. He reached her and shot his hand forward. Yanhua flinched, bracing as if a blow were coming, and whispered an apology. Warren yanked her into a crushing embrace. She gasped, caught utterly off guard. Her eyes gaped. He whispered to her. She confessed she'd spent her whole life longing to stand by his side. He locked eyes with her, gratitude blazing in his chest, then warned the path he was choosing was a razor's edge of danger. He swallowed hard and admitted he wasn't strong enough to shield her yet, refusing to drag her into danger. She was the beloved family he clung to. He begged her to stay behind with his parents, Kijong and Se Olin, and hold a tense vigil, eyes fixed on the horizon until he returned. Tears brimmed in Yonhua's eyes, but a fierce smile broke across her face as she swore she would, at last. Hwaran vaulted back into the saddle and thundered off with his companions. He knew in his bones that when he returned to the Tianjiang clan, nothing would be the same. He swore to protect his family and save his clan from collapse. And everything began when he set out to complete the unfinished martial art. A cold fact hit him. His visit to the Jaegal clan was nothing but an excuse. Their true destination beckoned beyond. The Jaegal clan clung to the foothills of Wudang Mountain. There, on that sacred peak, he was convinced the Tianjiang clan's secret to perfecting their martial arts waited. He gripped the reins until his knuckles ached and whispered in his heart that they would be heading to Wudang. Days later, Hwaran sprawled in the stream's shallows, eyes locked on the vast, breathtaking sky above. Silence pressed in like a living thing, and he whispered to himself that the place felt strange, teetering on the edge of unsettling. He forced himself upright, muscles screaming, then staggered forward. He hurtled through the rippling current. A splintered wooden sign jutted from the murky water, half buried and scarred by time. He snatched it up and flicked the dirt free. His features snapped shut and his gaze sharpened to ice. He stopped dead, staring at the letters carved into the wood. The bold name of the Tianzong clan glaring back. A chill sank its teeth into him, and in an instant the placid stream dissolved into a horrific vision. The Tianjiang clan exploded into view, consumed by roaring flames. The night sky bled crimson, buildings toppled into the blaze, and smoke and ash choked the air. Fuaren's hands betrayed him, and the wooden sign clattered free as shock ripped through him, and his heart hammered like a war drum in his chest. He lurched forward and howled in disbelief. "No! No!" His cries ricocheted off charred ruins as he tore through the burning wreckage, calling out like he was searching for survivors. Then, a deep, chilling voice tore through the chaos, its words striking him like a sledgehammer. Warren stopped cold, every muscle snapping rigid. The voice cut through the silence, impossible to mistake. It was the ancient demonic man who'd possessed Warren in his past life before he regressed. His presence made every nerve in Warren shudder. With scorn dripping from his voice, he snarled that even after receiving a heaven-defying chance, Warren had wasted it on childish pursuits, that nothing could be changed, and he demanded Warren hand over his body. Fear seized him. Warren's choked on a stammer of disbelief. Recognition of the voice slammed into him, and he demanded to know how the old man had returned. The demonic figure's command died on his lips as the vision tore apart, exploding into a storm of glittering glass shards. A sudden slash ripped his thoughts apart and yanked him back into reality. Mo Byung's voice slammed through the haze, demanding to know what he'd been thinking during their spar. Warren jolted back, surprise exploding through him. His eyes shot wide as realization slammed into him. He'd been lost in a trance, he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. He gave himself up. Mo Byung pinned him with a sharp, searching stare, said his focus had slipped again, and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Warren tore his gaze away and murmured, he was fine, but He confessed his sleep had been ripped apart these past few days. Nearby, Youngwook and Namwook strained and hoisted colossal stones, their muscles screaming with every brutal rep. Their bodies burning, Youngwook, between ragged breaths, shot a look at the foreigner, and suggested that if the young master wasn't feeling well, he could jump into their training, explaining the matching river and the lifting thrust flow were meant to forge strength. And panting, Namwook snapped more instructions. Drive with your side muscles and keep the stones perfectly perpendicular as you lift. Warren watched them, a nervous laugh ripping free as he shook his head and forced out, "Maybe next time." But his face went stone cold. He announced he had crucial news about their journey. Their horses thundered down the dirt road, dust boiling behind them, as Warren leaned in and unveiled his plan. Foreign announced he'd detour to Mount Seven Sages before heading to the Jagal clan. Youngwook whipped around and echoed the mountain's name in surprise. And Foreign leaned in to say he'd read a famed herbalist's book claiming 100-year-old ginseng hides in a certain part of Mount Seven Sages, and even naming a near-mythical treasure called monkey wine, nearly impossible to find anywhere else in the Jianghu. So when monkey wine was mentioned, Youngwook and Namwook's mouths watered and they murmured the name dreamily, already tasting it. Warren's smirk widened as he taunted them, crowing he'd heard their reputation. They'd been christened the two rising drunken ghosts for their love of liquor. Blood rushed to Youngwook's cheeks. He hacked out a reply, insisting they supported the journey. Then he was cut off before he could finish. Mo Byung snapped, voice clipped and cold, warning Huarin that Mount Seven Sages loomed on the edge of demonic territories. Sending an orthodox clan like the Tianzong there would invite disaster. Hua faced her with unnerving calm, demanded how anyone could prove they belonged to the Tianzong clan, and shrugged that if caught, they'd just claim to be from some other group. Rage seared Mo Bian as she demanded, "How can the heir of the Tianzong clan treat such dishonor like a trifle? Our clan's pride isn't something you toss aside." Warren sliced through her words with an icy edge, asking if pride mattered when survival hung in the balance. If a great enemy demanded his origin, he insisted, would pride even count? He'd swear fealty to a demonic sect in a heartbeat if it kept him alive. Youngwook jumped in, backing Huarin with iron conviction. He insisted an orthodox sect had no reason to fear demonic factions, and demanded they follow the young master's judgment as the wiser choice. Mo Byung thundered that they were driven solely by their craving for monkey wine. Huarin, laying sincerity on thick, pressed a hand to his chest and swore his true aim was to return ginseng to his parents, admitting he'd caused them endless trouble before and promising to make amends. Mo Byung's voice faltered mid-plea, and her anger softened. After a heavy pause, she relented. "If you insist," she said, "we'll head to Mount Seven Sages." Relief surged through Warren as he thanked them all and urged the group to make preparations at the nearby inn. But deep inside, a cold dread coiled. A sly grin split his lips as he admitted to himself he'd lied. Mount Seven Sages held no ginseng or monkey wine. Something far more valuable waited there. The demonic poisonstone flower, its toxic, twisted nature seared into his memory. For centuries, poisonous insects swarmed back to the same secret spots to die when their time came. Their venom surged, pooled, and crystallized into a lethal gemstone the moment a seed struck one. It erupted into a flower, petals slick with venom and crackling with demonic energy. Before him bloomed the demonic poisonstone flower, a cursed blossom, and he knew it lurked somewhere deep within Mount Seven Sages. That night the inn buzzed with martial artists trading dangerous rumors, and Horan at a nearby table froze as a hushed circle whispered that demonic masters were converging on Mount Seven Sages. He leaned toward his companions and hissed that a rare medicine had been found there, the demonic poisonstone flower. Warren froze, shock pinning him to the spot as frustration ignited his thoughts. How could the whole world already know? Later that night, they clinked glasses and chased the silence away with drink. Mobyong's voice dropped to stone as she reminded Fuaran he'd heard the rumors. Demonic masters are converging on Mount Seven Sages, all drawn by the flower, and it's far too dangerous to go now. Warren swallowed a wordless admission. She was right. The demonic sects would rip and claw to claim it. He forced himself calm, refusing to be dragged into their fight. One mission burned in his mind: take down Gochok. He wound up the very last to seize the flower in his previous life. In just half a year, Gochok rocketed from first rate to the peak, the demonic poisonstone flower. This ingredient was forged to supercharge his martial arts. Tianzong's techniques are, at their core, demonic arts. He thrust his cup aloft. He thundered that nothing had changed. They would still charge toward Mount Seven Sages. Mo Biang shot to her feet, disbelief blazing in her eyes, and snapped, "Haven't you heard? The demonic sects are already gathering there." Huaren replied, voice like steel. "Mount Seven Sages is one of the Jagal clan's roots, and with the Jagal sure to be involved, he insisted they meet there." Mo Biang gritted his teeth and gave in, nodding like a man forced to swallow his pride. One iron rule: the moment they crossed paths with martial artists who outmatched them, they had to bolt instantly. Huaren nodded sharply, promising her he'd steer clear of dangerous confrontations. Then he shot a quick look at Youngwook and Namwook, only to find the two ghost blades slumped over the table, dead drunk and out cold. He snapped his head side to side, hard and quick. He vowed again, voice like iron, that he'd stay cautious. Days snapped by. At long last, they reached Mount Seven Sages, its towering peaks rising like a dare before them. They barreled into a nearby inn and checked in, and Warren declared they'd stay there for now. He swallowed the confession. The mountains fanned out like a gallery of chaos, every ridge an exhibit of danger, and he was still too weak to storm in. A dark grin curled on his lips as he told himself whoever laughed last would be the true victor. That morning he barked orders at his crew: scour the Serpent Dragon sect's inns and taverns, mark those with few patrons but many horses. He knew Gochok, the young sect leader, wouldn't move alone. He'd rally his men, and for that, they'd have to hunt down horses and hammer up stables. If Gochok seized the flower, he wouldn't bolt with it. He'd hole up at an inn to stash it, and that inn was almost certainly run by his sect. A foreign thought struck them. Pinpoint that place, and they'd intercept Gochok before he could hide the flower. Gochok had claimed it before. This time Warren vowed to seize it with his own hands. Hours later the day surged on. Huaren and Youngwook leaned over the balcony, eyes razor-sharp as they tracked every flicker of movement on the street below. Namwook strode up and demanded to know what they were watching. Youngwook jabbed a finger at a figure in the crowd and shouted to him, "That's Gochok! Right there!" The young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect, a coiled dragon primed to strike. Warren's eyes snapped open, pupils blown wide. The thought hit him like a punch. Gochok should already be at Mount Seven Sages, fighting for the flower. So why was he here instead? Way out there, in the distance, a henchman of Gochok pressed in and hissed something into his ear. Fuaren leaned in, straining to catch words that blurred together, then suddenly spat a curse as irritation snapped through him. Gochok's eyes snapped wide. His voice ripped across the street as he hurled orders at his men. He roared to have the sword-devouring Serpent Dragon and every Serpent Dragon slasher rounded up this instant to give chase. Youngwook jerked at the commanding tone, turned to Huaren and declared those were the Serpent Dragon sect's two mightiest forces. Gochok's roar had blasted out so fierce even Youngwook heard it loud and clear. Warren's eyes narrowed into a razor line. Something urgent had erupted and a new opening appeared. His chance to snatch the demonic poisonstone flower had just blown wide open. So with cold, steady resolve he told his companions to gear up and follow him. Mo Biyong burst into view in an instant. Protest lit up her face as she snapped, Are you actually going after demonic sex? She warned it was far too dangerous and ripped into him for dragging himself into ever more perilous situations. Warren's voice didn't waver, steady as steel. He grabbed her, eyes blazing, and spat that the Jianghu was about to tear itself apart. To survive the coming chaos, they'd have to grow stronger, he insisted. The demonic poison stone flower. Moby Young cut him off cold, snapping that the Jianghu was at peace, and they were far too strong to lean on poisonous herbs for security. Quarren's voice dropped to ice as he snarled that she was wrong, branded them weak, and demanded, "Do you truly lack any desire for the flower?" And he vaulted into the fray to answer for her. Not a chance. No martial artist could resist such a treasure. They were painfully weak, barred from joining the struggle openly. Then he declared his dream. He swore he'd seize the flower, forge himself into a weapon, and shield their clan from every outside threat. He closed the distance and pinned her with a blade-like stare. If she truly believed in him, the heir of their clan, she'd obey his command. Mobyong reeled back as the steel in his voice struck her, and she, wordless, owned the truth. The young master, who once could barely manage himself, now stood before her with a resolve she'd never seen. It slammed into her. Had she been blind to him as a proper adult until this very moment? Young-wook erupted in wild, delighted laughter, clapping hard, then confessed he'd never guessed the clan's heir had planted such a burning vow in his heart. Young-wook and Nam-wook dropped to one knee, heads bowed, pledging fealty, then declared themselves the two rising ghost blades and swore to obey every command of their young clan leader. Silence stretched on, heavy as a held breath. Mobyong bowed her head and vowed to Hwarren she'd follow his will too. Her voice cut like ice as she warned him, "Zhenghu is no place to be trifled with." Warren nodded, calm as a blade, and told them to set forth. A cold shadow slid into his thoughts. He steadied her with a wordless promise, for in the entire Jianghu, he'd been forged by its cruelty, and knew it better than anyone. He'd already survived it once. Hwarren, flanked by his companions. They tailed the serpent dragon sect from the shadows, keeping a cautious distance. Beneath the forest canopy, Hwarren's eyes narrowed as he took in the enemy. He hadn't expected so many of their members to be gathered here. Crouched in the bushes, Mobyong leaned close and whispered to him, concern sharpening every word. She jabbed at the serpent dragon sect's movements, and Warren murmured back in a low, steady whisper. Gochok and his men looked to be snapping into an inescapable net formation. Youngwook's eyes snapped open in alarm as he hissed the formation's name. Namwook urged them to bolt before it was too late. Hwarren shook his head and warned the Serpent Dragon sect's main squad still hadn't made their move. They'd pounce only after spotting someone suspicious, or the bearer of the miracle medicine. So they swallowed their impatience and bided their time until the perfect moment. Moments later, a deafening roar shattered the silence from the Serpent Dragon sect's distant camp. Hwarren's ears went sharp. He knew the enemy had zeroed in on the miracle medicine's carrier. He snapped for the group to close in on the riverbank instead the moment Namwook asked why. Warren warned anyone on the run would bolt for the water, not plunge into the choking forest, and pointed out the Serpent Dragon sect's shouts had fallen silent. They zeroed in. The target was right in their sights. He leaned in and hissed, "From now on, move like shadows, no sound, no trace." Moments later, a man burst into view at the river's mouth and staggered forward, legs trembling with every step. He clawed at the air, rasping a broken plea for help. Before he could flee, a jagged purple aura tore from nowhere and slammed into him, killing him on the spot. The ensuing blast slammed into the earth, sending the ground shuddering. And when the dust finally tore away, a single figure emerged on the riverbank. A man wreathed in a menacing purple aura, clutching the demonic poison stone flower as its sickly glow poured into the dread radiating from him. Moby Yong's face drained to bone white the instant she recognized him. Her whisper cracked with shock. This man was none other than a blood-red demonic lion sliced through the sky. Her words sent a wave of fear and unease crashing over the group. Warren locked his gaze on the man and growled that his aura screamed doom. They turned to Moby Yong and asked if she knew more about him. But Jungwook cut in, declaring that among the demonic world's martial artists, the flying demonic blood lion was infamous and one of the most feared. Hwarren, though, spotted something else, and warned the man's state looked dangerously unstable. His eyes snapped wide the instant he realized what the man clutched. He clutched the demonic poison stone flower. Their thoughts snapped shut. Just as the serpent dragons lunged, they swooped in like lightning and hemmed the winged demon in. Bloodline pulsed in their veins as they snapped into a razor-tight formation. Gochok surged forward, accusation thundering from his throat as he declared the blood lion had slaughtered their sect's most elite warriors, admitting he never imagined he'd be forced to corner such a figure. At last, the moment arrived. The flying, blood-red demonic lion hovered above and just laughed, its mockery slicing the air. He sneered, outraged to be cornered by weaklings, snarling that if the Tang clan hadn't intervened he'd have ripped them apart without breaking a sweat. Gochok's hand shot into his pocket. He brandished a tiny weapon, locked eyes with the blood lion and taunted, "Recognize this?" before proclaiming it the thousand-needle downpour. The blood lion's expression exploded into shock and he thundered, "How did Gochok obtain a weapon like that?" Gochok smirked, boasting they'd paid a king's ransom to secure it and warning him bluntly not to assume it was their only one. As one, every man in the Serpent Dragon sect whipped out the identical weapon. Shock slammed into the blood lion. Rage flared in an instant as he snarled that those worthless weapons couldn't touch him. His arms exploded into violent, relentless energy. Gochok barked the order without hesitation. His men opened fire. The sky detonated in deafening explosions as a thousand-needle downpour unleashed its deadly rain. Countless razor projectiles pelting the soaring demonic blood lion. The blood lion answered with a thunderous roar. He funneled his chi into a jagged wall of purple aura burst outward, fanning into a wide, spreading barrier. From their hiding spot, they watched it devour nearly the entire riverbank. Warren's eyes snapped wide in disbelief as his mind sprinted. Could the blood lion wield such crushing, overwhelming strength? The Serpent Dragon sect's onslaught slammed into the barrier, but the bloodline parried every strike. A shockwave ripped out, forcing even Gochok to brace himself as he roared in disbelief, demanding how his opponent could still wield so much chi. The bloodline rocketed skyward. Wild-eyed, he towered over them and erupted into manic laughter, sneering at the Serpent Dragon sect as he roared they were nothing compared to him. Teeth clenched, Gochok thundered, "Second Serpent Dragon Squad, open fire!" Once more the thousand-needle downpour tore loose, its razor rain zeroing in on the blood lion. He hung suspended in midair, frozen between sky and ground. The projectile slammed into him dead on. His body hurtled into the river below as a Serpent Dragon sect member roared triumphantly, wasting no time to declare the flying demonic blood lion fallen. Gochok barked a blistering command, sending the 8th sword of the Serpent Dragon and the Serpent Dragon bladesman barreling in to finish him and snatch the miracle medicine. The warriors thundered toward the river where the bloodline slammed into the world. He ripped himself to his feet through a rain of needles, a defiant smirk curling on his lips. A chilling laugh ripped from him as he declared they'd never find the miracle medicine. He roared, "Come!" and vowed to drag them all down to hell with him. What followed? It erupted into a merciless bloodbath. The blood-soaked demonic lion tore across the sky and met the Serpent Dragon sect's forces head-on, alone. He tore them to pieces with savage ferocity as they swarmed him from afar. Hwarin and his group stood frozen, the silence dead and heavy, while Mobi-Yong's thoughts burned behind her eyes. She'd never beheld a bloodbath this horrific. She snapped her gaze to the young master, mind racing. How had he done it? Green to the Jianghu, he watched carnage rip through the scene with chilling, unshakable calm. Then the tide turned. They hammered the blood lion until his body gave out, countless arrows buried in his flesh, and a sword jammed deep in his back, his blood gushing into the river and staining it crimson, strength leaking away as he staggered and finally toppled into the river ran crimson. His lifeless body bobbed on its current. Gochok roared at his men, ordering them to search him on the spot. The search party slammed into action, panic crackling through them as they stammered that the miracle medicine wasn't on his body. Fury ripped through Gochok as he roared for another search. Certain they'd been too close in the chase for the blood lion to have hidden it, he ordered them to scour the area with brutal urgency. Hwarin flashed a sharp signal, beckoning his companions to follow as he unleashed his deduction. A cold certainty slammed into him. The miracle medicine wasn't on the blood lion's corpse. The current had surely swept it away, dragging it downstream. He barked that moments earlier the bloodline had ripped a wall of water into being. While the barrier might have swallowed the incoming weapons, it ripped his sight from the battlefield, leaving him blind to his enemies. A warrior of his caliber should have flipped into Qinggong and ghosted through the strikes. Hwarin concluded the bloodline's only reason for that tactic was, he flung the miracle medicine into the roaring current, letting the water carry it so he could snatch it back later. Their words died in their throats before they could discuss further. A deafening boom ripped through the air right beside them. Warren shoved his companions into motion, roaring they had to sprint. Any second the Serpent Dragon sect would put the pieces together. Hwarin and his crew finally surged up to the river's end. There, bobbing on the water like a prize, was the very flower they'd been hunting. Warren lunged for it without a second thought. He roared, "It's the demonic poison stone flower!" He yanked out a vial of poison, then stashed it away. He fished a small container from his pocket, scanned the ground, then plucked an ordinary flower. They upended the vial and watched poison cascade over it, right before their eyes. The flower convulsed and snapped into the demonic poison stone flower, identical down to the last petal. Mobi-Yong's eyes bulged, and she snapped that no true orthodox martial artist would ever carry poison. Hwarin's voice was ice cold as he declared poison a deadly tool. He slipped the fake flower into the container and warned it wouldn't fool the demonic sects for long. It would fool them just long enough for the group to sprint away with the real one. Young-wook breathed, awe crackling in his voice. Snagging the flower had been far too easy, and he laughed at their luck against the men who'd risked their lives for it, admitting he'd never imagined they'd actually secure it just by trailing behind. Warren's smile was a thin, knowing curve as he shrugged they'd only been lucky, then barked for the group to leave as he clenched the container tighter. In a heartbeat, it blinked right out of his palm. They froze, hearts in their mouths, as a familiar figure materialized before them. The demonic bloodlion explodes into the sky, wings slicing the clouds, fur soaked crimson. Blood slick and battered, he hauled himself upright and stood tall once more, his cold, booming voice echoing as he roared that the demonic poison stone flower was his. Mo Byung bolted at Foran, panic ripping through her voice as she screamed for the young clan leader. Foran froze, realization striking like lightning. The man before them was the flying demonic bloodlion, and disbelief slammed through him. The serpent dragon sect should have already finished him. Before he could react further, the bloodlion exploded forward and landed a lightning-quick strike. The blow blasted him skyward, rocketing him through the air. The bloodlion snatched the container into his hand, crushed it in an instant, and only the flower remained untouched. His voice detonated with rage as he tore into Warren and his companions, spitting that they were greedy rats who didn't know their place, snarling he'd meant to savor the flower and slowly absorb its power, but fate forced him to burn his life into raw chi, and now, stripped of that luxury, he'd rip every human before him apart and drink their blood to refill his strength. He snatched the demonic poison stone flower and swallowed it whole in one lightning-fast motion. His body erupted with a menacing, relentless aura. A crushing weight bore down on every soul in the room. Mo Byung's legs turned to stone. She stood nailed to the spot. Tremors racked her from head to toe. Cold sweat plastered her clothes to her skin. Panic screamed in her head as she forced herself to accept the truth. This was for the first time, she confronted an opponent whose power dwarfed hers. Each breath felt like a countdown. She was certain she'd die here. At that moment, Nam-wook and Young-wook strode forward, every step laced with cold, unshakable calm. Their presence cut against hers like fire against ice. Nam-wook spoke first, declaring that since the moment he was born, he'd always thrown himself into action without thinking. That reckless streak forged him into Ghostblade. Shoulder to shoulder, the brothers roared their claim as the two rising Ghostblades. Tianzong warriors roared they'd protect their young leader at any cost, ready to stand against the demonic monster before them, and determined to defeat the flying demonic bloodlion. Mo Byung's cry ripped out, her voice cracking as she lunged to stop them, begging that he was far too strong, and warning they'd surely die if they tried. Young-wook cut her off, his voice a razor, sharp and steady. He ordered her to do what needed to be done and spoke her title aloud. The dragonflower sword. Nam-wook spun toward her, a faint smirk curling on his lips, and reminded her that their enemy had just swallowed poison. Her eyes shot wide as the memory slammed into her. Her blood went cold as she remembered how, earlier, Warren had slipped in and secretly swapped the real flower for a poison-laced imposter. The realization hit her and hardened her trembling resolve. Nam-wook said the bloodlion wasn't just gravely wounded. He'd scorched away his life energy into true chi and, on top of that, had poisoned himself. If they could hold him off long enough, they'd still have a chance. Young-wook roared they'd attack first, and the two brothers barreled forward, swords unsheathed and blades flashing. The bloodlion's eyes gleamed with cruel admiration as he admitted he respected them for not running away, then sneered that their courage was meaningless, and lunged in an instant. He flung his arms wide. His aura roared to life, blasting outward. It snatched Young-wook and Nam-wook, pinning them in a crushing grip. They tore themselves free just before the deadly force could crush them. A yellow aura surged at the battlefield's center, billowing into a shimmering barrier that blasted the bloodlion backward. Mo Byung stepped in, her sword flashing as she invoked her technique, her voice booming the name, Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. And without pause she slammed into a second strike, unleashing the heavenly lightning ascension. She plunged her blade into the bloodlion's left arm. A guttural roar of agony ripped from his chest. The demonic warrior leapt. He retreated, carving out distance. He doubled over, violent coughs racking him as blood streamed from his mouth. Confusion slammed into him, his thoughts curling inward as a cold truth struck. The sick fire racing through his veins was poison, and panic seized him. Had the Tang clan's old crone gotten to him? He snuffed the thought out. Tang clan poison would have already liquefied his organs, so the venom had to come from a different source. Rage flared in his eyes as he locked a razor-sharp stare on. Mo Byung sprang into the fray, the two Ghostblades singing with lethal hunger. Jaw clenched, he unleashed a bone-shaking bellow of pure rage. He erupted, roaring, How dare you trick me like that? His words snapped into a threat as he vowed to grind their bones to dust. But another violent cough ripped through him and cut the declaration short. From a distance, Mo Byung drew a steady breath, steeled her mind, and the truth slammed into her. Ghostblade had been right. The blood lion teetered on the ragged edge of collapse. Cling to one more breath, and victory might finally tip their way. The blood lion burst into a deafening roar. A bitter laugh burst out, booming for a moment before collapsing into a broken rasp. He muttered, voice ragged. Could this really be his grave? He gripped his head with both hands, a snarl ripping out of him. No way he'd be beaten by the Tang clan or the pathetic weaklings of the Serpent Dragon sect. But his sinister gaze snapped up again to a group of nameless nobodies, locking onto them with burning hatred as he hissed that the one he'd sent flying earlier must have been holding the real demonic poisonstone flower. If that happened, he'd rip open their belly and drink the innards to seize their power. His body trembling with savage energy as he crept forward. He exploded into a leap, catapulting himself forward. He zeroed in on Namwook and lunged, striking before hesitation could even stir. Mo Byung hurled himself forward to intercept. Her sword flashed again, only for his bloodline to snap him aside with a deadly technique. He snapped into the shifting step and in a heartbeat vanished from her path. They materialized right in front of Youngwook. He couldn't even blink before the blood lion's fists pummeled his face. He rocketed him through the air, sending him crashing while Youngwook went down. The blood lion's eyes flared with savage hunger as it zeroed in on Mo Byung and launched itself at her. Fear slammed into her, freezing her solid as her mind screamed she couldn't dodge in time. His hand shot toward her. A flash of steel ripped the air. Hwarin exploded into view, his blade too fast for the eye to follow. And with one decisive strike, he cut clean through the blood lion's left arm. Earlier, after the flying demonic bloodline sent him crashing to the ground, Warren crumpled against a tree, its trunk ripped into splinters where his body had slammed into it. He hacked up a mouthful of blood, breath ragged, limbs like dead weight that refused to move. Shock slammed into him. The blood lion had poured its very life essence into true chi, burning itself out just to hunt him down. A curse burned in his chest as he begged his broken, battered body to move, but it betrayed him. His left leg dislocated, and every groan he ripped out was raw, searing pain. He swallowed the truth. Across all Jianghu, no one grasped the crushing price of that power better than he did. He stared up at the sky, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and spat that he'd only pretended to understand. Now he was shattered and helpless. He tilted his head back and a warm trickle slid from his forehead. His eyes snapped wide as the red truth sank in. Blood. Out of nowhere, everything erupted into motion. A chilling voice ripped through the silence and echoed in his ears. A voice barked, "Hand over your body!" The voice hammered the air, a maddening echo that repeated the same words again and again. Voices screamed for him to surrender as a red aura coiled around his battered frame. Sinister mist coiled through the air, swallowing the room. Warren's thoughts exploded, racing like wildfire. For years he'd only vaguely felt a foreign energy seething at his core. The exact same force he'd glimpsed in that mysterious old man before his regression. He'd already summoned it in his clash with Instructor Mo. Now realization slammed into him. He could summon it again. If he did, it might be enough to defeat the flying demonic blood lion. A chilling voice echoed, ravenous to claim his body, and Hwarin clenched his teeth as the force clawed for control. A black tide dragged his mind toward oblivion. If he gave in, if he closed his eyes for even a heartbeat, that power would swallow him whole. But they teetered on a razor's edge. One heartbeat from surrender. He wrenched his eyes open and roared at himself inside his own skull. Could he really rely on this power again? He snapped at himself to pull it together, refusing to become dependent on some unknown force. Since when had he even started letting it rule him? Had Yang Hwarin pinned so much on something he couldn't trust? The phantom voice slammed harder, clawing to claim his body, but he exploded, roaring for it to shut up. He clawed himself upright and roared, "This body is mine!" He alone bent it to his will. It wasn't a voice. It was a phantom ripped straight from the past. He vowed to protect those he loved with his own strength as his aura erupted into a roaring blaze. In a flash, he launched himself forward, slamming back onto the battlefield. His blade tore through the air, razor precise and blazing with fury. With one thunderous stroke, he cleaved the flying demonic blood lion's left arm clean off. The blood lion screamed in pain. He lurched back, shock pinning his gaze to the severed limb. Rage ripped through his voice as he spat a curse straight at the boy. His eyes snapped to Hwarin's crimson aura, blazing outward. His eyes went wide as horror slammed into him. Recognition hit him like lightning. He choked, trembling as he screamed the demonic master's name. Then, stunned, he demanded to know how this youth could possibly wield such power before his body convulsed. He retched as blood gushed from his mouth. Nearby, Mo Byung's eyes snapped wide as she watched. Realization slammed into her. This energy was the same as before, the same power Horion had once revealed. Still battered but alive, Youngwook and Namwook clawed themselves to their feet as Youngwook cracked a weary grin and bellowed that the young clan leader had arrived at the perfect time. They snapped back into formation, blades flashing as they squared off against the weakened foe. The bloodlion wavered. Mo Beong assessed the situation aloud, pointing out it was poisoned and that long ago he had burned away his life essence, so his body would collapse any moment. Warren's features froze like iron. His voice cut like a blade, clear, steady, and he issued his first command as the clan's heir. He barked the command, "Survive!" And they answered as one, their voices a single vow to obey. The bloodlion pinned Hwarren with a blazing stare, studying him in a long, wordless silence. He threw his head back, spoke with a cold, unsettling calm, and confessed he'd already faced countless mysteries across the Jianghu. Even he froze. This defied comprehension. Then resolve hardened into cold iron determination. He roared that from that moment on, he'd throw away every chance of staying alive. The bloodlion reared, his hands shooting toward them. He drew in a crushing wave of energy, readying one last attack. His voice thundered with scorn as he told Hwarren he had no idea how the boy had reclaimed such power, then barked for him to squirm with everything he had. It wouldn't save him. Hwarren and his companions tensed, muscles coiling like steel springs as danger bore down. Blades raised and hearts blazing, they hurled themselves into the clash. Later, the Serpent Dragon sect finally crashed onto the battlefield. Gochok's furious voice exploded as he spat curses. A bitter mutter escaped him. He hadn't expected the bloodline to go so far as to consume his very life essence. As he barreled across the ruined ground, his eyes snapped wide as the lingering aura clung to the air. An unmistakable power still drenched the battlefield. His face hardened, recognition slammed into him, and he whispered in disbelief. It was the bloodline arts. One of his soldiers bellowed, "We've found the body!" Gochok thundered closer, his heavy steps shaking the floor. He stared down at the shredded corpse of the flying demonic bloodlion as a pale soldier, trembling with fear, whispered that the man was dead. Gochok barked, "Tell me about the flower." The soldier's breath hitched. He froze for a heartbeat, then answered with a voice that shook. Rage exploded from Gochok as he snarled that if the soldier dared say it was missing, he'd sever his head right where he stood. The soldier finally choked out the truth. The flower wasn't there. Rage blazing, Gochok slammed his blade forward, the slash nearly cleaving the man. He yanked himself back in the nick of time. His gaze tore across the battlefield, snapping to every ally and threat. Razor sharp and calculating, his thoughts seethed. Curiosity roared inside him. Who was it? Who dared interfere? Which fool charged headlong at the flying demonic bloodlion and snatched the demonic poisonstone flower? They thundered from the battlefield on horseback. Hwarren, too wounded to ride alone, slumped against Mo Beong's back, while Namwook clung to Jungwook for support. Bloodied and spent, he grinned through his exhaustion as Jungwook laughed breathlessly, unable to believe it, and with disbelief still lacing his voice, he declared they'd actually defeated the flying demonic bloodlion. Mo Beong snapped back, voice a razor. "What do you mean by that?" She cut him off, reminding him that if that bloodline had clung on a heartbeat longer, every last one of them would have been wiped from existence. Jungwook admitted it had been close, his grin sliding into a solemn mask. Then, voice low and steady, he said only those who survive get to be called strong. Mo Beong's voice cut like ice. The flying demonic bloodlion was only one martial artist in all of Jianghu. He knew it, and that's why he'd hurled every ounce of strength into the fight. Behind her, Hwarren hacked violently, coughing up a spray of blood that splashed crimson across Mo Beong's back. Her breath hitched and she blurted, "Are you all right?" Hwarren choked out a brittle laugh and conceded she was right. Nothing was as easy as it looked, and he never imagined they'd end up facing a flying demonic bloodlion. A crushing weight pressed on his thoughts. He admitted any one of them could have died in that battle, yet his vow held fast. With iron determination he spoke aloud, declaring his promise to protect his family and clan from harm had never been empty words. With his hand, he yanked out the demonic poisonstone flower, clamped his hand on Mo Beong's shoulder, voice raw with conviction. He admitted the road ahead would be merciless, and days like this, when their very lives hung by a thread, would surely come again, for that reason. He slammed his demand at Instructor Mo and the two brothers. They had to get stronger. Jungwook shot back instantly, confidence blazing, swearing they'd do it. Mo Beong's tone cut like ice as she declared there was one more thing the young clan leader had to explain. Hwarren froze, blindsided, and demanded, "What do you mean?" Hoarse thundering beneath her, Mo Beong shot a sidelong glance over her shoulder and demanded of him, "What's that ominous chi?" Jungwook's tight nod proved she was right. He snapped that the energy they'd just seen wasn't the Tenzong clan's true power. Darkness slammed in, far more sinister, mirroring the aura of the flying demonic bloodlion himself. Moby Young whipped her head around, accusation blazing in her voice as she barked, "Did the young clan leader learn demonic arts?" Hwoarang froze as a war raged inside him and thoughts thundered. He saw the only way to tell the truth was to expose his regression, but that exposure might tear the future into chaos, so now was not the time. After a brief silence shattered as he finally answered. A flat, no, then a fierce promise that he'd explain everything when the time came. Rage snapped through Mobyong's voice as she barked that they'd just risked their lives together and demanded to know what else he was hiding. Before he could say more, they're retching, blood spewing from their mouths again. His body crumpled further. Alarm ripped through Moby Young as she yelled, "Are you all right?" His voice cracking into a whisper. He admitted they'd risked their lives and swore they'd be the first to hear the truth when the right moment came. Moby Young snapped shut, unease coiling in her gut, but she swallowed any follow-up. She suspected Hwoarang was dodging the question. The group rode on under a taut, uneasy silence. Hwoarang's coughing worsened until Moby Young finally barked for the group to halt, insisting they take a short rest. After easing him down from the horse, her gaze drilled into him, worry blazing in her voice as she said, "You don't look well. We need to go to the Jigal clan for a physician." Hwoarang shook his head, refused with iron resolve, warning that Gochuk and the Serpent Dragon sect were still searching for them, and that going to the Jigal clan while pursued would only bring greater trouble on the clan. He barked they'd go to Mount Wudang. Mobyong's frown deepened as he asked if there truly was a physician there, and Hwoarang confirmed it, saying he'd heard of a skilled doctor with the family name Hai who lived on the mountain. Far away, atop Mount Wudang's mist-wreathed peaks, a cat streaked through the woods, a blur of fur and motion. He vaulted from side to side, a blur of motion. A boy tore after it, screaming, "Back seal! Stop!" and warning the cat that Mount Wudang was dangerous. The cat spun and shot him a wicked, mischievous look before. The cat shot ahead again. Desperation ripped through the boy as he screamed even louder for it to wait. Bexiel skidded to a halt in front of a bush, peering at it with twitching whiskers. The cat watched until the bush shuddered. Then it startled and froze, every muscle locked in place. At last the boy exploded forward and closed the gap. He lunged, scooped the cat into his arms and roared, "I've caught it!" A sudden rustle ripped from the bush. The boy. He faltered, then craned in for a cautious look. Suddenly, Hwoarang, Yongwook, Namwook, and Mobyong hurled themselves out of the undergrowth. Hwoarang lunged for the boy, hands trembling, face ghost-pale and streaked with tears, whispering in a thin, desperate voice that they'd finally found a person. The boy and the cat jerked back, breath snatched and every nerve screaming at the sudden encounter. Elsewhere, a small wooden house held its breath. Hwoarang lay cocooned beneath a blanket, smack in the center of the room. He snapped awake and rocketed upright, ripping the flying demonic bloodlion's name from his throat. A few moments later, he planted his feet as the danger dissolved. Staring at his hands, relief slammed into him. His wounds had been treated. One burning question gnawed at him. Whose care had he fallen under? The door groaned open, and the same boy from before stepped in, relief lighting his face as he blurted, "Glad you're awake," then explained Hwoarang had been injured. He'd hauled him here first. "This place," he snarled. He ran a tiny home with his grandfather, then ordered Hwoarang to wait while he brewed a potent remedy. Hwoarang pinned the boy with a razor stare, drinking in every twitch and breath before she finally spoke. He leaned in and fired. "Is your grandfather Heiduk Gong?" The boy's firm nod confirmed it. Hwoarang's gaze sharpened into a knife as he demanded, "So you're the boy, Heichayul Ryung?" Shock slammed into the boy as he demanded, "How could you possibly know my name, Hwoarang?" Hwoarang balled his fist as a crushing realization hit him and his heart thundered. Clarity slammed into him. Mount Wudang was the real reason he'd come. The Jigal clan had been nothing but a cover, a step toward a single, undeniable goal, the child. Fragments of a future he'd already lived slammed through Hwoarang's mind. He knew this boy alone could perfect and stabilize the Tianzong clan's unstable martial arts. He was fated to rise as the future strongest man under the heavens. This child was Heichol Ryong, the One Supreme. And in his previous life, a fierce struggle over a martial arts tome flared into Hwoarang's memory. This war burned for years, dragging even the unorthodox and demonic clans into the fight beside the 5 great clans, and the clash swelled to an unprecedented scale. Everything boiled down to one simple reason. The tome blew the roof off martial arts with a brand new principle. Every human carries good and evil, locked together inside. When good and evil merged, they unleashed a power far beyond ordinary martial might, waiting to be drawn forth. Whispers crowned it Zhang Sanfeng's legacy, the founder of Wudang who soared into the heavens. Back in Hwoarang's past life, it bore the legendary name, the Yin-Yang Depth Heaven Tome. The child seized it, His family had stumbled upon it by chance while foraging for medicinal herbs, and with it, Haechul Ryong rose to legendary heights, reigning as the strongest martial artist beneath the heavens. The ancient tome he gripped contained both good and evil. Could Warren snatch it? Fire of conviction lit him. At last he would complete the Tianzhong clan's dream. He'd imagined a thunderous, cinematic first meeting with someone destined for such greatness. Not this quiet, underwhelming encounter. He froze, mind racing as he waited. Chil Ryung hunched over the bubbling cauldron, fingers flying as he brewed the medicine. A brazen fly plunged down and planted itself on the boy's face. One swift, effortless sweep carved through the air. He snatched it barehanded, his gaze locked and unblinking. Shock slammed Hwarin's eyes wide open as he instantly recognized the motion. A tremor laced his voice as he shot the question. Had the boy already begun learning martial arts? Haechul Ryung flashed a proud grin and revealed the movement had been taught to him by his grandfather. Hwarin's eyes shot open in stunned disbelief. He stammered, "How is that even possible?" And at that very moment, an elderly man strolled past the doorway, peered inside and, voice steady, declared that Hwarin was finally awake. And Hwarin's thoughts snapped to life. Recognition slammed into him. It was Hai Dukong. Later, Hwarin strode out of the small clinic with the elder at her side. He spotted his companions waiting outside. Youngwook hoisted his broken hand, flashed a bright grin, and called out to the young clan heir. All four, Hwarin, Mobyang, Jangwook, and Namwook, dropped into a deep bow before Hai Dukong. Hwarin stepped forward with formal courtesy, announced himself as Yong Hwarin of the Henan Tianzhuang clan, and offered his gratitude for being treated. He, a hulking dugong, shook his head and rumbled that no thanks were needed. Mending injuries was his duty. He echoed the clan name with keen curiosity, then asked what had driven the Tianzong clan's young heir all the way here. Uneasy silence slammed into the group. At first nobody dared make a sound. Hwarin pasted a bright smile on and answered, "I've come to find ginseng." Dukong's stare drilled into him. The man swallowed, admitted he had medicinal herbs, but insisted wild ginseng wasn't something you could stumble across. He pinned Warren with a steely squint and snapped, "What do you need it for?" Warren snapped his gaze away for a heartbeat. He cracked a faint grin, then sudden emotion crashed over him. Clutching his chest, he collapsed into sobs and, voice trembling, revealed his mother lay gravely ill. He said his parents had nursed him through a sickly childhood, and because of their sacrifices, he'd finally left the clan to see the world. But then, he pressed on. Then a message shattered him. His mother had been struck by a deadly illness, and desperate whispers said ginseng could cure her. He'd scaled Mount Wudang, only to misstep and tumble along the way. Moby Yong stared at him, confusion flaring as a cold doubt whispered that his story didn't add up. She remembered, crystal clear, his mother being perfectly healthy when she bid them farewell. Her mind raced. Why had the young clan leader spun such a brazen lie, and what catastrophe would erupt if Hai Dukong discovered the truth? Yet, to her astonishment, tears brimmed in the elder's eyes as he drank in every word. Mo Beong's chest lurched. He realized, stunned, that his lie had worked. Tears streaming, Duke Gong choked out that Hwarin was a true son, his heart shuddering at Hwarin's fierce devotion to his parents. He shot back into the clinic, snatched up his equipment, and roared they'd set off this instant to hunt wild ginseng. Warren's lips twitched into a faint smirk as he surveyed the sight. Behind him, the rest of the group froze, jaws slack and eyes wide as shock crashed over them. As daylight faded, hours of desperate searching left us empty-handed. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Mo Byung had been sure Hwarin was lying about searching for ginseng. But the fierce resolve burning in his eyes shattered her certainty, and she found herself wondering if he truly meant it. Desperation drove Warren as he crawled through jagged rocks and thorny bushes, fingers scraping stone while his eyes burned with razor focus. When he locked eyes on Mo Byung, planted there and doing absolutely nothing, he barked for her to join him, ordered her to stop standing around and start searching, then nearly let the truth slip. Swallowing it, he forced out that he needed the ginseng for his mother. Mo Byung flinched at his own tone and forced out an awkward agreement. The sun dipped, igniting the sky in molten gold. Hai Dukong's side roared and announced they were forced to clamber down the mountain for the day. They staggered back into the clinic, bodies spent and breaths ragged. Warren wiped the sweat from his chin, admitted to himself he'd known it wouldn't be easy, muttered, "That's unfortunate," and felt a bitter truth settle in. Even knowing the future couldn't guarantee success. Hai Dugong's gaze softened with sympathy, as he vowed that if he tracked down ginseng, he'd send it to Hwarin's clan, then asked whether he should hand it directly to the Tianzong clan residents. Warren dipped into a crisp bow, gratitude bright in his voice as he declared, "That would be appreciated." He locked his gaze on the mountain. He froze for a heartbeat, then whirled back to the elder. He bowed respectfully, apologized, and pleaded to stay a few more days so he could keep searching alone. Dawn cracked open the next morning. Warren sat cross-legged in his room, a faint red aura spiraling around him as he sank deep into meditation. He sank into himself and vowed to scour every haunt Hae-duk-gong frequented, convinced those corners would finally betray a trail to the tome. Without that lead, the moment he broke his meditation, he'd plunge into years of blind, purposeless wandering. He shot to his feet and stepped out the door. He snapped into a sharp, respectful bow before Hae-duk-gong, who sat just outside. She delivered a calm, "Good morning," her voice steady as stone. They huddled in the doorway, slipping into hushed whispers. Hae-duk-gong called out, "You going to hike with me again today?" And Horain replied, "I'll search on my own this time." The elder nodded, beckoning him forward and granting him free rein. Morning air snapped bright and fresh as a cool breeze swept past them. Hwarin's gaze darted around as he demanded, "Where did Chilryong go?" Hae-duk-gong started to answer. Just then, the boy barreled toward them, chest heaving and gasping for breath. He clutched Bexiel the cat tightly to his chest. Duk-gong and Farin sprang to their feet, alarmed by his sudden rush. Duk-gong snapped, "Did you run into a tiger?" Chael-ryong shook his head and explained. Between ragged gasps, he shouted that he'd gone hunting with Bexiel that morning. But when some people lunged to seize the cat, he bolted. Dugong's face hardened as he echoed Chilryong aloud, the realization hitting him that martial artists from Mount Wudang had recognized the cat as a mystic animal and tried to seize it, so he shot a worried look at Hwarin. The group of martial artists burst into the clinic, voices erupting. One of them roared, "We found it!" A young girl surged forward. Her voice sliced the air as she branded Chael-ryong, fast for a mere boy, demanded to know if the cat was his, then snapped that he must sell it to her on the spot. Chael-ryong hauled Bexiel into his arms and thundered back that the cat was not for sale. She scowled, irritation flaring, and snapped she'd pay him handsomely, insisting he hand it over. Chilryong refused again, his voice cold and unyielding. His cries shattered the silence and yanked Jungwook, Namwook, and Mo Byong from their rooms, alarm blazing in their eyes. Duk-gong strode forward, calm as a still lake, his gaze a blade of stern resolve. He bowed his head in a quiet apology, then roared that Bakasiol was family and they would never sell him. She scoffed, loud and sharp, sneering, "If it were anyone else, they'd have just snatched the cat by force. Be grateful it's me asking, so hand it over." Foram pinned her with a merciless stare, his thoughts razor-sharp. Arrogance radiated from her, yet she sparked a memory of someone he'd known. She's a living echo of the boy he once was. He pinned her with a stare and snapped immediately that demanding someone sell what they'd already declared off-limits was wrong. One of the girl's guards snapped his sword free, leveled the blade at Warren and snarled for him to back off, demanding if he even knew who he was speaking to. Warren planted his feet and snapped, "Who do you think you are, making such a threat?" The guards snapped upright and bellowed that they hailed from the Jagal clan. He thundered that the girl was the clan head's youngest daughter. Warren froze as the words slammed into him, his thoughts spinning, and a bolt of cold shock jolted through him when he realized who she must be. She answered to Jagal Yohai, the younger sister of his fiancée, Jagal Chongyang. A chill ran through Warren. No wonder the Jagal guard dared to swagger. His arrogance fit if he served the clan head's daughter. Still, Hwarin dropped into a crisp, respectful bow and proclaimed it an honor to meet a lady of the Jagal clan. The guards sneered down at him and barked, "Where did you come from?" cutting Warren off before he could answer. Jungkook lunged forward, a scowl cutting across his face. He bellowed that rage flared as he rebuked the man, snapping, "Aren't you far too bold for a mere guard?" Jungwook jammed his forehead against the guards and roared that they were from Henan Tian. Warren roared at him to stop on the spot. He snapped, voice razor-sharp, "They were nothing but visitors on Mount Wudang and mustn't reveal another thing." Yohei's patience snapped. She blew a dismissive huff and spat that she wouldn't speak to anyone who refused to reveal their true affiliation. Her gaze locked onto Chael-ryong, and she barked two choices at him. She leaned in, voice low and dangerous. "Take my money and hand over the cat, or I'll snatch it from you." Chilryong clamped a fierce grip on Bakseol and stumbled backward. His gaze snapped to a stranger signaling him, slipped in from the side, silent as a shadow. The signal slammed through the static, crystal clear. Warren would unleash a daring distraction, and Chael-ryong is supposed to hurl the cat. Chael-ryong understood the instant Yohai lunged, her hand snapping out to snatch Bakseol. Warren shot forward, cleared his throat and declared, "There's a third option." Irritation flared as Yohei whipped around and barked, "What do you mean?" Pouncing on the opening, Chaeyoung catapulted Bexuel skyward. A desperate shout ripped through the air, urging the cat to bolt. Bexuel slammed into the earth, shot into the forest, and vanished between the trunks. Yohei's furious shout ripped through the air as he whirled on Hwarin and she snapped, "How dare you interfere!" Hwarin snorted and shot back that if the cat had bolted she only had to catch it, and if she pulled it off the boy would have no grounds to complain. Yohei's hands curled into white-knuckled fists, frustration snapping through her as she barked a harsh order to her guards. She barked the order to seize the cat. The guards scattered, fanning into the forest without a second thought. Fueran flicked a look back at Chi-Yul-ryung and flashed a thumbs up. Chi-Yul-ryung's grin erupted as he shot the same sign back, relief washing over him. Later that day, the guards staggered back, armor askew and panic written on every face. Clothes in tatters and faces hollow with exhaustion, one of them choked out, "We failed." Rage lit Yohei's eyes as she spat that the warriors of the Jiggle clan couldn't even nab a single cat. Another guard edged forward cautiously and said it was no ordinary animal, undoubtedly a mystic creature. Yohei scowled, steeled herself, and chose her next move. She declared she'd head to the Wudang sect and barked orders for her men to keep chasing the cat until they captured it. Mo slipped up behind Farin and whispered into his ear that if the girl truly was youngest daughter of the Yagal clan, that has to be Yagal Yohei. Rage crackled around her. People branded her the Yegal witch. Warren couldn't stop replaying her reputation in his head. Cold and harsh. Yet she'd steamrolled the other young talents in the clan to seize the role of vice division leader. Warren ordered his companions to cloak their identities for now. They couldn't predict how she'd react if the truth surfaced, and they still had something to find on Mount Wudang. Warren locked onto the sorrow in Chil Ryong's eyes and strode straight over to him. He dropped to one knee to meet his eyes and, voice soft, asked if Baxiol worried him. Chil Ryong admitted he was. Warren pressed a reassuring palm to his head, a warm smile easing his face as he said, "Don't worry." He swore Baxiol would never be caught, grinning as he reminded him the cat was a lightning-fast blur. Mo Byong planted himself a few paces away, eyes locked on the scene. It hit her like a punch. Warren had truly changed. Dukong stormed up to Jungwook and Namwook, a jar of liquor clenched in his hands. He thanked them sincerely for their help earlier that day and pushed a bottle forward as a gift, explaining he'd brewed it himself with fine medicinal herbs. The two men's mouths watered at the sight, and Jungwook said eagerly there was no need, though his tone betrayed his excitement. Dukong tried to play it down, insisting it was nothing and pleading that they not refuse. But before he'd finished, Jungwook and Namwook lunged and snatched the liquor eagerly from his hands. The elder blinked, stunned. Jungwook hoisted the jar with a delighted grin, repeating that there really had been no need as he slammed the liquor back without hesitation. Mo Byung pressed himself into the corner, eyes glued to every move. Then he turned without a sound and walked away. Dukong watched the two down the drink in seconds. Then he stammered that they should wait while he fetched more. Outside, moonlight poured over everything in cold silver. Mo Byung cut across the grounds, her eyes shooting wide when she spotted Hwaran and Chaelryung squared off, each gripping a wooden stick. She knew at once they were sparring. She zeroed in on Chaelryung's stance, and it hit them. The child had clearly mastered martial arts. Chul Ryung sprang forward and drove his staff in a fierce arc straight at Hwaran. He glided effortlessly. Warren twisted and sent the strike skittering harmlessly aside. A thunderous strike launched the stick from the boy's hands. From her vantage point, Mo Byung reeled, shock flaring like a live wire across his face. What she'd just seen slammed into her. Chil Ryung, barely a kid, already wielded martial skill. Even the young clan leader, backed into a corner, was forced to unleash the azure bamboo sword technique. Against a mere wooden stick, her jaw dropped. It was extraordinary. She mused that geniuses were said to grow at unimaginable speeds. What she had seen tore the very idea of normal to shreds. The next morning, Hwaran pushed open the door and stepped into the dawn, a long yawn tearing from her. Yohei loomed before him. She locked her arms tightly across her chest. Warren's lips curled into a light smile, and he addressed her with calm, unwavering respect. He chirped, "Good morning, Miss Jaigal," and she ground her teeth, snapping coldly, "It's anything but good." Rage burned in her eyes as she balled her fist and snapped, "Just wait! I'll catch that cat with my own hands!" Warren's calm smile stayed fixed as he pressed, "Why aren't you already back on the search?" Crossing her arms again, Yohei snapped that she had duties to handle, and vowed she'd return to catch the cat. She spun on her heel and strode away. Warren waved and cheerfully called, "Take care!" And Yohei froze mid-step. She flicked a wary look back at him and snapped, "What sect are you from?" Warren bowed, humility written on his face, and admitted he hailed from a tiny Henan sect she wouldn't know. She snapped her gaze away with a dismissive curl, let out a soft, scornful huff, then turned on her heel and strode off. Hwaran watched her storm off, frustration etched into every movement, and he silently hoped he'd never run into her again at the Jaigal clan. Meanwhile, Yochai seethed, rage coiling beneath his stoic mask. Rage boiled in her. He was lying to the bitter end. He'd insisted he came from a small sect, but the torrent of chi erupting from him screamed that it couldn't be real. She watched, breath-catching, as even his companions bristled with terrifying power. At last her patience snapped. She barked at her guards. She barked orders to dig up every detail about him. trace where they came from, pry into their family histories, and catalog every martial art they practice. She demanded every scrap of information, and the guards bowed, replying in unison that they understood. Right at high noon, the sun blazed overhead. Foran threaded alone through the Wudang Mountains' dense, shadow-swallowed forest, every sense razor-sharp. His eyes raked the ground, then locked onto the rock. He tore through alleys and shadows, never pausing in his hunt. He hunted the elusive tome like a man possessed. Days melted away, and not a single clue surfaced. A quiet, defeated sigh escaped him, swallowed by the weight he kept to himself. He stared as the sun bled out, certain each sunset marked the passing of another day. He couldn't linger in that place forever. Sooner or later he'd be forced to move on. Time slammed into him. How much longer could he keep stalling? Later, he burst back into the clinic where his companions waited and rounded them up. He kept his voice steady and demanded they listen. The instant their preparations finished, they'd move out. Hearing that, Yongwook and Namwook shot their arms skyward, hungry to move. Yongwook grinning that he'd been itching to get going again, while Moby Yong watched from the edge and quietly decided it was time to pack their belongings. As the group scrambled to ready themselves, Chaelryong shot out of the forest like a lightning bolt, his face drained to a ghostly pallor, ragged breaths ripping from him as he screamed for help. He burst to Hwaran's side, breath ragged, Hwaran's alarm flaring as he snapped, "What's wrong?" Tears brimmed in Chaelryong's eyes as he offered a trembling scrap of blood matted his fur. Through ragged sobs, he choked out that Baekseal must be injured. The cat should have been back by now, but it wasn't, and he feared it was badly hurt. Waring stared at the blood-stained fur, teeth clenched tight as silent rage roiled inside. He realized Yohei's men must have been hounding the cat like bloodhounds, relentless in their chase, and now the creature staggered, as if wounded. He spun back toward Chaelryong. He slammed the question at the boy. Did he know where Baekseal's territory lay? Chaelryong echoed the word, uncertainty trembling in his voice. Hwaran snapped, "I mean the exact spot where the boy first crossed paths with the cat." Chaelryong snapped a quick nod and declared he knew the spot. No hesitation. Hwaran snapped, "We're going!" Chaelryong shot him a stunned look and asked, "Do you really mean that?" Hwaran flashed a grin and declared he'd help. Baekseal was family to the boy. Hwaran heaved Chaelryong onto his back, shouldering him like a battle-worn comrade. Something hurtled him through the forest. They closed in on the area. Chaelryong bellowed, "It's right up ahead!" They slammed down before a hulking rock formation looming at the mountain's base. Hwaran's gaze locked onto the rugged cliffs. He warned it lay miles away, tucked far from sight like a buried secret. Chaelryong snapped his head once, a sharp, decisive nod confirming it. Side by side at the foot of the rocky mountain, they hurled Baekseal's name into the cliffs, their cries ricocheting off the stone as they called the cat again and again. Moments later, Chaelryong's gaze snapped to something and he barked Hwaran's name. He jabbed at a blood-streaked patch of fur on the ground and shouted in alarm, "It's Baekseal's!" Hwaran dropped into a crouch, hunched over the traces as a brutal certainty slammed into him. They were close. He shouted for the white cat again, steadying Chaelryong with the undeniable proof. The signs showed Baekseal had been nearby, and that if they kept hunting, they'd finally find it. Hwaran's gaze snapped elsewhere. A massive, suspicious boulder towered before them, daring them to step closer. He locked onto it, pulse pounding, and told Chaelryong, "This has to be the place." He strode up to the rock and planted his hands on its surface. He shoved, a faint breeze sliding from behind, and snapped to Chaelryong, "There's an opening on the other side of the boulder. Step back." He summoned every last ounce of strength. Hwaran dug his heels in and heaved, every muscle screaming as he tried to shove the massive stone aside. It didn't even twitch. He ground his teeth and conceded, seething that it wouldn't budge. He spat a silent curse. His chi was too weak to budge it. Should he fetch Instructor Mo or summon the ghost blades? Right then, Chaelryong's eyes snagged on something beside the rock. He crouched down and hissed, "There's already a hole." Hwaran forced a brittle laugh to hide his pride, and insisted his effort had carved that gap. Chaelryong just shook his head, and said it had always been there. Hwaran's voice died in his throat as the boy's remark hit him. Chaelryong insisted Baekseal had slipped through that opening, determination hardening his voice. Hwaran hunched down and slid into the tight passage, warning Chaelryong to wait outside because it was dangerous, and that he'd check it himself. Chaelryong gave a reluctant nod. Hwaran twisted and shoved his way through the narrow gap, bursting out on the other side. He shot to his feet, eyes sweeping the cavern in stunned awe, and whispered to himself that it stretched far wider than he'd imagined. He plunged deeper into the cave's yawning darkness. His eyes devoured the stone walls as awe hit him. How had a vast chamber been hidden behind a single boulder? Suddenly, a blinding beam of light slammed into him. He snapped his head up, alarm blazing in his eyes, poised in the glow. His eyes snapped wide when he recognized the symbol carved behind the man. The yin and yang emblem. Breath seized in his chest as realization slammed into him. The figure before him crystallized into Sage Jiang Sanfeng, and a fierce thrill shot through him as he realized he'd finally unearthed the hidden resting place of the Taiji depth, Heaven Tome. His gaze snapped to a familiar figure nearby, and he tore a raw cry from his throat. He slammed to a stop the moment he saw Bexiel lying there, the cat's white fur streaked with blood. Outside the cave, Chilryong paced the narrow mouth like a coiled spring, every nerve on edge as his ears hunted for the slightest sound. At last something shifted within. He shouted, voice cracking, "Bakesoul!" A heartbeat later, Warren shot out of the narrow hole. Chilryong's eyes shot wide as shock slammed into him. Moments before, tears welled up in their eyes. Warren locked eyes with him and softly whispered that he'd found Bexiol. Chilryong surged forward, shouting the cat's name as relief crashed over him. Chilryong sank to the ground, cradling Bexiol in his arms as tears streaked his face. He choked out, voice cracking, that she was so weak. His muffled sobs sweeping through the clearing while he pressed the injured cat to his chest. A short distance away, Warren loomed, watching in dead silence. His eyes locked onto the boy for a heartbeat. He pivoted slowly, peeling his gaze away like a final, silent goodbye. In his hand, he seized the very tome he'd been hunting all along. Earlier, deep inside the cave, Warren crept up to Beksul, dropped to the cat's level, and chided him with a soft, affectionate scold. Relief slammed into him as he asked, breath catching, if she knew just how worried Chilryong had been. Relief surged through him. The wound was shallow and could be treated. He pinned her with a hard stare, pulse racing. Was she one of the mythical creatures raised by Jiang Sambong? He scooped the trembling, frail animal into his arms. They hissed, "Hurry back!" Baxiel needed treatment, and he had to return too. Right then, the cloaked silhouettes huddled nearby began to... It disintegrated into a choking cloud of dust. Shock slammed them into silence. They charged forward, only to find a lone, battered tome waiting in the exact spot the figure had once occupied. Recognition slammed into him. His eyes flew wide and he shouted, "The Taiji Depth Heaven Tome!" And just like that, he'd found it. Back outside, Foreign clenched his jaw and replayed every second of what had just transpired. A jolt hit him. If he hadn't hunted down Baxial, he'd never have uncovered the tome. Past life him would have turned his back on that child without a second thought. He launched his gaze skyward and he whispered that he'd changed, then clenched his jaw and swore he'd change even more. He swore the Tianzheng clan would soar to the peak of Henan and wrench itself free from the grip of ruin. He swore an unbreakable oath. His family would live in happiness, and he swore he'd make it happen. Later at the clinic, Baxial lay on the cot, patched up in a tangled web of bandages. Elder Dugong leaned in, probed her wound with steady hands and declared he'd done everything he could. The injury was far less severe than it first seemed, so he was certain the cat would heal quickly, while Chilryong, eyes raw and red from crying, gently stroked her fur and whispered her name. Warren burst outside and was met by the rest of his group, already gathered and waiting for him. Mo Byung's face flamed with anger as she snapped, "Do you even know how long we've been waiting?" Then tore into him with a fierce scolding. They snapped that he should have at least warned them before dashing off alone. Warren cleared his throat, forced out an apology, and confessed, voice trembling, that he'd barreled off the moment he heard the cat was hurt. He turned away, announced they'd found the cat, and more importantly, he'd seized what he'd been searching for, then ordered them to leave. Mo Byung announced they were ready to move out, then leaned in with bright curiosity. What did he mean by obtain? Had he finally found the ginseng they'd been hunting? Warren shook his head, a smirk curling as he shot back that he'd unearthed something far better. Mo Byung scoffed. What could possibly top ginseng? Warren turned back to her, voice low and unshakable as he declared that what he'd found was a future. He spun on his heel and strode off, leaving the others gaping in stunned confusion. Before they departed, Huaren stepped up to Elder Dugong and Chael Ryong once more, dipped into a brief, reverent bow, and poured out his thanks for everything the elder had done for them so far. Chilryong's face crumpled with sorrow as he pleaded, "Are you really leaving?" Huaren's hand shot into his pocket, and a jade plaque snapped free, gleaming like a dare. He pressed the token into the boy's hand and barked that if Chael Ryong ever needed help or fell into danger, he must take it to the Tianzong clan in Henan. One day he'd need it, so never lose it. Chael Ryong seized it eagerly and vowed to keep it safe. Warren spun away and vowed he'd see them again, but before he could even leave, Elder Duke Gong suddenly bellowed, his voice tearing through the silence. His eyes cut like ice as he snapped, "Warren, why are you being so kind to them?" He snapped, reminding him they were nothing but country folk who foraged herbs and nursed the sick. He spat, Why would someone like Warren lift a finger for people he doesn't even know? Warren froze, the question hitting him like a sucker punch. For a heartbeat, words jammed in his throat. He finally admitted it. At first, he'd only come for the scripture buried inside that secret technique. But memories of the hours he'd spent with them at the clinic slammed into him. At last, he roared his answer, shattering the silence. He snapped, eyes blazing. The Chul Ryung reminded him of himself. The reply hit Dukong like a punch. He staggered, went stone silent, words lodged in his throat. Cheol Ryung flung his arms skyward and shouted for Hwaran to visit them again. Hwaran lifted a hand and waved back with a faint smile. As the group prepared to leave, Mobyong fixed him with a suspicious stare and demanded if he'd really handed the Tianzong clan's jade plaque to the boy, snarling that an honor like that isn't handed out lightly. Hwaran declared, voice steady and unshaken, that he'd learned much from Cheol Ryong and that the boy was worth far more than a single plaque. For one sharp heartbeat, Warren's mind darted to a single memory. The day he first met Younghua slammed back into him. He'd been drinking all afternoon when a young woman swept up to him, her lively smile beaming. She swept into a flawless bow and declared, "I'm Younghua." She beamed, declaring she'd serve him from that moment on, then stepped forward with a warm smile and said, "Nice to meet you." The first time her energy slammed into him, Warren reeled, utterly stunned. But then he cracked a grin and fired the greeting back. Back in the present, the group vaulted onto their horses, spurred them, and thundered away. Mobyong caught Hwaran beaming out of the blue and asked what kept that grin glued to his face. And Hwaran chuckled, asking if he really looked like that. Youngwook fired off. "Are we heading to the Jaegal clan next?" Hwaran shook his head and declared they'd return home instead. Mobyong's eyes flew wide. "What? I thought we were meeting your fiancé." She burst out. "We're practically at the Jigal clan's doorstep. Turning back makes no sense." Hwaran bristled, snapping that it was far too soon to visit them or to see his fiancé. Youngwook shot back that they should show the clan he'd healed. Hwaran planted her feet, jaw hard, and cut him off, insisting they were going home. They froze as the metallic bite of blood flooded the air. Faces snapped into hard masks and, as one, they hissed, "Blood." Mo Byong jabbed a finger in one direction and shouted, "It's coming from there!" They lashed their horses into a sprint and moments later crashed into a horrific scene. Bodies littered the ground, motionless and strewn in every direction. Warren's face darkened, a storm gathering in his eyes as he silently damned the martial artists for the slaughter they'd unleashed. He demanded, "How can you kill like it's nothing?" Youngwook shot him an anxious look and begged, "What do we do?" Hwaran's eyes narrowed into cold slits and his voice turned to ice as he snapped that they mustn't meddle in another's fight and ordered them to move on. He spurred his horse forward, leaving the others frozen in his wake, and Mobyong's voice ripped after him. "Young master!" Warren snapped the reins and let his voice fall to a whisper. When Mobyong asked what he meant, he breathed a quiet confession. The truth was, he couldn't tear his eyes from the scene. Ice hardened his features as he snapped, "The corpse is on the ground. They stand as the JGOL clan's guard. Elite martial artists sworn to defend the clan." The group surged forward. Mobyong's shout shattered the quiet. "A battle's erupting right nearby." Warren shot his hand up and barked for everyone to abandon their horses. They leapt off at once and charged deeper on foot. The ghost blades flexed their spectral arms and rolled their shoulders, bracing for combat. Youngwook balled his fists, determination blazing, declared this their second battle since the flying demonic lion and then roared, "Time to fight!" While Namwook murmured under his breath, "Another battle awaits." Warren snapped his sword up before him, halting their charge. He barked, ordering them to hold their ground and study every move before they charged in. Youngwook froze for a heartbeat, then forced out a slow, reluctant nod. From the shadows they watched the fight erupt. Warren's eyes snapped sharp the moment he spotted familiar faces. His mind screamed that he'd spotted Jigal Yohayan standing right beside her. Bound by blood, he was the Jagal Patriarch's firstborn, the son of Jagal Buk. Shock slammed into him. He'd never spotted them during the Wudong mountain chaos, not even in the distance. The masked man thrust his hand skyward. A sudden, searing blast of energy hurtled straight at Yohei and Buk. An elderly man surged forward, becoming a human shield between them and the threat. He took the hit square to the body. Blood poured from his mouth and seeped through his robes. Yohai's scream tore through the air as she cried out for Uncle O. Desperation carved her features, sweat plastering her skin as she clawed and gasped for air. They watched the scene erupt, then snapped their gaze toward Mobyong. They leaned in and asked if she recognized the men in white. She shook her head and confessed she didn't. Warren's mind exploded. If their identities stayed unknown, the group was still pulling strings from the shadows. Spotting the horned green snake masks in white clothing, his memory snapped into razor-sharp focus. Certainty struck like lightning. They were the Green Blood Viper Squad, and he could already see the bloody history they'd go on to write. When Duke Sang ripped the pill of life from the fabled green blood viper, he blasted past mortality into the divine realm, then forged a killer clan under the viper's sigil. Soon they were feared for merciless cruelty and deadly, flawless strikes. Warren's pulse spiked. One burning question tore through him. Why strike the Jagal clan now? He swallowed a curse, the words strangled back in his throat. A desperate thought burned through him. If only he had more information on them right now, he might just forge a proper solution. He locked onto the battle, his face hardening into a razor-sharp glare. He went stone still for a heartbeat. Then, without warning, he sprang to his feet. He inched forward, every step deliberate. As his hand shot to the hilt, he yanked the sword free from its sheath. He ground his teeth and branded himself a fool. He already had the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome and the demonic Poisonstone Flower, had sworn to go home, refine his family's martial arts and change their future. Had promised himself that, and yet his treacherous feet dragged him straight into danger while he screamed inside. Why am I doing this? A masked assailant hurtled at Jagal Buick in Yohei. The blow hung in the air, a heartbeat from hitting its mark. The man's head snapped clean off, sailing from his shoulders as Hwarin appeared before them in a heartbeat, sword out, and its edge dripping blood. Both, Jiggle and Buick, the Green Blood Viper Squad leader, froze mid-breath, shock cleaving him to the spot for a heartbeat. Yohei's eyes shot wide and she cried out, "Is it truly you?" Hwarin whirled to face them and declared, "Young Hwarin of the Tianzong clan," his voice sharp and unmistakable. The Green Viper Squad leader snarled, fangs bared, and roared, "Kill him!" One of the masked assassins lunged forward. Moby Yong, Jungwook, and Namwook slammed into the fray, forming a human shield that swallowed the strike aimed at Hwarin. When the dust finally settled after the clash, Jagal Buick gaped at Hwarin, blurted, "Is that really you? I thought you were too sick to even move," and admitted it had been a long time since they'd last met. Warren silenced him with a razor-sharp snap. "This isn't the time to talk." Buick clamped his mouth shut, stunned. Warren was almost unrecognizable after just a year. The leader of the Green Viper Squad cocked his head, curiosity flashing in his eyes, and snapped, "Who is Warren, really?" Warren leveled his sword and snapped that they were just travelers who'd happened to pass by. The masked leader sneered, a contemptuous scoff ripping through the silence. He spat. "It doesn't matter. You'll all die here anyway." Warren's mind snapped into action. A head-on clash would doom them, even though the enemy didn't have overwhelming numbers. The Jagals lay crumpled and breathless, already too exhausted to fight. He vowed he'd drag every last one of them out alive. To pull it off, he had to hatch a razor-sharp strategy. A split second stole his chance to decide. Moby Yong surged forward and roared, "I will fight!" The squad leader curled a mocking lip and spat. "So brave? Only when you're hiding behind someone else?" Warren exploded, fury ripping through him. He shoved Moby Yong behind him, bellowed at the masked man, demanded, "When have you ever hidden?" and roared that he'd fight. The squad leader's grin spread wickedly as he barked, "Young fools!" Hwarin hurled himself forward with a thunderous roar, drowning out Moby Yong's desperate cries to stop. She screamed after him, panic ripping through her voice, and Namwook seized her shoulder, shaking his head hard. He barked, "Wait and watch. The young master we once knew is gone." They had to witness what he'd become. Hwarin, fury burning in his veins, roared that he would slay the enemy with a single strike. Namwook expelled a soft, defeated sigh under his breath and murmured, "Maybe not." The Green Viper Squad leader dragged his tongue across his lips in a cruel grin, then steeled himself. When Horan's strike came roaring in, he flicked it aside like it was nothing and sneered at him. She snapped, "So that's all it took to shatter his composure?" Goran ground his teeth and surged forward, hammering out a relentless flurry of strikes. The leader roared at him, demanding to know what he was plotting, but as he moved, his feet betrayed him for a heartbeat. Warren's eyes locked onto the opportunity. They surged forward, unleashing a ferocious attack. His blade arced across the leader's hand, shearing one of the leader's fingers clean off. The Green Viper Squad erupted into panicked shrieks, all clamoring for their leader. Even Warren's allies gaped, jaws dropping as they stared at the impossible thing he'd just pulled off. Warren's jaw snapped shut. Inwardly he owned it. He'd planned to sever the entire arm. The enemy contorted his body, turning a fatal strike into a mere graze even with his vision clouded. Still, Warren grinned, a surge of certainty crashing through him. He had finally achieved the goal he'd been chasing. Mo Beong hurled himself forward again, bellowing that it was too dangerous. This time, Youngwook lunged in and stopped her, demanding they let Hwarin keep going. Mo Beong hesitated, but week after week she insisted she still couldn't stand by. Hwarin pressed on toward the squad leader with slow, deliberate steps, a cold, razor-sharp calm settling into his mind. Hwarin repeated the words in his chest and drove his mind into razor-sharp focus. He had to make sure everyone walked out alive. Facing the future's most notorious assassination force, brute strength wouldn't save him. He needed razor-sharp cunning. Not an instant win, but one tiny opening. And from this moment, every move was a gamble. The squad leader leveled a cutting glare, locking eyes with him. They held that tense, breathless stare for a long beat. Then, horns pierced the man's mind and planted a cold command. Deliver a message to squad leader Dokasang. The masked leader froze, his eyes snapping wide as cold dread slammed into him. The words weren't spoken aloud. They were roaring inside his head. Kept his voice rock steady, Hwoaryn dropped the bomb. He too was from the Hidden Saint cult. Perched at the back, Youngwook narrowed his eyes at Hwoaryn and hissed that the young master looked like he was mouthing something. The sound slid past his ears like a ghost, leaving him clueless. He suspected a special technique, and Moby Yong, eyes locked on Hwoaryn, whispered that it was the sound transmission technique. Astonishment flared inside her. This wasn't a skill anyone learned overnight, so she strained to pin down when Hwoaryn had picked it up. Hwoaryn plunged his voice through the technique into the Green Viper squad leader's head, promising that if he carried the message to Duke Sang, he'd be forgiven. Then he barked for the masked leader to leave at once. The Green Viper squad leader gnashed his teeth, rage coiling in his gut. He snapped, tearing into Hwoaryn. How did you know the squad leader's name? His voice razor-sharp as he pressed again. Who is Hwoaryn truly? Tension knotted in Hwoaryn as bitterness flared. He'd dropped Dokasang's name, yet the leader still eyed him with doubt. He froze for a heartbeat. He'd thundered that 5 years earlier. He stood in the wreckage as the three demonic heavens obliterated the Hidden Saint cult, then demanded to know whether the Green Viper squad was one of the factions plotting to resurrect it. Then, with steely conviction, he roared that he too was a man of the Hidden Saint cult. The masked leader sprang into action. With a single explosive step, he launched himself forward. He planted the blade's edge against Hwoaryn's neck. From the rear, his companions unleashed a frantic alarm, their voices ripping through the air as they cried for their young master. The Green Viper squad leader's gaze snapped into a thin, venomous slit. He sneered at Hwoaryn, calling him nothing but a child, barely grown. And yet the kid knew the squad leader's name and the secrets of the Hidden Saint cult. The masked man admitted he couldn't believe it. He challenged Hwoaryn. Answer one question, and I'll accept your claim. He roared, demanding to know which heaven of the Hidden Saint cult he belonged to. Hwoaryn froze. His thoughts sprinted, battering the walls of his mind. It slammed into him. He was being tested, exactly as the information from his knowledge of the future had warned. The Hidden Saint cult wasn't a single united force. It had splintered into a loose alliance of three factions. The Sun Saint cult burned with a single obsession: raw, absolute power. The Moon Saint cult hunted its sacred creed with fevered, uncompromising zeal. The Hidden Saint cult stepped between the two as mediator. Tension snapped tight. No one could pin which faction the Green Blood Viper squad belonged to. Hwoaryn tore into the problem, picking apart every angle with laser focus. He scoffed at the thought that the Hidden Saint cult, or the Moon Saint cult, would build an assassin network. Yet a cold knot in his gut whispered it could happen. Every instinct of the Sun Saint cult screamed for them to do it. He felt the gamble in his gut, but he'd always bet on the likeliest winner. He gambled everything on this one choice. Silence pressed in. Farine let a tiny, fragile smile slip across her face. He slammed his hand to his chest and bellowed that he hailed from the Sun Saint cult. The two men locked eyes, the silence stretching taut between them. Then, finally, the Green Viper squad leader ripped his blade free and they roared, "Retreat!" Before you could blink, the shadows swallowed the entire squad. Just as the danger faded, Warren's body turned on him. He crumpled to the ground. Crimson dripped from his nose and mouth. He spat a curse under his breath. Then the realization slammed into him. He'd suffered an internal injury. The blow from the earlier strike crushed him far more than he'd expected. A haze swallowed his vision. Mo Byung barreled toward him as his vision blurred and consciousness began to slip away. Warren's eyes snapped open. He hauled himself upright, inch by inch, until he sat, every movement heavy and deliberate. He tore his gaze across the chaotic, fucking-packed scene, every inch buzzing with motion. Hands flew as people dove into their tasks, every motion sharp and focused. Jagal Yohai stood frozen. When his gaze landed on her, he breathed her name like a secret. Silence snapped as Yohei hurled an object straight at him. He jolted, snatched it out of the air and stared. His gaze drilled into the object cradled in his palm. Yohei snapped, "It was her!" The clan's healing medicine would mend his internal injuries. Warren's frown sharpened as he snapped that he hadn't helped her expecting anything in return. Yohei whirled and bellowed, "Would you only accept it if I begged?" Then demanded he take it at once, cutting him off before he could reply. She strode away. From across the room, her voice slid into a hush as she muttered a Foran's lips stayed still. But a faint secret smile sparked inside him the moment he heard it. He blurted out that he'd never realized Yohei could be so disarmingly cute around her. Out of nowhere, Mo Byung materialized behind him, peering intently at the medicine with a hungry, electric curiosity. She blurted that the rare remedy was reserved only for the Jagal clan's direct lineage, then confessed she hadn't expected Yohei to give it to him. Those inside snapped that she should make her presence known. She'd just jolted him out of nowhere. Mobyong brushed aside his protests and ripped into him, confessing she'd been terrified when he lunged at the assassin, convinced he'd gone mad. Warren declared, voice steady. I was only trying to save everyone. Mobyong slumped down at his side. She leaned against his back, barely touching him, her hand anchoring on his shoulder as her voice folded into a whisper, and she asked why he'd changed so much. She snapped, That was only a few months ago! He seethed with self-hatred and loathing for the world, turning every day into a living hell. That was the Warren she had known. Today he hurled himself into mortal danger to protect them all. She told him she was impressed and proud, but curiosity burned through her. She had to know what was driving him to act this way, those gripped by hesitation. He whispered his answer, his voice cracking as the first words stumbled out. Memories of his past life slammed back into him. Silence stretched on for a long, aching beat. Silence shattered the second he finally spoke. He swore he was pouring every ounce of himself into this now, so he'd never have to stare down regret later. The next morning, Warren's crew surged forward, shoulder to shoulder with the Jagal clan. They urged their mounts along the road, hooves drumming a steady, unbroken rhythm. Jagal Book spun to Warren, gratitude blazing in his eyes, and thanked him for deciding to accompany them back to their clan. Buick admitted, voice raw, that his family had no fighters left. If the assassins had struck again, the clan would have teetered on the brink of ruin. Warren shrugged, voice cool as ice. It was no problem. He'd already been planning to head to the Jagal clan anyway. Book gave a quick nod, then tossed off, almost casually, that Warren had to be on his way to meet them. Chongyang cut Warren off before he could even reply. A carriage window snapped open. Yohai leaned out, curiosity razor-sharp in her voice as she demanded, What exactly does Warren like so much about Chongyang? Wait, was that her strength? Or did her beauty alone steal their breath? Her mocking gaze pinned him, hungry for an answer. Foran sealed his lips and held his silence, refusing to take the bait. He yanked the conversation and fired a sharp question at Buick. Why had the assassins singled out the Jagal clan in the first place? Buick and Yohaya froze in place, unease carving their faces as they traded a nervous, jittery glance. Garen leaned in, pushing the point. The Jagal clan was the region's undisputed powerhouse, this territory their own front yard, and he demanded to know what could possibly drag assassins across miles just to strike right here. Yohei faltered, his reply barely a whisper. She stammered, scrambling to insist it was nothing more than a coincidence. Buick shook his head, cutting her off. This was no coincidence. Warren had thrown his life on the line to save them, and Buick insisted Warren deserved to know the truth. He swallowed and admitted he couldn't pin down the exact reason. It only looked like the assassins were moving in to snatch someone. Yohei. Warren's brow snapped into a frown as he echoed the name. Shock slammed through the room. The lady of the Jagal clan herself had been targeted, and Book tore into the explanation. The assassins cut down their warriors without mercy, but went out of their way to spare Yohai. He swore a shadowy force was bent on destroying their family. Warren snapped, If they snatched Yohai, it wasn't random. She's a bargaining chip, and whoever pulled this wants something in return. Buick's gaze slitted into a hard, dangerous line. He clenched the reins, knuckles whitening as dread coiled in his gut. He couldn't deny he'd long suspected someone was gunning for their clan. This incident ripped through every boundary. A cold suspicion ignited in him. Were the martial artists' attacks fueled by a leak of sensitive information? After a long, grueling trek, the group finally burst into the territory. Meet Clan Jagal! The gates burst into view. Warren's heart roiled in his chest. His heart thundered at the reunion waiting for him. After an unbearable, endless separation, he was finally about to see Chongyang again. His dear Chongyang. Memories from his previous life crashed back into him. They'd been betrothed before either had drawn a breath. Yet time had ripped their lives apart. He'd withered into a pale, sickly shadow, every breath a struggle. She plunged into martial arts with laser-sharp, unblinking focus. She slipped farther and farther from him, fading into a life he could no longer touch, until at last they were reduced to distant silhouettes, tethered by the iron grip of duty. Jagal Buick's voice shattered his thoughts as he addressed him. She thundered his name, summoning the young clan heir to step forward and greet the clan head. Warren gave a sharp nod, swung to his companions and ordered them to rest while he surged ahead alone, deep inside the Jagal clan's grand estate. Warren bowed, a name that demands respect. He lifted his head and declared, voice cold, Yong Huaren of the Tianzong clan. Then a brutal interruption swallowed his last words. The clan head sprang to his feet and clamped both hands onto Warren's shoulders. He detonated into a thunderous laugh that shook the chamber. roaring that seeing Huaren this healthy was impossible to believe. The complete opposite of the last time they'd met. He strode forward. Jagal Kayak, head of the Jagal clan and the heaven-ruling sword. Huaren bowed with respectful gravity and murmured that it had indeed been a long time. Chayuk nodded and asked if the Tianzhuang clan leader was well. Warren grinned and announced his father was in robust health and had just sent his regards as they spoke. Chayok's hawk-eyed gaze swept over Warren. He chuckled. Warren's chiseled, powerful frame screamed years of martial arts training. He swore Chongyang would be over the moon. Warren's throat hitched, and he forced out a shaky denial. He didn't deserve the praise. Chayosh flicked the comment away and admitted he'd already stolen too much of Warren's time. He'd been a fool to dawdle while someone waited for him. Breathless with eager hope, Huaren dipped once more, conceding the point with a crisp, respectful bow. Huaren was stopped dead before he could leave. Chayok fired off one last remark, revealing another guest had slipped in earlier. A guest of similar. They were about Huaren's age. Chayuk urged him to talk, and Huaren nodded. He'd do it. The moment the outsider slipped out, the room exhaled and the air went electric. Alone now with Book, Jagal Chayuk's laughter cracked and died into silence. His voice hardened into steel as he barked at Book. "Speak!" Outside, Huaren stormed down the estate steps, each footfall a drumbeat against the silence. His mind laser-focused on the meeting ahead. He clung to the thought that he'd already greeted the clan head. At last, the long-awaited moment to meet her slammed into place. He pressed onward, every step driving him farther. A ruckus at the gate snapped him to attention. The attendant barked that no members of the clan were present. The guest shot back he only wanted to announce his name. Warren snapped his head around, his eyes narrowing with a flash of recognition. He knew the man instantly. The man's eyes snapped to the foreign presence too. A mocking grin split his face as he addressed him, declaring the man before him none other than the heir of the Tianzong clan, and introducing himself as Jiao Guang of the Songchun clan. He thrust his hand forward like a lifeline. Warren hesitated, not taking it right away. He locked onto the hand, his tongue clicking in sharp irritation as recognition flared. This had to be the guest Jagal Chayok had mentioned, and at last he spoke. Jiao Guang's smirk answered the mention of his name as he taunted Huaren. Here for Lady Chongyang? And boasted that arriving first made the meeting his. Finally, Warren seized Jiao Guang's hand and shook it with a firm, decisive grip. His hand clamped like iron, unyielding. A polite smile curled his lips, but never reached his eyes as he said it was a pleasure to meet him, and coolly noted he'd heard plenty about the Songchun clan. Still clenching the man's hand, Huaren's voice turned to ice as he announced he'd come to see the woman promised to him as his fiancée before he was even born. Confessed he hadn't expected to find Jiao Guang here, and the vice-like handshake left Jiao Guang faltering. He snapped a smirk over it and said he'd heard of Huaren's failing health in recent years. Right then, Jagal Buick burst into the room and felt the air snap with raw electric tension. He pinned the two men with a glare and shot. "Are you here for Chongyang?" He said she was most likely in the courtyard. Huaren and Jiao Guang fired the word back in perfect unison, determination crackling through their voices. They barreled forward, both charged to outpace the other as they closed in. A sword screamed through the air, a silver streak tearing the silence. They lunged at Jiao Guang, nearly striking him. Both men slammed to a halt inches from their target. Warren's eyes shot open as he drank in the breathtaking sight before him. In the courtyard, Chongyang stood like a storm, her blade pressed to her sparring partner's neck as he raised trembling hands and croaked his surrender. Chongyang snapped her blade free, then slid it back into its sheath with a careless flick that dared anyone to blink. She held her voice calm, disappointment slicing through it as she muttered the fight had been boring. Memory slammed into Huaren, hurling him to the very first moment his eyes met Cheongyang's. She stormed back into their territory triumphant, and the air erupted with deafening cheers as the gathered crowd screamed her title with unrestrained excitement, their voices crashing over one another in a thunderous roar. The snow blossom blade of the 12 martial blossoms thundered back, bearing the demonic human's head. A man in the crowd gasped and demanded how the Jagal clan could have produced such an outstanding martial artist. Another snapped that he'd heard she was consumed by a martial arts obsession, and the name tore through the masses like wildfire until someone finally spoke it clearly. Shake Chongyang like a storm. Amid the spectators, Huaren from years past loomed like a ghost of the man he once was. He was a fragile husk. Every tremor screamed that his body had betrayed him, and his health was failing. Rushing in from the distance, his eyes snapped to her, locking in with a fierce, unblinking stare. And in that instant, everything snapped into place. Yongyang snapped her head around. Their gazes collided for a split second. Before the memory dissolved, the present surged forward and swallowed it whole. Warren replayed each hard-won victory in her head, pride flaring through her like wildfire. Her relentless, ironclad dedication to martial training carved her into a lethal force. She forged the title Snowblossom Blade into legend, and by 40 she stood as one of the 3 strongest female martial artists. She'd left him in the dust with her blade years ago. A thunderous shout snapped him back into reality as Zhu Guang barreled toward Chongyang, screaming her name. He called out, draping his voice in a practiced friendliness. "It's been a while." Chongyang fixed Kurt Li with a stone-cold, unimpressed stare and snapped, "Why do you keep showing up at our clan so often?" Zhu Guang forced a nervous laugh and insisted he'd only wanted to see her. Before he could finish, Chongyang snapped him silent and hissed, "Stop! I already have a fiancé." Her eyes snapped past Zhou Guang. She dropped straight onto foreign soil and shouted his name. Surprise and uncertainty warred in her voice. Surging forward, she crept forward, breath hitching. "Is it really you?" she asked. Huaren met her with cool composure, saying, "It's been a long time." And Yongyang leaned in, scanning him intently, her voice softening as she whispered, "How are you even standing here?" She burned to know if he was truly healthy again. Huaren revealed he'd just recovered and was roaming the land, then confessed he'd stopped by solely to see her. Chongyang shot the question, "You'll stay for several days?" And Huaren froze, the answer snagging in his throat. He pinned her with a long, steady stare, then answered, a faint smile curling his lips. He declared, "No, I'm leaving at first light. I only came to see you." He started layering in even more. He turned on his heel and called, "We'll talk tomorrow after your training. I have something I need to tell you." Chongyang's eyes pinned him as he walked away, her face a locked vault. Zhou Guang's face contorted with jealousy and rage, his fist clamped like a vice, the storm inside him impossible to hide. Within his chambers, Huaren hunched over a stack of books, eyes devouring every line, when a visitor arrived. He refused to lift his eyes. He snapped, "Did Zhou Guang show up because he had something to say?" Zhou Guang strode inside. They dropped into the seat opposite him and cut straight through the small talk. He ripped the words out and declared he was in love with Chongyang, and Huaren regarded him coolly, saying it was bold to confess such a thing. Gok Wang leaned in, relentless, demanding to know if Huaren truly intended to marry her. Huaren snapped, "Zhou Guang has no manners." Zhou Guang scoffed, then pressed on, irritation mounting until it laced every word. He declared that Chongyang burned for martial arts, so she hunted a partner to magnify her strength. He then scoffed at Huaren, snarling that Huaren was weaker than him. Zhu Guang crowed he'd already carved out a name for himself over the past few years, and were christened the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade. He snapped, demanding to know what Huaren had accomplished, snarling that he'd only just barely recovered. Zhou Guang leaned in, his sneer sharpening as he spat that Huaren never loved Chongyang at all. Huaren's gaze hardened into ice as he ripped Zhou Guang's hand away. He snapped, asking if he was finished speaking. He needed to bolt. Huaren was swamped. Rage coiled in Zhou Guang, but he snapped on a calm mask in an instant. Hidden from view, his hand clenched a tiny vial that looked disturbingly like poison. He shoved it into his sleeve, burying it beneath the fabric. He snapped to his feet, eyes blazing, warned that Huaren would regret this, then fell utterly silent. He spun on his heel and stormed out of the room. Alone again, Huaren snapped his tongue in annoyance as Jiao Guang's gaze smoldered like a lit fuse. Trouble was about to explode. His gaze snapped to the Taiji Depth Heaven tome lying before him, and he muttered that he might have to unleash it sooner than he'd planned. Before long, another visitor strode through the doorway. Waring spun to the door, ready to snap, then froze the moment he saw who stood there. It was Yohei. She pressed the question inward. Had she disturbed his rest? Huaren took her in, struck that she was far more refined than when he'd last seen her, every inch a proper lady, and the transformation hit him as oddly out of place. She was nothing like the mischievous girl he'd met on Mount Wudang. When he demanded why she'd come so late, she revealed she'd heard he was leaving in the morning. She plunged into a deep, reverent bow, each word she spoke ringing with solemn respect. Huaren snapped that if she stayed, she'd sabotage Chongyang's training. Chongyang had pressing matters waiting at home. Yochai nodded, understanding clear in her eyes. Then her demeanor snapped, changing in an instant. She leaned in, grin sharp as a blade, and jabbed, "You're really going to marry my sister?" Huaren bristled, annoyance clawing at him, but he sealed his lips. Her gaze drilled into him, razor sharp and relentless, pushing him further. He swallowed a tight, inward sigh, baffled that so many people were suddenly fixated on his marriage. He squared his shoulders and tore through the silence to lay everything bare. The next morning, the world jolted awake. Foreign and his group snapped into action, muscles coiling as they readied to depart. Joggle Book, Chongyang, and Yohai stood at the front to see them off. And Book snapped, "Huaren, do you really have to leave so soon?" Huaren bowed once, cool and composed. He'd already paid his respects to the clan head and met Chongyang, so he excused himself. Buick smirked, joking that Chongyang would be left disappointed, Chung Young dropped her gaze as sadness darkened her face. Huaren's soft call sliced through the quiet. "Can we speak privately?" she asked, snatching the moment before the woman could even answer. A thunderous shout ripped across the distance, the voice roaring his title and naming him heir of the Yang clan. It was Zhou Guang. He swept forward, a smirk curling on his lips. He flung himself into a flamboyant bow before Huaren. He roared, "I am Ji Ok Wang, the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade of the Song Chun clan." He slammed a gauntlet onto the table and demanded a duel with the Tianzong clan's heir. Gasps ripped through the crowd the instant Zhou Guang thundered his challenge for all to hear. Voices thundered through the arena, some screaming, unable to believe the duel's sheer audacity. Chung Young's voice cut through the chaos, cold and razor-sharp. She spat that he had no shame, her eyes pinning him with fierce disappointment as she accused him of daring to challenge someone who'd only just recovered from serious injuries. And she demanded that if he wanted a fight, he behave properly and set a date in advance. Zhou Guang let a smirk slice across his face. That was all the answer he offered. He sneered and bellowed that challenging the heir of a martial clan bore no shame, shouting for all to hear that he only wanted to behold the Tianzong clan's famed soaring dragon emperor sword. Warren was about to leave, so he had to act now or lose his only chance. They dropped into another bow. Arrogance blazed in his eyes as he leaned in and asked Warren flat out, "Will you accept?" Murmurs exploded through the crowd, whispers crackling with heat. They froze, breath caught, daring the heir to answer. Warren's eyes slit into cold knives. He knew Ji Ok Wang hadn't come to test swords but to humiliate him in front of everyone. He hadn't finished healing. His body still throbbed with raw pain. Thoughts clawed at him, refusing to let go. His companions, Young Wook, Nam Wook, and Mo Byung hovered nearby, faces free of worry and crackling with eager certainty, as if they already knew what Huaren was capable of. Young Wook's pulse jumped. It was time for Huaren to unveil his repaired sword. A faint smile flickered across Huaren's lips. He locked eyes on Mo Byung and demanded, "Is your instructor not going to stop him?" Mo Byung shrugged, cool as ice, and urged him to refuse. He was still raw from the brutal clash with the assassins. They closed the gap. Her expression shifted and she admitted she'd already guessed his choice. He would accept the duel no matter what, loyalty to the Tianzong clan burning in his veins. Bound by clan oath, she swore to follow him down every path he chose, conviction blazing in her chest. She locked eyes with young Huaren and declared she believed in him, daring him to accept the challenge and claim victory. Her words stunned Huaren for a heartbeat. Had she finally transformed? Truly transformed for the first time in what felt like forever? He beamed, then strode forward, and proclaimed in a razor-clear voice that he, young Huaren, heir of the Tianzong Yang clan, would embrace the duel. Later, the action shifts to the open arena. Zhou Guang and Huaren squared off in the center. Jagal Byuk, Yohai, and Chongyang planted between them as grim overseers, and Yohai boomed the rules. Qi was allowed in this friendly duel, but sword qi and lethal techniques were forbidden, and defeat came the moment a combatant dropped their weapon or their sword shattered. If a blade couldn't endure the torrent of qi and exploded into shards, that still counted as defeat. Zhou Guang flashed a confident smile, masking the storm of thoughts behind his eyes, certain it would tip the scales in his favor. Because of Huaren's internal injuries, his qi was strangled, leaving him barely able to bend even a whisper of power to his will. Zhou Guang's grin sharpened. He dragged this out and toy with his rival, savoring every second before the duel even began. Huaren slammed a new layer onto the contest, instantly cranking the stakes through the roof. He threw down a wager. Lose, and you'll be banished. Barred for life from the Jagal clan, never to set foot inside its gates again. Zhou Guang snorted and accepted instantly, taunting Huaren with a cold grin, as he reminded him what would happen if he lost. They decreed he would be the one forbidden from returning. Huaren replied, calm as ice, that the wager must be honored. Yohai blinked as the sudden twist hit her, and her mind raced through every implication. If Huaren won, Zhou Guang would be banished for life, never again allowed to set foot in their clan. If Huaren lost, it barely mattered. He'd wind up living with Young anyway, and Yohai gaped at how that plan had been hatched in a single heartbeat. Jagal Book barked a command at the two combatants too. They regenerate, mending every wound with their own power. The crowd exploded into a thunderous roar. Anticipation slammed through the arena like a thunderclap, electrifying every soul. Yohai leaned in, closing the gap to her brother. She jabbed the question, who did he think would win? Then hit him with a sharp reminder that a foreigner tore through the assassins just days ago. Buick shook his head and snapped that the Yang clan's prestige would crumble. Yohai gaped and demanded why, and Buick said flatly that though Huaren's future gleamed, his injuries had gutted his strength. Zhou Guang was rough around the edges, but years of hard-won, hands-on experience had sharpened him. They called him the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade. His sword tore the air with a dragon's cry, and his chi billowed like drifting blue clouds. Buick declared his skills already rivaled the elite rookies of the great sects. If they fought this instant, Hwoarang would be crushed. Buick whipped his gaze to Chongyang and asked if she agreed. She fell silent, eyes riveted upward to the sky. At the center of the arena, Jao Guang smirked, confidence blazing, and roared his name with pride. Jao Guang, Azure Cloud Dragon Sword of the Songchun clan. Hwoarang's voice cut through the hush, cool and steady. Yang Hwoarang of the Tianzhong Yang clan. He narrowed his eyes, a cold, predatory stare locking onto his target. Zhou Guang scoffed, ripping Hwoarang's pedigree to shreds. He sneered, spitting that the Tianzong calling themselves the Dragon Clan was a joke now that they'd been reduced to nothing but writhing worms. Hwoarang's face hardened like steel. With quiet, burning resolve, he vowed to show him why. Both men snapped their swords free, steel flashing like lightning. Their locked stares thrummed with raw, electric intensity. Moments before, they lunged forward in perfect unison. Their blades slammed together, the impact sending a ringing shock through the air. Zhou Guang's smirk cracked as he ripped his technique free. He roared a challenge and unleashed a blur of shifting strikes. Hwoarang fought with raw desperation, every fiber of him refusing to surrender. He became a blur, slipping past attacks and snapping his blade to deflect every incoming strike. He lurched backward and found his footing, but Zhou Guang gritted his teeth and slammed down, pressing even harder. They lunged forward with another thunderous roar, daring him. "Let's have some fun!" Bloodied but unbowed, Hwoarang darted aside once more, parrying and knocking aside every strike he could. Irritation coiled in Zhou Guang, tightening like a spring about to snap. A silent curse seared his gut. How was Hwoarang blocking his techniques? Bleeding and reeling, he couldn't lock onto the hurtling trajectories. Hwoarang's gaze snapped into razor-sharp focus. His eyes devoured every arc and slash of the blade. Zhou Guang's sword snapped into razor focus before him. Insight, the ability that erupted the moment Qi took hold of his sight. He gritted his teeth, forced to admit he wasn't supposed to be this far. Was this too? All of it sprang from the old man's teachings. Rage boiled in him. Zhou Guang roared again, his voice ripping through the air. He hissed Hwoarang like a rat on the run, then coiled for another strike. He roared he'd finally test whether Hwoarang could block. His sword ignited into a storm of blue chi as he unleashed another devastating technique. From the side, Yohei's shout tore the air as he recognized the mighty Azure Cloud Sword. Hwoarang's gaze locked on the blade, alarm sparking in his eyes. So this was the Songchun clan's sword. Zhou Guang's smirk hardened into a dare as he provoked Hwoarang to bring everything he had. Hwoarang planted his feet, squared his shoulders, and braced. He unleashed golden chi, letting it surge out and sheath his sword in molten gold. The two bellowed their techniques and unleashed a thunderous barrage of attacks. Zhou Guang summoned the mighty Azure Cloud Sword, and Hwoarang unleashed the soaring Dragon Emperor sword. Their blades slammed together with ferocious force, showering the arena in crackling sparks of chi. Zhou Guang unleashed a mocking shriek. He sneered. "That's it? All the Tianjin clan's famed sword can do?" He unleashed a blistering non-stop storm of strikes. Hwoarangs fought to resist them, teeth bared, barely holding their ground until one brutal strike slammed into him and hurled him backward. Zhou Guang locked onto the moment, roared that this would be the end, and unleashed a secret technique. A severing sphere. Blue chi surged like a tidal wave, crashing over the arena and swallowing it whole. The dust fell away, and Hwoarang stood firm. Wounds crisscrossed his body, blood dripping from his arms. His companions and the Jago siblings stared, worry carved into every face. Hwoarang's gaze anchored like ice, a thin rivulet of blood tracing from his lips. Rage boiled in Zhou Guang, surging higher with every heartbeat. His teeth snapped together, his jaw tight as a drawn bow. His eyes shot wide in disbelief as a curse curled in his gut again. He'd planned to take at least one of Hwoarang's arms, but Hwoarang even blocked the clan's secret technique. Hwoarang wrenched a strip of cloth free from his garments. He lashed it tight around his arm and hooked it over his sword for support. He hoisted his weapon again, roared, "It's not over yet!" and jabbed the blade at Zhou Guang, daring him to step forward. Rage exploded in Zhou Guang. He snarled that he'd never liked Hwoarang. Rage gnawed at him whenever the man flaunted that superior air, that icy calm, that smug, know-it-all grin. At first, everything had revolved around Chongyang, but now it was personal. He roared, "I just want to crush you." His aura detonated, pouring out a white-hot tide of killing intent. From the side, Yohei screamed in protest, shouting that this wasn't a friendly duel anymore as she spun to her brother, desperation raw in her voice. She screamed at Buick, begging him to stop the match before it spiraled out of control, and Buick remains dead silent. Yohei whipped around to Chongyang, desperation clawing at his throat as he begged her to step in. She stood rooted, eyes glued to the battle unspooling before her. Hwoarang stared, eyes locked on every move. He eased his blade down, every inch a slow, deliberate heartbeat. A storm tore through his mind as the brutal truth sank in. Zhou Guang was right. He'd been lying to himself. wearing a calm mask as death closed in, pretending he'd already seen the future, when in truth the future was a blind, shifting void. Guilt decked him like a punch. He knew he wasn't a saint. He'd ripped a child's future away. But the instant he charged forward, steel filled his heart. He planted his feet and met it head-on. He marched straight into the storm. He slammed the door on his shame-soaked past. Not a saint, but he swore to move heaven and earth to protect anyone he still could. He gripped his sword like a man choosing his fate, chi roaring and pooling thick around the blade, and he vowed to himself, "This is the path I'll walk from now on." Zhou Guang froze for a heartbeat, stunned as the raw, overwhelming presence pouring off him slammed into his chest. Rage surged through him again. Rage ripped from him as he demanded what nonsense Warren was spouting. His strikes surged, turning into a blistering blur. Rage exploded, fiercer than before. Warren hoisted his blade like a promise, his voice slicing across the arena, calm and iron-steady, as he told Zhou Guang he'd prove why the Yang clan was truly the clan of dragons. And their clash erupted into even deadlier fury. A savage gust ripped through the arena. A suffocating pressure rolled off it, making the crowd tremble, and Yohei's bellow cut through the roar. He warned it wasn't a friendly spar anymore and demanded it be stopped. Yang sprang into action, moving before anyone could blink. She ripped her sword from its sheath. He braced himself to leap the instant things crossed the line. Blue chi kept pouring into the arena, a roaring electric tide that swallowed everything in its path. A wild new energy burst to life at the duel's center, electrifying the air. Yang locked her gaze on it, unblinking and razor-sharp. Curiosity sparked across her face, her eyes suddenly alight. The cheese oozed and coalesced, inching itself into the fierce silhouette of a dragon. The audience froze solid. Yohei's voice hitched as he stammered, "What is that?" Then he whispered, stunned, "It looks like a dragon." Fuarin's companions, worlds apart, their face split into a proud grin the instant they saw it. Their chi clashed with thunderous force. It struck with bone-rattling intensity. Zhou Guang felt his composure snap like thin ice. Alarm ripped across his face as he watched Warren siphon his energy and swell with raw power. Panic clawed at his thoughts as he spat curses at the situation. At this rate, he would surely lose. As the atmosphere hit its breaking point, a thunderous voice tore through the arena, bellowing for them to stop. A figure slammed into the arena's center, and with one razor-quick gesture, he yanked both energies into his palms and shattered them in an instant. He brushed the chi aside like dust with a single flick, then threw back his hood to reveal himself as Jagal Cheyuk. He straightened to full height, chest thrust out, a proud smile blazing across his face, and thundered that the duel would end right there. The Jagal siblings' voices erupted in reverence, instantly hailing him as their lord. Jagal Chayok's voice snapped razor-sharp, warning that if the fight had continued, it would have cost someone's life. Jukwang's face snapped into stunned disbelief. He ground his teeth and bellowed at the clan head. Rage crackled in his voice as he insisted he'd won the duel. Then he roared that if Chiok hadn't intervened, the victory would have been his. He would have demolished Warren. Jigal Chiok leveled a glacier-cold stare at him and demanded, "Do you really believe that?" Then reminded him that, according to the rules, a snapped or fallen blade spelled instant defeat. Zhou Guang's eyes shot open as he looked. He slammed to the ground and horror ripped through him as he stared at his blade snapped clean in two. His face drained to bone white as his voice cracked, shaking out a desperate denial. He hissed, "This can't be true." Desperate, he lashed out and branded Huaren a sorcerer to justify himself. He swore he'd felt it. Warren lay gravely wounded, unable to summon any of his power. Suddenly, unnatural strength ripped through him. Jiao Kuang bellowed it had to be demonic arts. Before his rant could spill another word, Chongyang cut him off, moving in with ice-cold precision. She snapped her sword up, pinning the cold tip against Jiao Kuang's throat. She snapped, "Stop making a scene and drop it for once," shoved the wager he'd agreed to in his face and demanded, "Have you already forgotten?" The crowd froze, breath snatched away as Jiao Kuang froze on the spot, his pride splintering into 1,000 jagged pieces. Several heartbeats later, he finally spun, his back turned. He strode out of the arena, each step a thunderclap. They slunk away, humiliated, while Jagal Choyok clicked his tongue in bitter disappointment, and muttered that the Songchun clan had truly fallen, scoffing that someone like Jaok Wang could ever claim to be the Yang clan heir. His gaze snapped to Warren, and a grin split his face. He let out a thunderous laugh, hailed the Yang clan's young master, called the duel a dazzling spectacle, and admitted he was genuinely shocked by the performance. He rested a firm hand on Warren's shoulder and marveled. Even while still recovering, Warren moved with breathtaking martial prowess. His eyes slitted as he snapped that the very display of strength had forced him to step in, warning everyone that no duel inside the Jagal clan would be allowed to end in a corpse. Huaren flashed a faint, grateful smile and dipped into a respectful bow, thanking him for the acknowledgement. Jigal Chuk exploded into loud, raucous laughter. As Warren whipped a hand across his mouth, his gaze snapped to his mouth. Blood was dripping from his lips. Jigal Chuk snapped a sharp tongue click and scolded him, incredulous that he would leave in that state. Then urged Warren to rest in the main estate for the night and set out the following day. He urged him to seize the time and finally sit down for a proper, no-nonsense conversation with Chongyang. Warren sank into a deep, respectful bow once more, accepting it quietly. He sprang off the stage and sprinted back to his companions. Jigal Chuk's gaze pinned him, eyes flashing with hungry interest. A triumphant grin exploded across his face as a cold realization slammed into him. The Tianzong clan truly harbored a dragon among their ranks. He couldn't deny it. They'd earned the title Dragon Clan. Yet when his gaze snapped to his own hand, he spotted it, wounded and bleeding, and memories slammed back into him, vivid and inescapable. The instant he snuffed out Warren's chai, his eyes narrowed into razor slits as thought sharpened. Could it be? He mouthed. But no sound escaped. After a long, tense pause, his quiet contemplation shattered. Then he exploded into a bellowing laugh that rolled through the courtyard. He thundered his son's name, the command cracking through the air like a whip. He bellowed for Buick and ordered them to move their plans up, sooner than anyone expected. Book plunged into a deep bow and snapped, "It will be done as commanded," without a second's hesitation. Hours later, darkness tightened its grip. Warren planted himself in his quarters. He bound his wounds with fierce, unflinching focus. He locked his gaze on the scars that carved across his body. He muttered through gritted teeth that the duel had left him with even more wounds. A thunderous knock slammed against the other side of his door. Warren swallowed his nerves, snapped his jacket into place, and beckoned the visitor inside. The door groans open, sliding ajar inch by inch. Chongyang glided in, serene and statuesque, her calm elegance settling the air, who in turn answered to her. A soft whisper escaped her. She had come. Chongyang slid into Warren's quarters and settled opposite him with effortless, deliberate grace. For a heartbeat, she pinned him with a razor-silent stare, memorizing every twitch before At last, someone jabbed the question at him. "How do you feel?" Warren thrust his injured hand into the air. He stared at it, a faint, rueful smile flickering as he confessed he'd gone a little too far in the duel, then brushed off her concern and insisted he was fine. A suffocating silence dropped between them, stretching taut until He finally forced out a sound just as Chongyang's voice ripped the silence apart. Chongyang conceded, voice tight with respect, that Jok Wang had been a formidable opponent. Warren gaped. She leaned in and poured out the details. She warned that the Song Chun clan's Azure Cloud sword tore opponents apart with overwhelming chi, and Zhu Guang's martial prowess burned with deadly force. Bloodied but unbowed, Quarren surged forward, overpowered him, and left him sprawled in defeat. She pressed on, calling out the exact technique Warren had unleashed at the end. To her eyes it looked like the soaring Dragon Emperor sword, but a cold, wrong pulse thrummed through it. She confessed, eyes wide, that she'd watched him siphon his opponent's energy, bit by bit. A jolt of suspicion hit her. Had he secretly mastered a Wudang martial art? She asked, her curiosity burning with earnest intensity. How? He skyrocketed to that level almost immediately after recovering. Warren let a faint, secret smile flicker at the corner of his mouth. He noted inwardly that Chongyang's martial arts obsession still burned like wildfire, and he let out a resigned sigh. He'd seen this line of questioning coming. Chongyang snapped back to herself and blurted, "Did I say too much?" She leaned in, snapping him to attention and reminding him he still had words he needed to tell her. Warren conceded she was right, snapped upright, and told her he had something important to share. He revealed that once he recovered, he plunged headfirst back into his martial arts training. He finally seized a goal, or, he admitted, it had been the same burning aim buried deep in his chest all along. He thrust his right hand skyward and roared that his only desire was to protect his clan and family. He swore he'd stop at nothing to make it happen. A confident smile curled on his lips as he turned to face her. She cut in, declaring she did too. They have to be gunning for the exact same goal, he told her, desperation burning in his chest, that he hoped she would live with. She seized her freedom and charged down the path she chose. Chongyang cocked her head, confusion burning in her gaze, and pressed, "What do you mean?" Warren's face went stone cold as he told her he was certain she'd rise to be an exceptional martial artist, and he wouldn't stand in her way. Chongyang froze, the world tightening into a single breathless beat of silence. Her features hardened into a cold mask as she snapped, "Is there another woman?" Warren coughed, then rushed to deny it. No, that's not what this was. The truth was stark and simple. They didn't love each other. Martial arts consumed her, she breathed it. Fierce loyalty burned in him for his clan and family. He prayed she'd live the life she truly wanted, unshackled from any obligations that might stand in her way. They locked eyes, and for a long electric moment neither looked away. Chongyang shut her eyes and let a soft sigh escape. She drew a breath and confessed one burning wish she begged him to fulfill. Surprise punched through Warren. He locked onto her and blurted, What might this wish be? That night, under a cold silver moon, Hua Ren and Chong Yong faced off in the training court. Chong Yong's request had drawn them there. Warren scratched the back of his head, disbelief cracking his voice as he blurted, "Your wish was to duel me?" Chong Yong's eyes blazed with fierce light as she snapped that he should know the truth inside and out. She explained that every clash of blades was a lesson. When swords crossed, you could read the other's thoughts and pull out the words they refused to say, she declared, voice like iron. "This is my answer," dropped into a blade-ready fighting stance. Warren's lips curled into a small smile as he hoisted his weapon and coiled into his own stance, answering without a beat that, of course, he'd grant her wish. In the next instant, they hurtled at each other, steel clashing beneath the moon's cold light. Steel screamed through the courtyard as they traded blows, yet alongside the clashing of swords clashed, smiles lighting both their faces. They reveled in the exchange, laughing wordlessly as every strike spoke like a private conversation. Warren let out a barely audible whisper. One last, hushed goodbye. A final thought burned in his chest. Goodbye, Chongyang. When dawn cracked open the next morning, Huaren and his companions planted themselves at the exit of the Jagal clan grounds, muscles coiled and eyes razor-sharp. They dropped into a deep, reverent bow, heads pressed low as respect poured from every motion. They charged toward the Jagal family, then vaulted into their saddles. They tensed like coiled springs, ready to bolt. Warren whipped around one last time and looked back over his shoulder. His gaze snapped to Chongyang, who stood off in the distance, watching him like a silent sentinel. She beamed at him, a warm smile blooming across her face. He shot a smile back, an unspoken goodbye burning in his eyes. He and his group spurred their mounts and thundered away. Back at the training courtyard, the swords they'd used in their spar still jutted from the packed earth. They planted themselves shoulder to shoulder, drenched in the sun's molten gold as a peaceful hush wrapped them like a warm cloak. At long last, their long journey had ended. They finally tumbled into the inn, flopping onto chairs and beds and lounging like exhausted conquerors. Liquor's sharp bite hung heavy in the air. Every so often, laughter ripped through the clinking of cups, bright and impossible to ignore. Youngwook leaned in, curiosity blazing in his eyes, and blurted to Warren, "When did you find the time to train this much?" Namwook blurted out, demanding to know what those bizarre techniques had been in the duel, and Youngwook swore the final strike was unmistakably the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. Yet it flowed with a strange, unfamiliar twist, unlike the art they knew. Fuaran chuckled, reminded them he'd been at their side the whole time, then shot back, "How could I possibly have practiced on my own?" Inside, his thoughts screamed a whole different story. Silently, he owned the truth. The blade he'd wielded was the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword. His chi flatlined, and the Taiji depth heaven art slammed in, wrecking everything he tried. The Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword was meant to overwhelm an opponent with raw force, roaring into being as a blue dragon. Fused with the Taiji depth heaven arts, it twisted into a technique that consumed his opponent's chi to suppress them. And he reflected. The Jagal clan head snatched it from the jaws of disaster at the last second. Still, if his mastery of the Taiji depth heaven arts had been greater, the danger might never have flared. It could have devoured the clan head's very chi, exploding into a force nobody could control. His thoughts careened into an even wilder spiral. The Soaring Dragon Emperor sword tore across the heavens, a dragon-forged blade of imperial fury. The azure bamboo sword sliced the air like a streak of blue lightning. And Chi, who commands the Jagal clan, if he could fuse them all into one. His musings snapped shut when Youngwook hoisted his cup high, a satisfied grin splitting his face, and proclaimed that Huaren had awakened in this duel. His understanding of martial arts had deepened dramatically. Beside him, Mo Byong fell silent, her gaze locked on Huaren. A rush of memories from the journey they'd shared slammed into her, filling her thoughts with vivid, pulsing moments. Her mind snapped to the Tianzhongyang clan. Once, they reigned over Henan as the greatest clan. A small, hopeful smile flickered across her lips. A spark of hope flared in her. Could that greatness really return? She seized her own cup and took a long, fierce gulp. He smashed it down onto the table with savage force. She stepped forward and thundered to the group that they had to push harder, or they'd be left in the dust by their young clan leader. Youngwook cut in instantly, slamming his hand on the table and roaring that no one could have imagined this turn of events just a few weeks ago. No one believed their young clan leader could vanquish the flying demonic Blood One and snatch the special flower. He couldn't even overcome the Azure Cloud swordsman. Pride roared in his voice as he declared Fawaran was growing stronger with each passing day. Laughter erupted around the table, pouring through the inn and wrapping the room in a sudden, cozy warmth. Up on the inn's upper floor, a cloaked figure loomed at the window, silent, eyes locked on the lively group below. After a beat, he faltered, then turned away. He slipped into a room swallowed by dim, hungry shadows. Inside, a man hunched over a table with cloaked figures standing guard at his sides. The newcomer stepped forward, bowed low, and blurted that he had urgent news to report. He hunched at the table, murmuring under his breath, obsession coiling his voice as he hissed about witchery and sorcery. He raked his bare fingers across the table until blood welled, carving fresh gouges into the wood. His face contorted into a grotesque snarl as he howled, again insisting it was sorcery. The next day, Warren and his companions galloped along a forest path, hooves pounding beneath the shadowed canopy. Frustration gnawed at Mo Byung as Warren's horse pulled with savage, relentless force, muscles coiling as it lunged forward. She shot ahead of the group, her voice slicing through the air as she called to him. A voice snapped, "Keep driving his horse and it'll keel over from exhaustion long before they ever reach the clan." Warren yanked the reins and the horse slammed to a halt. He looked back, apology burning in his gaze, admitted he'd maybe rushed in, and Mo Byung stepped up, urging him to lean on him. Black snarled, warning him that if he charged in blind, he risked losing something far more important along the way. Warren's smile flared. He nodded and answered with steady respect. "Instructor Mo." He jabbed toward a nearby spring, barking that they halt to rest and water the horses. They vaulted from their mounts and pitched camp at the spring's edge. Young Wook, Nam Wook, and Mo Byung, three names that slam into the night like thunder. They scrambled, hauling dripping buckets of water while, as Warren sank into meditation, his breath sharpened and the noisy world folded away. Young Wook snorted to the others. Their young clan leaders seem utterly consumed by martial arts these days. Nam Wook shot back that it was a good sign, and Mo Byung warned the phase wouldn't last. Miss this chance now, and smashing through the wall of progress later would become a brutal, far harder fight. Hwarin froze in a quiet grief, peaceful and aching like a moonlit wound. Suddenly his senses snapped awake, razor-sharp and laser-focused. A cold shadow uncoiled from the tree line. His eyes snapped wide. His hand snapped to his sword hilt as he barked, "Who's there?" and roared for them to reveal themselves. His crew barreled to his side, alarm blazing in their voices as they demanded, "What happened?" Everything flipped in the blink of an eye. Several cloaked men loomed. A figure burst from the forest's shadows. The crew froze, eyes wide, blindsided by their sudden arrival. Mo Byung shot back instantly, fire lacing his words. "We're not mere bandits." She shook her head and roared, "No bandit would dare!" It could cradle chi so immense the air itself quivered. "Assassins." Young Wook fired the question. Were these the same enemies they'd fought before? Warren's eyes pinched into slits and he snapped, "No." Their masks differed, and each moved with a completely different edge, but inside, a restless knot gnawed at his gut. They weren't assassins. They exuded the austere, sanctified discipline of an orthodox sect. From deeper in the forest, a voice spat, low and hateful, and kept repeating the same venomous line. Someone had found him and called him a wrecked demon. From the shadows, he inched into the light, and at last his face lay bare. Recognition slammed into Hwarin, his face snapping rigid. He blasted the man's name into the air. There he stood, Gao Guang. Pressure surged, the air closing in on him like a steel vice. Hwarin ground his teeth as a hostile surge of energy slammed into him, its crushing weight closing in from all sides. His hawk-like gaze sliced through the ring of men encircling Guang. Recognition slammed into him. Azure Cloud, the Song Chen clan. Seething, he barked. So they're not even bothering to conceal their identities. Hwarin's shout ripped across the taut field, demanding to know if Guang had come to exact revenge for what had happened at the Jiggle clan. Guang ripped the air with a furious roar and bellowed, "Silence!" Rage burned in his eyes, zeroing in on Warren as he jabbed a finger at him and thundered that Hwarin was a practitioner of demonic arts, insisting that even if others couldn't sense it, he, the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade, could. His voice trembled with iron conviction as he vowed, "I've come to slay the demon." From the rear, Mo Byung locked onto the deranged blaze in Guang's eyes and spat that he wasn't in his right mind. Madness shredded Guang's mind, and he jabbed a finger at the bulging veins, crying that turbulence roiled his inner chi. Convinced the man had plunged into chi deviation, Hwarin barked again, reminding Guang he'd already lost to him once and sneered, "Do you honestly think this will end any differently?" Guang's laugh unfurled slowly, madness contorting his face as he sneered, "You still don't understand your situation, do you?" Then flashed a wicked grin and taunted, "So, how did the poison spring water taste?" The realization slammed into Warren's group like lightning. They scrambled to circulate their chi, and it lay cold and still. Mo Byung's gasp ripped the air as she screamed that her inner chi had stilled. Namwook, standing nearby, choked out that his chi had frozen too. Warren's mind detonated into panic. "Gentleman's poison!" He gasped in horror as the sick truth slammed down. He'd laced the spring with gentleman's poison. Rage exploded from Hwarin as he surged at Guang, snarling, "Was poisoning us your plan all along? Threatening us wasn't enough? You used poison too. You dare call yourself an orthodox martial artist after this? Rage detonated in Jukwang. He roared, "Shut up! To slay a demon I'd do far worse. You have no idea what I've endured to reach this level of cultivation. I didn't devote my life to martial arts just to lose to scum like you." Rage twisted his face as he raised his sword and roared that the azure cloud sword's might was invincible. At the back, Jang Wook's voice cracked with tension as he warned the situation was dire. They'd all drunk from the poison spring. A dozen armed warriors closed in. Zhou Guang reeled from a chi deviation, and their enemies were bent on killing them all. Hua Rin's mind snapped into action. Zhou Guang's chi wavered and faltered. "Without our own inner energy, we stand no chance." He snapped an order. Before he could finish, Namwook surged forward, planted a firm hand on his shoulder, and declared they were his guards, sworn to protect him. Mobyong, Namwook, and Jungwook planted themselves before Hwarin, muscles coiled and eyes locked, poised to strike. Mobyong tilted her head and snapped, "Run! Now! We'll hold them off. You must escape." "There's absolutely no way you'll die before we do," she vowed, her voice like iron. Hwarin froze for a heartbeat. A shadow slid across his face. Then his voice snapped into a razor-sharp command. He snapped, "No!" He strode forward, jaw set like iron. Not today, he thought. Today no one will die as he swept past his companions. Realization slammed into Mobyong. His eyes snapped wide. She screamed in panic, begging him to stop, but he turned away and ignored her in an instant. Warren's pure chi roared awake, spiraling violently through every fiber of his body. It compressed until it became unbearably dense, then detonated outward, its color snapping to a brutal dark crimson as it surged uncontrollably. He mouthed a fierce vow. "Because I'll make sure of it." Jukwang convulsed as rage and fear ripped through him. "I knew it!" he roared. "You demon!" Blood streamed from Warren's nose as he charged ahead, thinking, "This is the first time I've ever forced my chi out. This crushing, tyrannical aura feels like 60 years of cultivation packed into one presence. Lose focus for a single heartbeat, and it'll swallow me whole." Jukwang's face twisted into a mask of hatred as he screamed his men to charge, roaring that the Songchun clan would personally purge this demon in an instant. Masked warriors behind him burst forward in a thunderous charge. From the rear, Mobyong, Namwook, and Jungwook bellowed a frantic warning, their voices ripping out as they called to their young lord. The masked men surged forward, the circle snapping shut. Warren drew a cold, steadying breath, tamped down the chaos in his chest, and vowed, "I need to take them down as fast as possible." In one fluid, lightning-fast motion, he whipped his blade free and unleashed a thunderous slash that cleaved the first wave of attackers down instantly. Zhou Guang leveled his sword at him and roared again, barking for the remaining men to finish him. Another wave of masked warriors hurled themselves forward. Chaos ripped across the field as the battle intensified, and Warren tore through the attackers like a living storm, cleaving them with ruthless precision. He launched skyward, spinning into a whirling blur. He slashed, his blade streaking crimson through the air as foes toppled, one after another. He launched like a rocket, tearing into the sky and blasting straight over Jukwang. Blood trickled from Zhou Guang's mouth as he glared upward, fury blazing in his eyes. His jaw locked. "He must die!" he screamed. "We strike as one." The masked warriors shot skyward again. Crackling energy coiled around Hor as he hovered. Then, in the next heartbeat, he vanished. He materialized on the ground in the heart of their formation, and the masked men snapped into a single, razor-sharp stance. They roared their technique in perfect unison, snapping into a deadly combination that spun into a circular assault and slammed shut around Hwarin. A synchronized assault crashed in from every direction. He slammed his arms up, blocking with roaring fury. Sparks showered the air as their blades slammed together in a relentless blur. A sword whipped in from behind. He torqued his torso at the last instant and slipped out of the blade's path by a hair. The merciless battle raged on. He surged forward and felled one attacker with a savage slash. The instant his blade slammed home, Jukwang hurled himself into the fray, driving his sword down in a crushing vertical slash. Hwarin snapped his blade up at the last heartbeat, and their steel met in a deafening, thunderous clash. "So this is the young clan you spoke of," Jukwang snarled, slamming down with raw, crushing force. "They're fighting to hold their ground, damn it. My body's turning to lead. Their formation's one problem, but this. The old man's chi is devouring me. If I don't jolt it loose right now." A distant cry sliced the silence and snapped his attention. "No, Master Mo!" Jungwook's voice exploded, panic tearing through it, and Hwarin whipped his head around to see Mobyong locked in a brutal clash. One of the masked men slammed his fist across her shoulder, sending her staggering backward. His eyes snapped wide with shock. He acted without a second thought. He cut his duel with Jukwang short and hurtled toward her, roaring, "Master Mo!" Jukwang's roar split the air. "Don't let him escape!" His men lunged at Hwarin instantly. A thunderous crash ripped through the air as masked attackers slammed a ring around him, encircling him completely. Desperation ripped from Mobyong's throat as he shouted, "Young Lord!" Hwoarang froze, pinned and hemmed in on every side with no escape. High above, Zhuguang rocketed into the air, sword aloft as he roared. "You bastard!" he screamed. "This is the end!" And at that instant the formation's core detonated, spewing a massive wave of demonic chi. Heaven's lightning ripped him skyward in a roaring ascension. Demonic, enroared and surging as a surge of power rocketed skyward, shuddering the entire battlefield as a blinding flare tore through the clouds. Then it buckled, shuddered, and imploded inward. Silence slammed over the area as dust and smoke swallowed the air. Kneeling on the ground, Mobyong gaped, jaw slack as awe washed over him. She knew it the second it flashed. The heavenly lightning ascension, she thought. Even she could barely replicate that elite sword art. So how did he pull it off? She spun to the side and yelled at Namwook and Jungwook, both still clawing themselves up. "Two rising ghost blades, you all right?" Namwook groaned, rubbing his head, and Jungwook gave a weak nod beside him. "I'm fine, just this pounding headache." What the hell was that? They gaped at the yawning crater ripped into the earth, and at its center, Hwoarang loomed, wreathed in dark, roiling demonic chi. Namwook's voice cracked with disbelief. "The shockwave didn't reach us." Mobyong leaned in, peered hard, then gave a firm nod. At the last second, the young lord snatched control of it. Warren stood like a statue at the crater's center, utterly motionless. Panic tore through his mind. "Master Mo! Master Mo!" His vision smeared and the world around him dissolved. When it cleared, he snapped awake and realized he was sitting in a boundless plain stretched to the horizon, every puddle a tiny mirror throwing back the sky's flawless blue. Confusion clawed at him as he staggered, sweeping his gaze around and whispering, "Where is this?" Hwoarang's consciousness slowly stirred, and he realized he stood amid an endless sea of mirror-like puddles beneath a wide-open sky, and he whispered to himself, "This is a mind space." He gritted his teeth, resolve flaring, and roared that he had to return. Master Mo and the two rising ghost blades were still locked in battle, and he couldn't turn his back on them. Out of nowhere, the puddle's glassy calm exploded into jagged ripples as a demonic aura crawled up like black smoke, and in a heartbeat the water bled a sickening, blood red. Before Warren could react, something yanked him into the crimson depths, and beneath the surface countless pale hands clawed from the darkness, snatching at him as he plunged deeper into the void. Outside his mind space, Warren's chi exploded, ripping outward uncontrollably in a brutal, surging wave of power. The ground shuddered under the full force of it. Nearby, Dukong stared in alarm and demanded, "What's happening?" Mobyong's face hardened as she snapped they had to stop it. The being before them was no longer the young lord. She admitted she didn't know what it was, but insisted they couldn't let it roam free while puppeting Warren's body. Dukong bellowed that their inner chi was utterly spent. How could they possibly halt that monstrous force? Mobyong snapped, rage erupting. "Are you just going to stand there and watch the young lord be devoured?" Before either of them could move, Namwook jabbed a finger forward and bellowed, "Warren's on the move!" Their gazes snapped to a figure closing in on the bloody Zhuguang, slumped against a tree. Warren glided with a chilling, dead calm, his gaze hollow and stripped of any feeling. He launched himself like a bullet, his sword driving straight for Zhuguang's heart. Deep in the mine, Warren plunged through crimson water as a cold, hungry darkness closed in to swallow him whole. A soft light blossomed into being. A delicate hand pressed into his back and hoisted him upright. He fought his heavy eyes open, and was met by his attendant's familiar face, smiling faintly at him. "Yanhua," he breathed, disbelief cracking his voice. The instant her name escaped him, warmth surged back through his veins. Consciousness slammed back into him. He shot awake as Mobyong's desperate voice tore through his ears. "Young lord, wake up, young Warren." He jerked awake to discover the twin rising ghost blades and Mobyong holding him up, muscles burning as they fought to keep him steady. Mobyong bellowed, demanding he not lose control. "Don't let that power consume you. Overcome it. You said it yourself. You swore to shield your family and forge the Tianzhang clan into the greatest sect of all, didn't you?" Warren's ragged breath slowed into a steady rhythm as he croaked, "Master Mo, my acupressure points." And Master Mo's eyes locked onto the spots, understanding in an instant. Mobyong drove his fingertips into a chain of pressure points along his body, each touch surgical in its precision. The violent cheese convulsed and finally began to thin. Dissolving into smoke-like wisps, the wind eagerly swept away. Warren's eyes fluttered shut as consciousness slipped away, his mind teetering on the brink before it vanished completely. A bone-dry, ancient voice ripped from his chest, hissing with frost. "Next time, it won't end so easily." Silence coiled like a spring, Then Dukgong let out a long, deep breath and said it was a mercy the young lord had come to. Kneeling beside Warren, Mobi-Yong growled that if she'd struck the pressure points while he was still lost in deviation, his chi would have gone berserk and torn him to pieces. Dukgong clicked his tongue and confessed that when Huaren tried to kill Jukwang, he nearly snapped. Jukwang might have been insane, he said. The Songchun clan still stood with the orthodox faction. If word of Jukwang's death reached them, a ruthless vendetta would erupt. Dukgong spun toward Jukwang and stopped cold. Mobi-Yong already loomed over the wounded man, and Jungwook called out, his voice shaking. Namwook breathed a single word, antidote, and Jungwook blinked, dumbstruck, letting out a stunned, "Oh!" Mobi-Yong closed in on Jukwang, storm-dark eyes and knuckles white on her sword, and with a hollow, icy hiss, she snapped, "Even now your first thought is to look for an antidote?" She lashed out instantly, her blade carving a savage arc. Steel screamed through the air. Jukwang crumpled, lifeless, slamming into the ground. The twin rising ghost blades snapped to a stop mid-ascent, locked stiff with shock. Dukung exploded into a roar, disbelief ripping through him as he demanded to know what she was doing. She slid the blade into its scabbard with icy precision and answered, her voice sharp and unshakable. Jukwang had tried to kill the young lord time after time, and he'd seen Huaren's strange chi with his own eyes. Let him live and spread that, and he'd unleash ruin on them all. She slung Warren over her shoulder and marched off, voice low and fierce. "No one else needs to get their hands dirty. I'll handle it." Dukung tracked her retreating silhouette and murmured that the young lord's transformation had remade her as well. He folded his arms and hissed under his breath. Maybe they all did. He clicked his tongue, spun to Namwook and barked, "Hurry! Find the antidote!" Namwook slammed a tiny vial to his lips and downed it. Jungwook screamed, "How can you be sure that's not poison?" Namwook smirked and explained that when you sniffed an antidote, a dizzy, parching rush hit you because the poison inside your body flared up to defend itself. Poisons reeked like death's breath, wrenching your stomach into nausea. Once someone recognized that tell, tracking down the antidote became a snap. Jungwook inclined his head in a small, impressed nod, and Namwook flashed a sly grin as he hoisted a pouch. He said, "Next to the antidote I found something else, and it screams expensive." Time slipped forward. Warren clawed his way back from the fog. He pried open his eyes and realized he was lying in a bed at an inn. He shot upright and whispered, "I'm back at the inn." He snapped into a lotus and spun his chi into a fierce spiral around his core. After a few heartbeats, his eyes snapped wide, shock blasting across his face. His inner chi didn't just return. It roared back to life, flooding him with raw power. Strength swelled inside it, making it far stronger than before. He relived Jukwang's attack as a feral, uncontrollable power detonated inside him. He let out a heavy sigh and slumped back. He slammed his arm over his eyes, heart hammering. He'd just dodged disaster by a hair. His chi erupted into chaos and threatened to tear his whole body apart. He snapped upright and muttered, "If I could lose myself, even die." Unless he mastered the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome, everything he'd done would crumble to dust. A bolt of clarity roared through him. This power was no ordinary chi. Maybe it was the weary soul of an old man. If so, the presence inside him was hiding truths he hadn't yet grasped. Elsewhere in the inn, Mobi-Yong stood flanked by the twin rising ghost blades. They sat huddled at the table, voices low. Then Warren barged into the room. Relief flooded Jungwook as he rushed over and urgently fired. "How are you feeling?" Warren shot him a quick, "I'm fine," then locked his gaze on Namwook, who cradled a small golden token. "What's that?" Warren demanded. "Oh, this?" Namwook shot back. "Jokwang had it. It glittered with value, so I snatched it." Warren's eyes locked on the token, and recognition exploded across his face. He murmured that it was Cho Woo-hee's golden token, the very proof that grants a meeting with Hainan's most beautiful woman. And he asked aloud how Ji-ok-wang could possibly have come by it. A soft chuckle slipped from him as he said, "Haha, I see." An awkward silence crashed over the group. Warren cleared his throat and muttered that the atmosphere had suddenly curdled into awkwardness. Mobi-Young's voice went deadly serious as she called him young lord. Then her words were ripped away before she could continue. Huaren cut her off, bowed his head slightly, and offered a sincere apology to her and the twin rising ghost blades, confessing the poison had wiped out his inner chi, that Ji-ok-wang had already slipped into madness, and that he'd only tried to protect them when desperation left him no choice. Mobi-Yong shot to his feet, dropped into a deep, reverent bow, and poured out his thanks to him. She snapped that no matter what had happened, if he hadn't jumped in, they'd all be dead. And she demanded they know the truth. What exactly was that strange chi surging through him? They faltered for a heartbeat, then nodded and launched into an explanation. He cut them off and demanded to know what had happened to Jokwang. Namwook forced a reply, words snagging and stuttering in his throat, but Mobi-Young cut him off mid-sentence and voice stone-cold said, "He disappeared." Huaren bellowed in alarm, If Jukwang told the Songchen clan what had happened, it would drag them all into ruin. Mo Biang cut him off again, promising it would never happen, and explained that when Jiok Wang was possessed, he'd been forced to wrench his inner chi out. Control had snapped. By now he was a babbling, mindless fool, unable to form a single coherent sentence. She snapped her head to Namwook and Jungwook and asked for their agreement. Both men gave slow, reluctant nods. Warren sagged as relief flooded him and declared, "If Master Mo claims it, I believe her." He clenched his fist and erupted into a fierce, unyielding declaration. He opened his mouth to explain something. Before he could finish, a man suddenly stormed up to their table and cut him off. Warren jolted the moment the figure materialized out of nowhere. The inn's owner stepped forward, named himself, voice thick with apology as he explained he needed them to leave. Jungwook shot to his feet, indignation blazing, demanding why the innkeeper would order his guests out so abruptly. The owner turned toward the door and snapped that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had rented out the entire building. The group spun as one, snapping to face the entrance. Warren's eyes snagged on the name. He hissed it under his breath, disbelief roaring in his chest. He plunged into a distant memory and breathed the name, Sky Ocean Merchant Union. Wait! This is the exact place I became a son-in-law in my previous life. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union loomed like a titan over Hainan's trade, counted among the island's richest and most influential merchant organizations. Under its vast domain, 3 powerhouses dominated: the Sky Ocean Escort Agency, the Sky Ocean Inn, and the Sky Ocean House, each raking in riches and burnishing its renown. For Hwaran, the reason he couldn't forget the Union ran deeper than coin. In his previous life he'd been its master, and the raw sting of how that life ended still burned in him. She'd tried to drag him down into the strange, twisted factions abyss. His thoughts were ripped away when the innkeeper's anxious voice cut the silence again, sharply ordering them to leave the premises. Hwaran braced himself. If the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was really behind this order, no wonder the innkeeper cowered. Calm carved into his face, he pushed himself to his feet. He dipped into a crisp bow and said, voice steady, that he respected the request, but, as a paying guest, he couldn't simply submit to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's demands. Yongwok slid to his side, leaned in and hissed in his ear. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union is no foe the Tianjiang clan can underestimate. They wield obscene wealth and brutal martial might. Before Hwaran could form a reply, the inn's doors slammed open and a man strode in. He swaggered in, chest thrown out with arrogant poise, every step screaming pure confidence. Warren's face hardened the instant he recognized him. Bitter as bile, he thought. That bastard, of all places here. He swept his gaze around, sneered with arrogant venom, and shot. Don't you know who I am, Warren? Where did you come from? Hwaran declared, his voice calm and unshakable. I'm young Hwaran of the Tianjiang clan from Henan. His eyes narrowed into slits as he scanned Warren from crown to boot, drinking in every detail. A beat later he sneered he'd heard the Tianjiang clan's young master was too frail to ever leave home. And Hua Ren locked eyes with him, calm as ice, snapping, Do I look sickly to you now? Silence swallowed him. His arrogance wavered for a heartbeat. Then he closed the distance. His shadow swallowed Hwaran as he spoke, voice iron hard and edged with barely masked condescension. He barked that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's men were bone-weary, spent and staggering after a grueling voyage. He only begged to be left to rest in peace, insisting that Hwaran, also a martial artist from Hainan, could surely understand the weight of their hardship. Warren's lips curled into a cold smirk as he shot back. That sounded a lot like a threat to my ears. And the man's composure snapped. He barked, "What did you just say?" Warren's smirk twisted as he lifted a finger toward the ceiling and snapped, "If an orthodox sect wields its power to force its will on others, tell me, how is that any different from the demonic or unorthodox factions?" His face flared crimson with fury as he ground his teeth and snarled, "You insolent wretch!" Warren threw his head back and laughed, the sound bouncing off the inn's rafters. So the Sky Ocean Merchant Union truly wields the fearsome power everyone whispers about. A mere Merchant Union martial artist actually had the gall to roar at the young lord of a martial sect. Hearing that, Mo Byong and the twin rising Ghostblades sprang to their feet, hands tightening on their weapons. His hands snapped into tight fists as he squared off, every muscle coiled and ready to fight. Warren's hands slammed to his sword hilt, his left clamping around it as he spoke, his voice cold enough to cut. "If you truly wish to rent out this entire inn," he snapped, wrapping his sword's sheath with his right hand as he finished, "then we'll settle this by the laws of the Jianghu." Fire flared in his eyes as he gripped his sword and roared, "Fine, I'm outside!" They faced off in the courtyard as Mo Byong, planted behind Hwaran, voice shaking with panic, cried out, "Are you really going to fight?" Hwaran snapped, steel in his tone. "If I back down now, the world will call the Tianjiang clan weak." Let some mere martial artist from the Sky Ocean Merchant Union intimidate me and walk away unchallenged, and everyone will start to see our clan as weaker than a merchant organization. He snarled that the instant their names tore through the air, a showdown was sealed. It couldn't be dodged, and it wasn't supposed to be. Both combatants snapped into their stances. Warren's voice sliced through the room, calm and unyielding. The loser stays silent. Win and boom. Their words snap into law in an instant. No warning. The man catapulted himself forward. He lunged, driving his blade straight at Warren's chest. Warren juked aside, the attack slicing empty air like it never stood a chance. He flowed like water, every motion honed to surgical precision. Shock ripped his eyes wide as he darted aside, muttering under his breath. He rooted himself, feet driven into the earth like iron anchors. He ripped into a lightning-fast onslaught of thrusts, each strike quicker than the one before. Warren tracked him with razor focus, slipping past every strike with balletic precision as he dissected his opponent's technique and blade. Why does that sword look so slow? Then catapulted skyward in a single, towering leap. Warren ripped his blade free as he hurtled through the air. He cut in with a razor-fast descent, landing before his opponent could even react. Warren's blade slammed down and stopped a hair's breadth from the man's throat. Nearby, members of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union clustered in stunned whispers, and one of them hissed that no matter how fiercely their companion swung, his blade couldn't so much as graze the young lord. Another snorted. Those aren't the movements of a sick man. And the first declared, the rumor that the Tianzhang heir was too frail to move was a flat-out lie. Warren's blade hovered at the man's throat as a commanding woman's voice sliced across the courtyard. Stop right there. The man clenched his jaw and slowly lifted his head, eyes locked on the sword resting against his neck. The assembled crowd dropped into low, reverent bows the instant the gilded carriage door swung open. She glided into the room, and every head snapped to her as if gravity itself had shifted. She advanced, gaze razor-sharp, locking onto Hua Rin, standing tall with a subordinate kneeling at her side. Warren's eyes snapped wide as recognition slammed into him. Hua Wongqiang, he seared the name into his mind. The daughter of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's master, and the woman who'd once been my wife in a past life. Shock ripped through him. Why is she here? She lifted a delicate fan to her face, voice poised and elegant. I am Hua Wongqiang. I did not expect to find a hidden dragon within the Tianzhang clan. Hua Rin turned his gaze away, collected himself, and replied evenly. I am Yang Hua Rin. Hua Wongqiang sized him up in a heartbeat, curiosity flashing in her eyes. She leaned in and declared, Join me for a meal today. What do you say? Warren's breath seized as a storm of memories slammed into him. A surge of memories from the life they'd built. Every laugh, every fight, every quiet morning crashed through them. Laughter tore through the silence, cold and hungry. The arguments, the bitterness that once carved every corner of their relationship. A bead of sweat carved a cold path down his temple. He wrapped his words in politeness, but his voice cracked as he said, I appreciate the invitation, but I have matters that require my attention. I must decline. I hope you understand. Hua Wongqiang's face snapped rigid for a heartbeat. She shrouded her face completely with the fan, and silence stretched between them, taut, sharp, and unbearably awkward. She snapped the fan shut with a sharp flick, irritation threading her voice as she said, It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Yanghua Ren. She spun with effortless grace and murmured, I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other quite often. She swept off with her entourage. Warren let out a soft, stunned breath, eyes nailed to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union as they vanished down the road. Mo Byung swaggered over, admiration crackling in his voice as he announced he'd wowed her again. He'd crushed a skilled martial artist with ease and flat-out refused the Sky Ocean Merchant Union daughter's invitation. At the side, Namwak and Jungwak couldn't hide their amusement. Jungwak sighed, eyes dreamy, muttering that if a woman like that had offered wine, it had to be exquisite. Huaren shoved their comments aside and stormed back toward the inn, snapping, Let's just eat something light and leave quickly. Getting involved with her would only end badly. Later, the group huddled inside the inn around a table, tearing into their meal. Warren nibbled in near silence, each bite a soft, deliberate whisper. His legs betrayed him, quivering beneath the table. Mo Byung zeroed in on his unease and leaned in, asking softly if he felt unwell and that he'd seemed unsettled ever since meeting Lady Hua Wongqiang. Hua Rin pasted on a shaky laugh and stammered that he was fine. He shot to his feet and spat, That! He needed to clear his mind, sink into meditation, then hammer his doubts into silence with sword training. Mo Byung sprang to her feet and volunteered to go with him. But Huaren dismissed her with a single wave, insisting he'd go alone. He sliced through the quiet streets under the fading light of dusk. His mind plunged back into the past. Memories of his former life with Hua Wenqiang crashing over him. Memories slammed into him. Her waiting on street corners, eyes glowing with affection. Their laughter, the fights that exploded between them, the cozy warmth and the sharp sting of bitterness. The way she'd fix him with a look that held love and hatred at once. He snapped his tongue and muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's buried in the past. It's over, Horin." He fought to shake off the memories when a sudden commotion nearby ripped his focus away. Shouts slammed into his ears. He breathed, "A fight!" and barreled straight toward the noise. He burst into the crowd. His eyes exploded wide with disbelief the moment he recognized one of the fighters. That man, he thought, his pulse hammering. Gochuk! Gochiok planted himself in the middle of the street, teeth gritted, and the chain leash biting into his hand as the rabid black dog beside him growled and snapped. Ahead of him, at a distance, a man loomed with his sword bared, primed to fight. Hwarin crouched in the corner of a nearby building, eyes narrowing as the impossible question slammed into him. How had Gochiok managed to travel all the way here? He snapped his gaze to the beast beside him as an uncanny aura pulsed from its body. Gochiok's voice roared like thunder, his shout slamming into the man standing before him. "Listen one last time. Surrender that thing now, and we'll walk away quietly. Keep denying it to the bitter end, and you'll die right here." The man opposite him exploded, fury snapping in his voice as he bellowed, "How could you hand over something that doesn't even exist?" Dropping into a crouch, Gochiok stroked the black dog's head with an unsettling calm and intoned, "This dog can smell prey from 50 kilometers away. It's a black wolf. The fact that it came to you means you have that thing." From his hiding spot, Hwarin's face froze as the pieces clicked into place. The black dog had trailed the demonic poison stone flower's scent straight here. He plunged his hand into his pocket, yanked out the very flower and scowled. "If the flower's with me, then why are they targeting that young man instead?" Meanwhile, Gochiok's patience snapped. Teeth clenched, he pinned the defiant man with a razor stare and growled, "Do I really have to kill you to find it?" He roared above the din, every ear snapping to him as he proclaimed, "Listen up. I am Gochiok, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect of Hubei. Anyone who helps me seize that man will be handsomely rewarded by my sect." The nearby crowd of martial artists snapped to life, every body coiling like a drawn bow. Some traded razor glances while others clenched their weapons, knuckles going white. Gochi-oke crept in, slowly encircling the man with cold menace. The young man stood firm, refusing to waver. He roared back, defiance blazing, "When you meet the king of hell in the underworld, tell him you were killed by Zhang Seok." When the name hit his ears, Hwarun's eyes widened a fraction. Zhang Seok. That name tugged at the edge of his memory. He looks like a vagabond, yet he exudes a quiet, unshakable dignity. No doubt he's from a reputable clan. Hwarun barely had time to think before Zhang Seok launched himself forward, his blade ripping through the air with deadly precision. Steel screamed as blades collided and chaos devoured the street. Jung Seok blurred across the battlefield with lightning grace and crushing force, tearing through opponent after opponent. From behind, Gochiok lurked, teeth grinding as he hissed under his breath, "Useless fools." Jung Seok surged forward to strike another attacker near Gochiok, every muscle coiled to unleash the blow. He ripped his sword free in a vicious sweep. He drove his blade into his subordinate from behind. Steel tore through the man's body and lanced into Jong Seok as well. Jong Seok staggered backward, blood gushing from the wound as he screamed, "You plunged your blade into your own subordinate. An act so monstrous even the demonic cult wouldn't dare." Gochi-oke shrugged, his voice ice cold. "We stand between the orthodox and the unorthodox factions." Rage carved shadows across Zhang Seok's face. He ground his teeth as blood dripped from his mouth. A savage surge of chi ripped from his body. From the corner he thundered, "You people have crossed the line!" Hwarin's eyes snapped wide as Zhang Seok's overwhelming energy rippled outward and slammed into him. That chi, he thought, shock snapping through him. My God! How did I not recognize his name right away? He clawed through his memory, ripping out every scrap he knew about the man. They call him Zhang Sayuk, the demon's hero, the last disciple of the late hidden saint cult leader who was obliterated by the three demonic heavens. Zhang Seok mastered forbidden demonic arts, yet a chivalrous heart burned in his chest, and he won his title by honor and unyielding strength. Years later, he'd erupt into a force fierce enough to challenge Hachul Ryong himself for the title of the strongest under the heavens. Fingers clawed at the wooden wall beside him as Hwarin crushed a plank in his hand, his knuckles tightening as his mind raced. A man like him bled out on foreign soil because I took what wasn't mine. Gochi-oke unleashed a savage roar and lunged at Zhang Seok, his sword slicing through the dim light. Die! He bellowed. Before he could close in on his target, a massive slab of wood rocketed straight toward him. Gochiok yanked his sword up at the last second. Steel screamed, sparks sprayed, and the blow hurled him stumbling backward. His eyes snapped to the sound and he barked, "Who's there?" Warren strode out from the shadows, fingers curled on the hilt. He leveled a calm, razor-sharp voice and ordered, "Stop right there! Go!" Chuck's glare hardened like steel. "If you're just passing through, slip away quietly," he hissed, but then recognition hit him like a thunderclap and his voice shot up. "Wait, you're the one who took down Doggy Gong today, aren't you? Step aside. This isn't your fight." Warren's voice held eerily steady, cold as steel. "This worries me, Warrior Young. You're running on empty. Come on, let me lift that weight off your shoulders." Gochiok's jaw clenched like steel, fury igniting as he hoisted his sword. "Do the high and mighty really have to spill each other's blood?" he sneered. A ripple of murmurs swept the gathered crowd as an onlooker jabbed a finger and whispered, "Isn't that the Tianjiang clan's young master? The one who dueled Doge Gong earlier?" Another spectator snapped a sharp nod. "He's fighting again." The first shook his head. "No, I've been watching from the very start." Gochiak was moments from killing that vagabond, and no one dared to step in. That young master barreled in. Right then, Youngwook and Namwook burst onto the scene, bulldozing their way through the crowd. Youngwook raked his hand through his hair and muttered, "Is that the young lord? He's fighting again, huh? That title's sword demon is starting to suit him perfectly." Namwook smirked and shot back, "Well, it's better than standing around doing nothing." And Youngwook shot him a puzzled glance. "What do you mean?" Nam folded his arms and snapped out an explanation. Most swallowed their words, afraid of the serpent dragon's sexual past and the suffocating reach of its influence. But he veered off and carved his own path. In the Jianghu, they brand that path with a single word: righteousness. At the heart of the commotion, Jiang Suk locked eyes with Huaran and snapped, "I appreciate your concern, but don't let yourself be humiliated for me." Huaran shot a quick, sharp look at the raw wound on Zhong Seokei's shoulder before he thanked them for stepping forward, his voice a razor of unshakable resolve. "Hands off. This isn't yours to claim. Just recently I swore an oath to myself. I throw lifelines to those I can, and march the road I carved. Don't waste a single breath worrying about me." Before Jung Sayok could even respond, Go Cheok exploded in fury and lunged forward, bellowing, "You brats!" Their swords slammed together in a deafening clash that reverberated through the square. Sparks detonated when the two titans of Qi smashed together. The crowd's gasp slicing the air as the battle exploded back into chaos once more. They clashed with unbridled, bone-shaking fury. Warren stayed ice-cold, moving with deliberate, surgical precision. Gochi Ok stumbled, his timing collapsing under his opponent's relentless rhythm. He ground his teeth and spat through clenched jaws. "This bastard! How is he this strong?" Warren's chi detonated into a blinding blaze, engulfing him in a living flame as he advanced, each step deliberate. Gochiok's confidence shattered. He bellowed, "Damn it!" as his men scattered in a wave of panic. Gritting his teeth, he snatched up his dog's leash. He whipped around and sprinted off, shouting back over his shoulder, "You'll regret this, boy. Lug that thing and I'll ambush you from behind sooner than you think." Jung Seoke roared, "Coward!" His gaze narrowed to a knife as he watched the figure dash away. "We have to kill that black dog," he snapped in his head. "If it catches the scent of the demonic poisonstone flower again, it'll lead them straight back to us." He clenched his sword until his knuckles burned, chi crackling around him as his gaze pinned the escaping beast. Then, in one lightning-fast sweep, he unleashed his blade. The sword lunged forward, lightning incarnate, cleaving the air. "Lock your sights dead on the dog." At the last instant, the black wolf sprang aside, the strike missing it by a whisker. Behind him, Jiang Suk snarled, "You missed!" Warren wasn't finished. His eyes narrowed to steel as he concentrated, whispering the name of his technique. The soaring dragon emperor's sword ripped into the sky, and the flying sword technique hurled it across the heavens in an instant. The sword snapped midair and rocketed upward at blinding speed. A piercing whistle shredded the air, then it dove back down toward the target. A sharp yelp burst out the moment the sword struck the dog cleanly. The crowd plunged into stunned silence, astonishment blazing in every face at the display. Warren drew a slow, heavy breath, let his hand fall, and murmured, "Woof." The crowd exploded into thunderous, feral cheers. Their voices ricocheted through the square as Yonghua Rin stood statue still in its center. He stared down at his hands, still trembling, disbelief roaring through him as he realized after hammering the flying sword technique hundreds of times, it finally obeyed him. This was the first moment he'd truly mastered it. He snapped his fist shut in quiet satisfaction and fought to steady his breath. Not far away, Jung Seyuk froze, shock locking him to the spot. His eyes shot wide as recognition slammed into him. The sword move Hua Rin just unleashed was unmistakably the hidden St. Colt's flying sword technique. So how could the Tianzhong clan's young master possibly know a martial art from a sect long vanished from the world? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Then someone shouted the sword's arc ripped through the air like a dragon in full flight, while another demanded that a swordsman whose blade danced like a dragon, and who upheld the path of chivalry, receive a fitting name. Someone dared to christen him the Flying Dragon Sword Hero. The crowd erupted, embracing the title and chanting as one. A hero brandishes a dragon-forged sword that slices the sky as it soars. Hwoarun scanned the roaring sea of faces. A faint smile flickers across his lips. He whispered, "Flying Dragon Sword Hero," to himself, a soft chuckle slipping out before he murmured, "At last, even I have a nickname." No time to savor. Something chilling loomed right behind him. A cold hand clamped onto his shoulder as a familiar voice, calm and razor-sharp, asked if he was pleased with his new title. Hwoarun stopped cold, beads of sweat racing down his brow. He spun to find Mo Bian there, exhaling in exasperation as she snapped she'd only glanced away for a heartbeat, and he'd already tumbled into another fight. Hwoarun's words tumbled out in a nervous stammer as he insisted it wasn't what it looked like. Mo Bian cut him off, dismissing the excuses and flatly explaining that the Song Chun clan, bound to the orthodox faction, couldn't use force freely, while the Serpent Dragon sect answered to no such code and could strike whenever they pleased. She froze, pinned him with a razor-keen stare, then her eyes melted into gentle warmth. A small, amused smile tugged at her lips. She couldn't hide her awe. Hwoarun had crushed Gochiok and emerged completely unscathed. As his master, she roared approval at his jaw-dropping improvement, pride blazing in her eyes. Hwoarun's reply died as a raw groan ripped through the air, shredding their moment. Jung Seok, bloodied and grievously wounded. His legs buckled, and he slammed into the ground, every last ounce of endurance finally gone. Later that night, Jung Seok jolted awake in a dimly lit room, dazed as the shadows pressed in. He snapped upright and found his wounds already tended, as Hwoarun hovered nearby and asked, "You awake?" Jung Seok stared at his bandaged body, disbelief burning in his eyes. Then, voice raw, he forced out a trembling, "Thank you." He insisted Hwoarun hadn't just saved him. He'd pulled him from the brink and bandaged his wounds. They plunged into a deep bow. He roared that Young Hwoarun was a true hero, and then, voice cracking, admitted he couldn't imagine how to ever repay such kindness. A thin, knowing smile tugged at Hwoarun's lips as he told Seok bluntly, "If you want to repay me, seal it by forming a contract within that period." He'd become Hwoarun's personal bodyguard, a living shield against danger, and he'd be paid fairly. With a sudden tug, a small pouch snapped into view. Hwoarun set it on the bed and flipped it open. A bolt of disbelief hit Jung Seok. Her eyes snapped wide at the sight of a mountain of silver glittered inside. He choked on his words, stunned by the generosity. And Hwoarun said a swordsman like Seoki doesn't live the wandering life for no reason. He has his own reasons. Those words slammed into him. Jung Seok's head dropped. His voice cracked as he confessed the truth. He blurted to Hwoarun he had a younger sister. A rare, deadly illness was tearing her apart, and the medicine needed to pull her back came with a staggering price. Tears blurred his vision as it hit him. This money would finally let her start to heal, and he sobbed quietly, choking out "thank you" to Hwoarun again and again. Hwoarun jammed a pouch into his palm and ordered him to bring his sister to stay with them. They'd be in town for a while. Silence swallowed the room. After a long, heavy beat, only Sayoki's quiet sobs pierced the hush. Jung Seok tossed a brisk wave from outside the inn, then sprinted off to fetch his sister. And the moment he vanished, Mo Bian spun to Hwoarun, skepticism blazing in his eyes as he snapped that Hwoarun had been far too generous for nothing more than a bodyguard. She leaned in, eyes cold, and asked, was there a specific reason behind such kindness? Jung Wook, standing beside her, cleared his throat and chimed in, quipping that with that kind of money you could easily buy several bottles of the finest wine. Hwoarun craned his neck to the glittering night sky and a grin split his face. He proclaimed Jang Sayoke fated for greatness, insisting that winning his friendship for a few silver niang was a steal. He added, awestruck, that he admired how Sayoki had planted herself like a mountain, unyielding even as the Serpent Dragon sect closed around her. Puzzlement clung to Mo Bian as she cocked her head to the side. He spun to them, eyes burning, and asked if they'd return to the Tianzhong clan with him. Hwoarun burst into laughter and shot back that they weren't going home yet. Zhengzhou was next. His words ignited instant protest. Mo Bian howled in disbelief. Why are we suddenly heading to Zhengzhou? And Zheng Wook cried out, stunned. So we're not going home? Hwoarun strode on ahead while the others scrambled to keep up. Mo Bian snapped that they'd already seized the elixir and paid the Jiggle clan a visit. There was no reason to go anywhere else. Hwoarun hesitated, swallowed his reply, and kept his true thoughts bottled up inside. He feared his chi erupting again would consume his entire body, so he steeled himself and crushed it back down. He couldn't cultivate the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome without recruiting the aid of one very particular person. Trapped in Zhengzhou, he had no choice but to bolt out of the city immediately. He halted at the inn's threshold, cleared his throat like a drum roll, and thundered that it was the young lord's command. Mobyong exploded into protest, shouting that the clan lord would surely be frantic with worry. A faint smile tugged at Warren's lips as he swung the door open and he snapped that he'd already dispatched a messenger pigeon and assured them there was nothing to worry about. They'd depart at dawn. He slammed the door shut behind him and stormed outside. Young Wook drove his palm to his forehead, exasperation crackling from him. Nam Wook shrugged, utterly helpless. Mobyong clenched her fists and muttered that no one could ever predict what Hwarren was thinking. The next morning, right as they scrambled to set off, Young Seok burst in, astride a charging horse. He vaulted off his mount. He snapped into a crisp bow before Hwarren and declared his preparations complete. He shoved the girl at his side forward and announced, "This is my younger sister, Zhong Moonye." Moonye dropped into a graceful bow, gratitude blazing in her voice as she thanked Hwarren for helping her brother. Hwarren snapped back the gesture with a crisp, respectful nod, declared himself young Hwarren of the Tianzong clan, then swept his arm to present his companions. He announced the twin rising ghostblades were his personal bodyguards and fierce warriors of his clan. The twins snapped upright, chests forward and faces hardened into cool masks to impress Moonye. Hwarren's grin curled wickedly as she teased they'd sooner stand guard over wine than protect a single person. Nam Wook erupted, accusing Hwarren of painting them as villains. Mobyong stood silently off to the side. They narrowed their eyes at the exchange, a thin stab of annoyance pricking their patience. Hwarren jabbed a finger at the waiting carriage. He'd already prepped it to make their trip easier. Surprise slammed into Young Seok and he blurted, "Is that carriage meant for my sister?" Moonye settled inside. Hwarren whipped around to Namwook and urged him to take the reins. Namwook shot back, sneering that he wasn't the only one who could take the wheel. Warren's smirk curled as he shoved his hand into his pocket and whipped something out. He brandished a bottle of golden wine and declared that whoever served as coachman that day would receive a cup of it. The two swordsmen froze, gasping at the sight. Namwook shouted in disbelief. Young Wook echoed him, crying, "That precious drink!" And in the next instant, the two sprint straight for the lashing reins, flat out. Shouts exploded as Young Wook bellowed he'd drive the carriage, while Namwook roared that Hwarren had chosen him. They exploded into a ferocious argument, heads clashing as they battled to claim the role. Inside the carriage, Young Moonye pressed a hand to her lips to stifle a soft laugh as Hwarren and Young Seyuk chuckled at her side. From the sidelines, Moby Young scowled and folded her arms, a sharp, barely concealed disdain slicing across her face. Her lips twisted into a thin, silent sneer, cold and unmistakably disapproving. The group surged forward, launching their journey into the unknown. Young Ho-rin, Young Seok, and Young Moon-hye huddled shoulder to shoulder inside the carriage, tension crackling between them. Mid-ride, Young Seyuk spun to face Ho-rin. He leaned in, voice gentle, and politely asked if he could finally put into words the question that had gnawed at him for years. He burned to know this instant whether the martial art Ho-rin unleashed against Gochek was one of his clan's secret techniques. Young Moon-hye cut her brother down with a sharp rebuke, reminding him it's rude to demand someone's martial arts, and Young Seok realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized. Across from them, Ho-rin locked his gaze on the siblings, a faint secret smile curling behind his eyes. He'd deliberately flashed his technique, so of course Jung Seok would be curious. Knowing Jung Seok was a direct disciple of the hidden saint cult, the fountainhead of the Tianjiang clan's swordsmanship, he knew Jung Seok would recognize it instantly. After a moment, Horan's voice cut the silence. He declared it a secret clan technique and revealed his ancestor had learned it from a great martial master long ago. Jung Seok dropped into a deep, respectful bow, eyes bright with awe as he said the technique had seared into him. He confessed he'd been dying to try it firsthand, and hurried to insist he meant no disrespect. A slight grin curled his lips. Warren flashed a grin and challenged them to a friendly spar that night after dinner, pointing out that during Jung Seok's fight with Gochek, he'd held back. Now he burned to test the limits of his true power. Jung Seok exploded into a belly laugh and shot back an eager yes. He declared it would be an honor to spar with him. Later that evening, the sun plunged beneath the horizon, and darkness rushed in. They skidded to a halt in the wide open field and instantly snapped into formation, ready to clash in the duel. Both men ripped steel from their sheaths and they lunged forward in the exact same instant. Their blades slammed together, ringing out again and again. Every exchange cracked through the field. When they finally reeled back, catching their breath, Warren let out a long, relieved exhale and suggested they call it a night. Jung Seok slid his sword into its scabbard and tore the duel apart in his head. As he'd expected, Hwarren's blade danced with elegant, refined precision. The moves veered slightly from the hidden saint cult, but the foundation was unmistakably the same. Certainty burned in him. Horan's soaring dragon emperor sword was a twisted reforge of their cult's demonic dragon emperor sword. Yet, a single question burned in him. Why did the original technique's overwhelming power drain away the moment it fused with another cultivation method? He strode back toward the carriage, his thoughts sharpening in the hush. Behind him, Warren watched his retreating figure. A sly smirk split his face. If all went well, he'd soon seize one of Jung Sayoki's chi cultivation methods. Later that night, the group hunkered down beneath a sky ablaze with stars. Jung Sayok and his sister edged aside a few steps, huddling close to swap urgent whispers away from prying ears. Munya shot the question at her brother, eyes flashing. How did your spar with Horan go? Jung Sayok snapped that he was sure the Tianzhang clan was tied to the hidden saint cult. Moonhye, stunned, blurted, You really believe that? And he nodded like a verdict. They warned that whenever Horan's sword technique fused with that other cultivation, its power bled out. She knew their cult's martial arts bristled with lethal power, and Muni fixed him with a knowing look. She sensed he was weighing whether to teach Ho-Rin their chi cultivation technique. Jung Seok choked out the truth. Ho-Rin had already done so much for them. He pressed a gentle hand to his sister's shoulder, and reminded her that Horan nursed her back to strength, and she burst to her feet, walking free at last. Moonhye erupted with a bold declaration. She would personally pass down the hidden saint cult's chi cultivation technique to Ho-Rin. Jung Seok staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief as he asked if she was truly serious. Manya nodded, voice like steel, and warned her brother never to bind Horan to their fallen hidden saint cult. That secret order lay in ruins, and dragging Horan back into it would dare the heavens themselves. Words spent, they slipped back to camp on silent feet. At dawn they hit the road again, propelling their journey forward. Afternoon hit, and they burst into a broad field of delicate flowers clung to the rocks beside a thunderous, cascading waterfall. Warren tossed out a plan. They'd crash there for the night, later. He stood alone amid the flowers, wind slicing cool across his face as he drank it in. Jung Moon-hee closed the gap, striding in from afar. She leaned in with a soft greeting and asked if he was just out for a walk. Hua-rin spun to her, a warm smile lighting his face as he asked, "What brings you here?" She dropped her gaze and confessed she'd been tormented, not knowing how to repay the immense kindness he'd shown her and her brother. A small, sheepish chuckle escaped Warren. He waved it off. "Nothing special, I just did the right thing." Munya shook her head and insisted any favor received must be repaid. She stepped forward and vowed to pass her clan's chai cultivation to him. Her brother believed its guidance would forge his martial arts into something far stronger. Horan cleared his throat, voice steady and composed as he flatly refused to take such a lavish gift for a trivial favor. Then Munhai's voice suddenly surged. They closed the gap in a heartbeat and seized his hand in a vice-like grip. Her eyes quivered as she implored him to take it. She swore that otherwise peace would never find her or her brother. Warren froze, his face flaming crimson as he fought to meet her eyes, stammering before he jabbed a finger and blurted that she was still holding his hand. Realization crashed into Muni. Her cheeks flamed crimson as she ripped her hands away and let him go. She spun away and clamped her face in trembling hands, cheeks blazing. Warren stood statue still, eyes glued to his hand, then ripped the silence open and spoke again. Silence cracked like breaking glass. After a long pause, he finally agreed, voice steady and fierce. "If that truly was your wish, I would accept it gladly." From a distance, Moby Young watched them, silence coiling around him like a spring ready to snap. She watched them, her heartbeat tightening at how close they'd become. A foreign tightness seized her chest. She pressed a trembling hand to it and whispered to herself, utterly bewildered. A strange emotion churned inside her, and she scrambled to pin down what it was. She stayed glued to them, silent, as Warren and Money walked. Side by side, they sprinted through the flower field nearby. Jung Wook, Nam Wook, and Jung Sayok perched shoulder to shoulder, laughter bursting out as they clinked glasses and drank, faces glowing with easy joy. Peace claimed me as they eventually pushed onward with their journey. Jung Wook clenched the carriage reins, muscles coiled as he drove the horses like a man daring fate. He jabbed a finger forward and bellowed, "The!" Zhengzhou surged into view at last. He burst into the bustling town, its chaos crashing over him. The group slammed to a stop at an inn. Warren barked at everyone to rest, then tore off to track down the person he was searching for. Moby Young stood just a breath away. After a heartbeat of silence, she demanded to go with him. Warren snapped a sharp nod. He agreed. The two strode shoulder to shoulder through the bustling streets of Yungzhou, stuck by them until they reached another inn. Outside, a boy swept the dirt as Warren strode up and asked if he could point him to the man called the Omniscient One. The boy's eyes lit like wildfire as he shot back, "I know him, and if Warren's been looking for that man, he's already too late." Warren's face blackened with fury as he demanded to know what the boy meant. The boy stayed silent at first, just whistling a short tune while a wicked grin curled his lips as he thrust his hand out, palm up, silently asking for money. Warren flung a silver coin. The boy snatched it eagerly, his voice dropping to a whisper. The boy blurted that the whole town was ablaze with rumors. The Sangwon clan had seized the Omniscient One and scheduled his execution for the next day. Horin recoiled, disbelief snapping in her voice as she barked, "Explain yourself!" The boy blurted that the all-seeing one had divined the Sangwon clan's young lady's fortune. She followed its counsel, madness swallowed her, and she drowned herself. When word reached them, the Sangwon clan, rage and grief burning, pointed at him for her death, seized him, and vowed his head by dawn. Warren's jaw snapped tight, his face falling into shadow as he ground his teeth, and realized with a grim certainty that this had just gotten far more complicated than he'd anticipated. As they walked away from the inn, Horen's mind clawed back to the Omniscient One, Nan Myung Wok, famed for fortune-telling and exorcisms, but truly the last envoy of the eradicated Bei cult. The Bei cult, masters of soul sorcery, had already crumbled to dust before the three demonic, three orthodox era. A cold truth slammed Hwoaryn. If it was him, he could rip the old man out from inside him. His thoughts screeched to a halt as the awful truth hit him. Nan Myung Wok was scheduled to be beheaded the next day. Mo Byung leaned in, voice low and electric, and asked the young lord if he wanted him to read his fortunes. Hwoaryn fell silent, his attention pulled toward the distant streets. Mo Byung called to him again. "Young Master Yong." Horan's eyes snapped to a familiar figure closing in, and he called out, "Lady Jigal?" Jigal Yohei closed the distance to them, leaned in, locked eyes with Hwoaryn and teased, "Am I so unwelcome that you're this surprised?" Both Hwoaryn and Mo Byung sank into deep bows before her. Hwoaryn snapped, "Of course not," then admitted he hadn't known she was in Zhengzhou. He let out a low chuckle, savoring that she hadn't even noticed he was there either. She spun to the woman at her side and announced, "This is young Hwoaryn of the Tianzhang clan." She murmured, silk-soft, and introduced herself. "Sangwon Yusul." After hearing her name, Hwoaryn hissed under his breath, "Songwon clan." A grin cracked across his face at the thought. Later, they cut through the streets of Jiangzhou. Hwoaryn turned to Yohei and demanded if she was in Jiangzhou on business. Yohei snapped that she'd raced over because Sungwon Mi-jung, who'd treated her like a friend, had fallen ill. She turned to Warren and demanded to know what his purpose was there. Before answering, Warren flashed a sly grin and said, "The all-seeing seer, entrusted by his clan with a vital relic, stormed back to reclaim it." Mo Byung, rattled by Hwoaryn's reply, sidled up behind him and hissed, "What are you up to now?" Yohei's gaze snapped to them, her eyes narrowing into hard slits. Suddenly Yusul's voice faltered. He whispered about the Omniscient One, then, cheeks flushed and voice trembling, sheepishly admitted he was at her clan's estate right now. Hwoaryn stayed unnervingly calm, a soft chuckle slipping out as he said, "I see, wait a bit, and he'll be here soon." Yusul choked out that he couldn't come, confessing he'd committed a grave crime against her clan and would be beheaded the next day. Hwoaryn's eyes slitted like blades, and in a heartbeat he snapped, going wild and stirring up trouble. He slammed a hand to his head in frustration and roared, "What? We burned through sleepless nights to reach Jiangzhou because of him!" He whipped around to Yusul and snapped, "What a disaster!" Out of nowhere he seized Yusul's hand and leaned in, whispering in a soft, utterly romantic voice, "Lady Sungwon, forgive me, but is there really no other way to bypass this?" Nearby, Mo Byung and Jigal Yohei froze, jaws dropping as his actions slammed into them. Yusul's face erupted into a blazing red in a heartbeat. Her eyes snapped open and her heart hammered in her chest. Her face still red, panic clawed at her as her breathing hitched and went heavy. Without looking at Warren, she answered, stammering, Then, just meet him today. I'll go straight to father. We have to leave now. You took my hand, so you're marrying me right away." Her words hung in the air. Warren fell silent for a few tense heartbeats, then leaned in closer. He flashed a radiant smile, gratitude roaring in his chest as he blurted, "Thank you so much for your help, Lady Sungwon." After Warren's dramatic stunt, Yohei pounced on Yusul, scolding her and flicking her forehead. Hwoaryn stormed up to Mo Byung and commanded her to race back to the inn and warn the party they'd stop first at the Songwon clan, then ordered Master Mo to stay behind at the inn. Mo Byung shot a sidelong glare and snapped, "Understood," she scoffed, spun on her heel, and stalked off toward the back. Yohei locked onto her reaction, a laugh bubbling up from his chest. At last, Hwoaryn, Yohei, and Yusul reached the Sungwon clan estate, and Hwoaryn's shout ripped the silence. "This is the Sungwon estate!" At the entrance, Yusul bolted, shouting she'd race to tell her father first. Hwoaryn craned his neck at the Songwon clan's gargantuan building and felt his jaw drop. The structure towered twice as high as the Tianzong clan's. He swore the Tianzhang would one day outgrow and eclipse it. Thoughts vanished as Jigal Yohei's voice sliced the air. "Young Master Young, You're planning something else, aren't you? Huaren locked eyes with her. She flashed a grin, arms crossed, daring him. Yohei snapped that he wasn't the kind of guy to get all gushy with a woman he'd just met. Something else had to be going on. Warren clicked his tongue and admitted to himself. She was razor sharp. He cleared his throat, announced it aloud, and made her suspicion undeniable. Yohei's grin widened as she pinned the mystery on the Seongwon clan's Omniscient One, and eagerly offered to weave a prophecy. The Seongwon clan won't let you meet that Omniscient One. Warren's voice exploded as he demanded, "What do you mean?" Yohei leaned in and explained that merely holding the Jigal clan's Vice Pavilion Master title let her catch every whispered grievance rippling through the Jianghu. She dropped the bomb. The Sungwon and Tianjung clans share a fraught history, Huaren at the center, and she said it all boils down to old smoldering resentment. That guaranteed they'd slam the door on his request. Huaren shot back, making it obvious she wouldn't raise the topic on a whim. She must know another way. Yohei's face went cold as he proposed a deal. Huaren snapped back, calling her out and demanding, "What do you want?" Yohei cracked a self-mocking laugh at his weathered merchant vibe and nodded. Yep. She wanted a favor. She closed in on Warren and added, "Soon." A handful of the next generation disciples descended on the Sangwon clan. Standing there, she asked him to pretend to be her lover. Warren froze, no answer coming. His gaze snapped to Yohei as realization slammed into him. The Sungwon clan, the next generation disciples, Jaegal Yohei. Had the Sungwon clan already set their plan in motion? It was unfolding far faster than expected and way too soon. But considering the chaos we're trapped in right now, he snatched Yohei's hand and shouted, "I'll help you." Yohei grinned and replied, "Good. I'll tell you how you can move the Seongwon Patriarch." Later, the scene explodes into the Sungwon clan's main hall. Huaren locked eyes with the Patriarch and his wife atop their throne, dropped into a low, reverent bow, and declared, "I am young Huaren of the Tianjung clan. I pay my respects. It is an honor to meet you and your wife, Sungwon Patriarch." Sungwon Bayukin stood stone-cold at the sight, unshaken, while his wife Hayangyu's eyes widened in surprise. The Patriarch clicked his tongue, fixed a cold, contemptuous stare on Horain, and hissed in disgust as he began to speak, saying, "Tsk, you're your father's spitting image." His gaze snapped to his wife. Unease curled through her, tightening every muscle. The Patriarch leaned forward, voice low and urgent, and declared he'd heard Horain wanted to meet Nan Myung Wok. Still bowing, Huaren blurted he'd heard the man was at the Seongwon clan. The Patriarch shut him down with a cold, flat refusal. Huaren fell silent as realization crashed in. Yohei was right. He had to confront the feud between the Seongwon and Tianjiang clans, so following Yohei's method he refused to strike at the Seongwon Patriarch directly. After locking eyes, he fixed a piercing stare on the Patriarch's wife, Hayanyu. Warren crashed to his knees and bellowed, "Please, hear me out!" Hayanyu sprang to her feet. Huaren kept shouting, "I'm possessed by a ghost right now," he breathed, pressing a hand to his chest as his tone softened, and he said, "Because of that I was felled by illness once. I'm holding it at bay now, but it could ignite again." Ugh. He erupted into a violent hacking fit, howling, "Ah!" Hayanyu, the Patriarch's wife, whipped around to face her husband and tore into a furious shout. "My lady, young Master Young is on death's doorstep. Get him to the Omniscient One now," she cried. The Patriarch met her gaze and stammered, My lady, this falls under my jurisdiction. You mustn't interfere." She surged forward, closing the gap and roaring, "Are you really going to deny even my request?" The Patriarch recoiled, voice trembling. "No, it's because of that man and my former wife." She cut him off and screamed, icy as a knife. "Sangwon Byokin, are you taking your anger out on his son over past affairs?" The Patriarch froze at the accusation, and his wife snapped, "You're supposed to be the Patriarch of a reputable clan." She unleashed a storm of strikes. At last the Patriarch broke his silence and relented, snapping, "Fine, I permit it. Quiet your fury." He roared, "Chief Yu, take young Master Young to see Nan Young Gok right now!" He turned to his wife with sacred reverence, and she still glared at him, fury blazing in her eyes. Warren drank in the spectacle, a sly grin spreading across his face. Later, Warren stormed into the prison dungeon. Chief Yu flanked Huaren, descending into the prison cells. As they descended the stairs, a question gnawed at Huaren. He couldn't stop wondering what on earth had happened between the Sungwon Patriarch and his father. They reached the cell and Chief Yu barked, "He's here!" He strode up to the prison cell and bellowed at the Omniscient One, "Nan Myung-wok, a guest has come to see you." Nan Myung-wok lay manacled hand and foot inside the prison cell. He lifted his head inch by inch and rasped, "I'm someone who will die tomorrow. Who's here for me?" The instant he lifted his head and laid eyes on Warren, Tremors racked his body. Fear flooded his eyes, snapping them wide open. He recoiled, scrambling back toward the prison wall. He jabbed a trembling finger at Horan and choked out, "What? Who are you?" Warren's gaze slammed into Chief Yu. The chief shrugged, utterly unfazed by the situation. Nan Myung-wok roared, "Who on earth are you? Coming here with that thing lodged in your body?" He raked his gaze over Warren from toe to head, and was hit by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that filled the air. The evil spirit towered over Warren, its aura engulfing him completely. Myung-wok roared, "Warren, why did you come looking for me?" Warren froze in front of the cell, his stare drilling into Myung-wok, and then he broke the silence and spoke. He swore a ghost had latched onto him, and that he had to speak with it. So Myung-wok had no choice but to help him. Myung-wok snapped back instantly, "That's nonsense!" But Warren shut him down before the last word left his mouth. The omniscient non-Myung-wok roared, then stepped up to the cell, lowered his voice and declared he knew Myung-wok served the Bay cult, so Myung-wok could awaken a soul and talk to it. The moment he heard that, Myung-wok's eyes snapped sharp as knives and he hissed in an icy voice, "Warren is no ordinary brat." He sneered that Warren carried something impossible inside him and still lived, and stunningly, even knew Myung-wok's true identity. They locked eyes for a beat, silence humming between them. Then Myung-wok shattered it, speaking again. He leaned in and asked if Warren truly wanted to speak with a soul, then bartered his help, only if Warren agreed to return the favor. Warren shot back that he understood what Myung-wok meant, but it was impossible. The Sangwon Patriarch had already made his decision. He warned that tomorrow, Myung-wok would. Myung-wok cut him off, snapping that if Warren stepped in to help, he'd live. He thundered that if Warren was the one, Sangwon Mi-jung could be awakened and save his life. Myung-wok poured out a blow-by-blow account of his situation, and after a while, Warren echoed what he'd pieced together. Sangwon Mi-jung collapsed when her mind tore in two learning the split-body sword art. Her persona cleaved, and the Sangwon clan, desperate to quash scandal, locked Myung-wok away to bury whispers that their martial arts were dangerous. Myung-wok's face hardened. He confirmed it, then declared that through the soul inside Warren, they could obliterate Mi-jang's other persona. If she woke, his chains would snap and he'd be free too. He let Warren speak to the soul trapped inside him, snapping that the presence in Warren wasn't any ordinary man, and that without him, no one could help. Warren's face went stone cold as he admitted the truth in a raw whisper. 3 lives. Sangwon Mi-jung's, Myung-guk's, and his own pinned every last hope on the plan. Then, he flashed a radiant grin and sealed the deal. Myung-wok answered with a satisfied smile. He barked, "Good," then snapped that before anything else they'd have to persuade the Sangwon Patriarch. The hardest task he could imagine. Warren started to leave, shot Myung-wok that same confident grin, and vowed he had a way to handle the Patriarch. Myung-wok gaped, confusion knotting his features, as Warren strode away. Later, outside the Sangwon courtyard, the night held its breath. Warren dove in, spilling the whole situation to the Patriarch and his wife. In an instant, freedom ripped him from his cell. Myung-wok staggered into the open, utterly bewildered. He leaned in toward Warren, disbelief clawing at his throat as he demanded how he'd managed to persuade that stubborn old fool. Warren didn't answer. Myung-wok seized his hand and demanded his name again, and Warren shot back, "Young Warren of the Tianzheng clan." Patriarch Sangwon Byakin unleashed a booming cough that snapped their attention to him. He charged up to them and warned, eyes blazing, that he'd only granted their request because his wife had asked. If a single thing went wrong, it wouldn't stop at Warren. The whole Tianzhong clan would be dragged into the fallout. The Patriarch and his wife stormed off in fury. Ha Yanggyo spun back and shot Warren a brief cutting glance, and he swore a silent vow. The instant the Patriarch and his wife vanished, Warren and Myung-wok whipped around toward the quarters at their backs. Myung-wok snapped, "Time to go in too!" They flung the door open and found Sangwon Mi-jung lying utterly still on a mattress in the center of the room, a blanket pulled over her. As they entered, Myung-wok whipped a knife from his pocket. He sliced his palm open. He bled freely, each crimson drop falling to the floor. The blood shuddered to life, coiling and snaking into a ritual circle at the room's center. He snapped at Warren to step into the circle and drop into a cross-legged seat. Once Warren had done it, Myung-wok's palm settled on his head like a quiet verdict. He declared he'd now pry open Warren's upper chi core to rouse the sleeping soul. Then they'd plunge that awakened spirit into Sangwon Mi-jung's upper chi core to erase her other persona. Warren fired the question, "What do I need to do?" Myung-wok shrugged, saying he had no major role here. The enchantment would snuff the soul's power, though it might still whisper to Warren, and if it did, Warren had to shut it out. Myung-wok unleashed the spell, roaring, "Let us begin!" The room convulsed, walls and floor rattling with brutal force, and pressure surged inside the space. Moments later, Myung-wok burst out, his voice cracking with alarm. Something's wrong! The soul's power slammed him harder than he'd imagined. He snarled at young Master Young. Never let that soul defeat you. Pain ripped through Warren as he wrenched against the crushing force. Then darkness swallowed him. And when he opened his eyes, he stood in an open palace drenched in demonic energy, bathed in the crimson glow of a fiery red moon. A lone figure sat on a distant throne, and the instant Warren spotted him, he froze. Breath ripped from his chest. He recognized him in an instant, a frown carving his face. He snapped, "You are—" Before Warren could finish, the man on the throne cut him off with a chilling laugh. "Young Warren, you really thought you could use me?" Then crushed the armrest and stood. The same ancient demon who'd possessed Warren in his past life, roaring that Warren had badly underestimated his demonic power. Warren planted himself atop the raised platform, thoughts churning like a storm. They brand him the demonic master. His hand snapped shut into a tight fist. A cold, sure realization settled in his chest. At last he knew who this being truly was. In a heartbeat, the demonic master leveled a single accusing finger at him. Warren slammed to his knees, the impact spidering cracks across the stone beneath him. Frustration exploded inside him as his body betrayed every command. The demonic master glided down the stairs with measured menace, each step birthing condensed demonic chi that solidified beneath his feet. He hovered like gravity had given up, eyes locked on Warren, and he swore he could still replay the first time they met. Every detail burned into his mind. He planted himself right in front of Warren, who was still kneeling, and pressed on as a memory hit him. Warren had been weak and pathetic back then. He'd come crying and shouting, "Why are you fighting here?" Every soul in his household lay butchered. The demonic master froze in place. He rifled through memories of the old woman who'd raised him. Then, after a heartbeat, blurted, "Yanhua, wasn't it?" The moment Yanhua's name hit the air, Warren's face snapped into a grim mask. The demonic master pressed on, remembering she'd never learned martial arts, frail and ugly. His gaze snapped down to Warren, who, he clawed at the ground, muscles screaming, hurling every ounce of strength into dragging himself upright. After a heartbeat of razor-sharp tension, Warren hauled himself to his feet, every movement slow and stubborn, stood face to face with the demonic master, then snapped, "Shut up!" The demonic master clamped his hand around Warren's throat, and fixed him with an ice-cold stare, contempt crackling as he demanded, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Warren clamped the demonic master's wrist, and voice like steel declared, "I will kill you." The demonic master erupted into laughter. At first it was only a low, menacing chuckle. A roar ripped through the air, then a raucous, echoing cackle burst out. His voice snapped low and cold as he leaned in until his breath brushed Warren's face, sneering. "You really think I could do that?" He loosened his grip on Warren's neck and vowed he'd wait for that day. Not yet. The time wasn't right. He planted a hand on Warren's shoulder, grinning, and vowed he'd be watching him. In an instant, the world around them cracked like glass, splintering into 1,000 shards. It exploded into a storm of jagged fragments as the realm folded in on itself. The demonic master's voice thundered through the void, repeating, "I'll be watching you, young Warren." As the glass shattered, he snapped back to his senses, gasping for air several times while remaining. The ritual's limits shattered inside the circle after a heartbeat's pause. He snapped a look over his shoulder, knowing he'd returned once more, and burned with the question, what had become of Nan Myung Wok? Behind him, Myung Wok spat blood in ragged bursts, fighting for air as he croaked that he had believed young Master Young's soul was wholly consumed and that his return was impossible. Warren barreled toward him, screaming a warning. "Omniscient One, are you all right?" Before he could close in, Myung Wok's scream stopped him cold. "Don't come out!" Then he narrowed his eyes and roared that the ordeal wasn't over. The technique had only just begun, and now they had to plunge into Sangwon Mijong's consciousness. Warren froze, worry choking his words as he pleaded, "What do we do now that Myung Wok is slipping fast?" Myung Wok roared again, demanding they press on no matter what. His life and Warren's future hinged on this single moment. A beat later, they whipped around to Sangwon Mijong and asked how they should move forward. Myung Wok barked for him to put his hand on her head, and Warren obeyed, his palm settling on her crown. As his palm met hers, Myung Wok gave a sharp nod, "Good," and ordered him to channel his inner energy, inching it slowly toward her upper energy core. Warren plunged into his chi. Seconds later, Mijong erupted, unleashing a violent surge of dark energy. He swallowed a tight groan, watching the old man's energy explode out of control once more. Myunghua's voice snapped from behind, urgent. "Young Master Yang, channel the energy like before. Not into my soul, plunge into my mind." Dark chi surged, rattling the entire chamber while Mi and Guok barked urgent instructions. Hua Rin must plunge into her own consciousness, find the real Sangwon Mijong, expose the fake, and erase her. Then silence slammed into the room, choking the air. Warren's eyes snapped open. He blinked and the world flipped, Suddenly, he was standing in a completely different place. Realization slammed into him. This was the Sangwon clan. A child barreled past him, and the instant his gaze landed on the child's face, recognition slammed into him. Sangwon Mijung. Down the way, he spotted an adult Mijung perched alone on a step. Another Mijung strode by, arm hooked through Yor's soul. He whipped his body around and locked his gaze forward. His eyes locked on another Mijung, wreathed in dark chi as her body cleaved in two. It hit him like a lightning strike. He was watching the full arc of her life unfold before his eyes. From childhood to the exact instant her mind snapped in two. A voice snapped from behind him. "Oh my, a guest has come to visit." Another voice cut in, colder and dripping suspicion. Guest? More like an intruder. Those interned caught sight of them. Two Mijangs matched perfectly. Mirror images you couldn't tell apart. They stood side by side, their gazes drilling into him without a single blink. He froze, breath snagging as realization crashed over him. They were truly indistinguishable, not just in appearance. Every scar, twitch, and contour matched Nan Myung-wok's description to the letter. The divided self stood revealed. The Mijang on the left shot out the first words, her voice a mischievous, teasing spark. She snapped, "Are you staring because they're pretty?" Or if he was hunting for the truth, desperate to unmask which of them was real. Warren freezes, silence swallowing him. They spun to face each other, slid close until their bodies met in an intimate touch, and the one on the left chuckled, "Ha ha ha ha! Is that it? Tell me, can you really find out? We wear the exact same face. That's the body, am I right?" From the right came a low, steady, "Yes, that's right." Hwarin cleared his throat. She tore her gaze away and shot a razor-dry quip. "They're awfully close for two halves of the same person." Revelation slammed into them. They looked identical, but the truth beneath each face was completely different. Their personalities clashed, two worlds apart. If one were false to the core, the other would mirror those exact traits. He advanced with calculated resolve. The Mijang on the right cocked her head and taunted, "Oh my, sir, don't tell me you've already figured out which one of us is real?" Hwarin shot back that he'd already formed a rough idea. The left Mijang dragged her tongue across her fingers, savoring each slow, deliberate lick. She slung an arm around the other Mijang's waist, cupped her face with the free hand, and demanded, "Tell us, sir, which one of us is the real Sangwon Mijong?" The one on the right murmured, "Let go of me." They froze mid-motion, then cracked a smile. He said that before he reached the Sangwon clan he'd spoken with Yusul, who painted her elder sister as a mischievous livewire who could suddenly slip into an icy, distant calm. He warned that Sangwon Mijong carried two opposing personalities, two souls warring inside her. This was the spark that ignited her obsession with the split-body sword art. Forget real or fake, this was just two halves torn from the same gaping hole. The left Mijang flared to life and its voice rang out. "Busted. My cover's blown." In an instant the world convulsed, shaking with bone-rattling fury. Warren's stomach dropped. He knew her inner world was collapsing. The two Majongs whipped back to face each other. They locked hands until their knuckles blanched and, not speaking to him but to each other, thundered in perfect unison. "You're right, sir. There was never a fake. We're both the real me. But that must be true for you too, isn't it, Yang Hwarin, Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader?" At those words the room froze solid. Every face turned to stone. One of the Majangs closed in on him. She pressed her hand to his chest and proclaimed their energy cores were linked, their minds entwined. He'd already witnessed her life, and now she'd witnessed his. He commanded the Sky Ocean Merchant Union and cleaved through foes as the Flying Dragon Sword hero. Two lives folded into one body. She cut the space between them, breath warm on his skin, and whispered, "Yang Hwarin, you and I are more alike than I thought." He stumbled back, about to speak, but she slammed into his words and shut him down. They gripped his shoulders and promised, "Don't worry. When she wakes, she won't remember any of this." She hurtled back and fell into place beside her counterpart. They clung to each other like lifelines as the mindscape imploded, turning to dust around them. The steady drip of blood ripped through the silence. Hwarin's eyes snapped open as the real world slammed into him. Myong-wok roared from behind, demanding to know if he'd shattered the false self and unearthed the true one. Warren hauled himself upright, each movement painfully slow, and for the first time a cold clarity cut through him. At last someone saw straight through him, his regression and the two lives he led. Tragedy birthed the first. Despair hammered its foundations. The second rose, hammered from raw strength and blazing hope, torn between two selves. Which was the true him? Was he like Sangwon Mijong, neither one nor the other? Both whirled, and he pinned Mijong with a hard, unblinking stare, who still lay sprawled across the mattress. She sucked in a few ragged breaths, then her eyelids fluttered. Her eyes snapped open. Mijong shot upright and began hacking up blood in violent fits. Both Hwarin and Myung-wok sprang to their feet, alarm ripping through them as they cried her formal title in perfect unison. "Lady Sungwon!" Hwarin whirled to Myung-wok. eyes wide and hands trembling at the blood. "Are you all right?" he demanded, while Myungwok stayed eerily calm, telling him the bleeding proved the ritual had worked, and the stagnant blood had to be expelled. Stifling that cough would have invited far worse danger. When the fit finally relented, Meijung hauled her head up and through a haze, recognized Hwaran. She whispered that his face only ghosted in her memory. They poured over the wreckage, desperate, but the story refused to come together. Hwaran snapped into a formal introduction. Young Hwaran of the Tianzheng clan, bowed low, then asked, "How are you feeling?" Her gaze snapped down to her own body, then she said, "I'm fine." She'd bounced back, stronger than before she collapsed. Her tone snapped razor-sharp as she demanded why he, a member of a clan with no ties to hers, had gone to such lengths to save her. Did he want something in return? For a beat, Warren's stare pinned her in place, silence crackling between them. He pivoted toward the door, snapped, "We'll talk about that later," and added, "Resist opening it. Leave it closed for now. We've got to tell your family you woke up. You're safe." Outside, Patriarch Sungwon Bukin and Lady Ha Youngyo waited, tense and immovable like thunder about to strike. The instant Mi Jung saw them, tears burst into her eyes and blurred everything. She clawed her way to her feet and cried out, "Father, my anchor, mother, my wildfire." After stripping herself bare with relentless self-scrutiny, she lurched to the threshold, froze with one foot poised to step out, and called over her shoulder, "Yes. We'll talk in more detail next time." She cocked her head toward Warren and shot, "Thanks again, young Master Yong. Omniscient as ever." She lunged forward and hurled herself into her parents' arms. They planted themselves by the doorway. Myungbuk exhaled a deep, approving sigh and told Hwaran he'd done exceptionally well. They didn't just survive another soul slamming into them. They tore Sangwon Mi-jung from the fray and walked away unscathed. He thrust his hand forward and exclaimed, "That's an incredible achievement." Those inside hesitated for only a heartbeat. He slammed a firm fist bump into theirs, grinning as he said, "You've worked hard too, Omniscient One. Well then, finally. You came through and made good on my request." Myung-wok nodded in agreement, but he fired off an explanation first. He said a barrier had to be raised to cage the soul's volatile power. Forging it would take a day or two, so he pleaded for patience. Warren spun on his heel and strode away, coolly saying they'd summon him when they were ready. Myung-wok's shout snapped him back, and young Master Young, he cleared his throat, his face burning scarlet, and stammered that when two souls collided, even for a heartbeat, a fleeting electric intimacy flared between them. Most of all between the man and the woman. And he had to remember it. Embarrassment hit him like a wave. He whirled and snapped, "You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about it anymore." Hwaran blinked, bewilderment igniting in his eyes as he watched him sprint away. Hwaran plunged into razor-sharp meditation in the Sangwon Estate's guest quarters. The demonic master's image slammed into his mind. Gas slammed into him and he snapped awake. His hand clutched his chest, a stark sign of how blisteringly fast everything had spiraled. The showdown with the demonic master exploded, and the split-body sword art ripped his mind in two. A lightning bolt realization slammed into him. Sangwon Mi-jung. Her consciousness split clean in two. He rocketed skyward. He snatched up a pen and paper in a single furious motion, and attacked the page, scribbling as if the world would vanish the moment he let go. Sangwon Clan, Brilliant Manor, Soul Origin Sect, Ocean Lunar Temple, Immortal Paradise House. 5 legendary powers carving their names into history. Now I see it. Haechul Young visited every one of these places in his past life, and each taught the same martial lineage. Sangwon Clan, Split-Body Sword Art, Li Weng Jiang, Phantom Mind Soul, Soul Origin Sect, Harmony Fusion Art, Ocean Lunar Temple, Split Energy Mind Art, Immortal Paradise House, Left-Right Split Mind Art. Everyone involved tore the mind apart. The Taiji Depth Heaven Tome's twin energies slammed into each other, and Chael Young ripped his psyche in two to prevent an energy deviation. He stood, exhilaration rippling through him, and roared, "Incredible! Truly incredible, Chael Young!" He burst outside, hell-bent on first pulling Myung-wok in to steady the demonic master's fractured soul, then racing to the Immortal Paradise House to seize the left-right split mind art, armed with Cho Woo-hee's golden plaque still in his grip. Nearby, Yohei and Yusul locked onto him, pacing like a coiled storm beneath the moonlight. Yohei muttered that she was desperate to know what haunted his thoughts so late at night. She spun to Yusel with a sly grin and teased, "You nervous about staying with the Sungwon clan?" Yusel's cheeks flamed instantly as she murmured that even when lost in thought he wore dignity like armor. Surely he was weighing something monumental, maybe even when to marry her. And she added dreamily that she'd be fine with any timing. I bellowed, "Yo hey, Grimmist!" He smacked her arm and barked that young Master Sheeman and young Master Pang would arrive tomorrow. Her chest clenched. She wouldn't set eyes on young Master Yang again for a long while. Yohei shuddered, spun away and barked, "I'll go ahead." The thought of Pangai's stare sent icy bumps crawling down his spine. Yusil suddenly spotted Warren just a few paces away, flinched, then scrambled after her. "Hold your ground. Don't take a step without me." Solitude strikes again. Warren ripped his sword free, steel singing as it cut the silence. Beneath the silver light, he unleashed a lightning-fast flurry of moves. He sliced through the air, diving with pinpoint precision, before sliding the blade home and letting out a slow, shuddering exhale. His mind raced through everything that had happened since he first crossed paths with the demonic master. He could now consciously wrench a sliver of inner energy, worth 30 years of cultivation. But each pull racked his body. Clutching his chest, he rasped that he could seize full control only with Manhwa's help. He ripped off his shirt and let out a long, audible sigh. My head spun into chaos. A velvet voice answered from the shadows, so beautiful it stole my breath. Before his brain could catch up, he blurted, "I agree, beautiful." He froze solid, spun around and clawed at his shirt to cover himself. Who was that?" Mi-jung surged forward. She chuckled, eyes devouring him, and purred, "What a magnificent physique you have, young Master Young." Heat flared across his face as he choked out, Lady Sangwon?" Lady Sangwon glided closer, reached out and let her fingertips brush Warren's body, murmuring that she wanted to see more of the man who'd saved her life. Warren took a quick step back, scrambling to explain himself, his words clipped and stiff with formal courtesy. She cut him off mid-sentence, declaring it would be difficult to see him after that day, because she'd be swamped starting tomorrow. Realization slammed into Warren like a lightning bolt. His eyes snapped wide. Tomorrow had to be the day they'd come to the Sangwon clan. He snapped, "Is this the information you're handing over in return for me saving your life?" Mei-jong barked a laugh and insisted flatly that Sangwon Mei-jong's life wasn't so cheap. She dropped into a deep bow before him and vowed she'd repay the debt several times over before the day was out. Warren froze, silence swallowing the room, before thrusting the bow back into her hands and snapping, "Take care!" He realized night had already fallen. Mi-jung spun to walk away, froze mid-step, then turned back and spoke to him again. She dared him to lift his chin and take more pride in himself. It hit him like a punch. Risking your life to save someone else never gets easier. She snapped, even if he'd done it for another purpose. Nothing could erase the truth. He'd snatched her from the jaws of death. She snapped a blade-sharp line. "Flying dragon sword hero." She rocketed into the night sky and vanished. A hush fell across the area, the world seeming to hold its breath. Warren pressed his palm to his heart and whispered, "Hero." A ghostly breeze slipped through the leaves, coaxing them to whisper beneath the moonlight. The next day, Warren lingered with Myung-wak on a bridge, every second crackling with unspoken tension. Myung-wak recoiled in disbelief that Hwarren had supposedly met an old man and lost his memory. Hwarren met her eyes and confirmed it. Myung-wak confessed that the instant he first laid eyes on him, suspicion ignited and took root in his gut. He declared the massive surge of qi and corruption, and the cold, unnatural intent clinging to Hwarren screamed that the Maoshan sect's spirit possession technique had taken him. Hworain spun toward him and asked, and Myung-wak revealed the technique, true to its name, tears a soul free from its body and plants it into another. He added that the Maoshan sect's version obliterated the original body's soul and violently snatched control. They weaponized it into a merciless technique, forged only to crush and dominate. Hworain stormed forward and bellowed that he was completely fine, yet Myung-wak reeled backward and warned him he hadn't lost his soul or his grip on himself. Yet, the corruption still gnawed at him, devouring him inch by inch. Warren's head sank as he begged, "Can we stop it?" Myung-wak snapped that a method did exist, but attempting it would be the deadliest, least likely to succeed gamble of any technique he'd ever performed. Warren's voice cracked the silence. "What happens if things go wrong?" Myung-wak planted a firm hand on his shoulder. I snarled that this danger was nothing compared to throwing your life away for someone you just met. Hworen's eyes snapped wide as memories of their first encounter slammed back into him. A sly smirk curled across Myung-wok's face as he shot back, "I've got a trick prepared." Hworen bowed his head again, trying to blurt out Mi-jong and a second name, when a booming voice from behind ripped the silence and bellowed his title. Out of nowhere, Yohei burst into view and swept her arms around him from behind. Warren jolted back and barked, "What are you doing?" Yohei's cheeks burned as she locked eyes with him and reminded him of the promise he'd made to her. Warren's memory snapped to her request, to pretend to be her lover until the visitors left, and he murmured his assent. Yohei yanked him by the shoulder and tore him away, insisting he come with her, while Myung-wak waved him off and told Hworen he'd contact him once the preparations were ready. The day lunged forward. Inside a lavish inn split into curtained private booths, Warren and Yohei planted themselves at a long table, as servers began filing in with steaming plates. Warren swept his gaze over the surroundings and felt the place pulse with hollow vanity. This opulence dwarfed even the quarters he'd occupied in the Sky Ocean Merchant Union. A thunderous rumble rolled across the night outside the inn. A long convoy of carriages thundered into view. The attendant's gaze snapped to the approaching group, and he barked an order to the nearest servant. Warren stared, realization hitting him. They'd assigned him just one servant. He ran numbers in his head, wondering how many the others commanded, then swallowed hard. The Tianjing sect was miles behind the Xiaoman and Peng clans, and that gap hit him like a punch. His thoughts snapped to Peng Jioke and Sei Homin Yuan. Sei Homin Yuan was a blur, but Peng Jioke seared into his memory. Peng Jiuk, the blade tiger dragon of the Peng clan, wielded the legendary 5-tiger severing blade. They whisper its name, the blade technique that reigns supreme over all Jianghu. Huaren recalled Panjiok had forged his name with a single blade, and would one day rise to legendary renown. That meant his skills had to be a force to be reckoned with. Yohei jabbed him on the shoulder and news slammed into him. The guests would be arriving in moments. Their footsteps thundered through the hall as the group burst in. Huaren snapped his head around and recognition crashed through him. He knew him. Behold, Salman Sul, Peng Chil Ryan, Salman Yon, Peng Jioke, and Sangwon Zhou Yang burst onto the scene, grabbing everyone's attention. All eyes locked on Huaren and Yohei, until Sangwon Zhou Yang cut through the silence and told the newcomers, "This man before you is young Huaren." He'd snatched his sister Mi Zhong from death's jaws, and Huaren stood revealed as the Tianzong clan's heir. Salman Sail Sol whipped a hand to her mouth as bubbling laughter burst from her, and at her side Salman Sail Yong flashed a knowing grin. Her sister's chuckle spilled on, bright and relentless. He whirled to Huaren with open mockery, sneering, "Tianzong clan? Never heard of them in my life. What backwoods clan spawned them?" Sangwon Zhou Yang declared he'd step aside to let them talk, then strode out of the building. The instant he vanished, Yohei roared at those left behind, sneering as he branded them the Country Bumpkin clan. Huaren flashed a calm smile and dipped into a bow, greeting her respectfully as Miss Xiaoman, then admitted their clan kept to the shadows and was barely known. He reassured her fiercely, insisting her unfamiliarity with their name wasn't a mark of ignorance or inexperience. So don't worry. Peng Chil Ryan's laugh burst out, amusement crackling at Warren's remark. At her side, Seol Moon Seo Su jabbed a finger at Warren, scowling as she snapped, "What? Ignorance?" Teeth clenched, she tore into her brother with a furious yell. Seol Moon Yuan sprang forward, soothing her storm and proposing that, since they'd gathered the new generation's geniuses all in one place, they should sit face to face, lock eyes, and finally talk this out. Moments later, everyone claimed their places around the table. Peng Chil Ryan cut the silence, stepped up to Horain and proclaimed, "I am Peng Chil Ryan." She flashed a grin, declared his tongue a razor, admitted she adored sharp-witted people, and noted they were the ones who carried blades just as keen. Warren's eyes snapped to her and recognition hit like a knockout. She was Panjiok's sister. She, with her brother at her side, ignited the Paying clan's golden age. It slammed into him. Every big name had finally assembled. Seo Moon Seo Sul spun to the Yong clan heir and declared he'd once been close to Jagol Yohae. She burst out, "Are you two in a relationship?" Peng Jeo's eyes slitted the instant the question struck. Yohei barked a laugh as she revealed the Yong clan heir had been woven into their clan's affairs for years. Lately their bond tightened, pulling them closer than before. A jolt of realization hit Seol Moon Yuan. Miss Chung Young was promised to the Yong clan heir. Doubt gnawed at him. Did this sudden closeness actually mean anything? Pang Yeok exploded to his feet, slammed the table and roared at Xiao Moon. He roared, "How could Seol Moon Yuan say that? Are you insulting Miss Jagal Yohei's morality?" Their eyes snapped together, crackling with charge for a few electric moments. Xiao Moon Yuan plastered on a polite, hollow apology, and insisted that if anyone took his comment badly, he'd only been acting out of worry. He slammed his hand down and growled that both were Jagal, but they were two entirely different women. Silence slammed down on Panjioki as he ground his teeth. At his side, Warren downed his drink, jolted by how clearly Panjioki seemed smitten with Yohei, wondered if that was why Yohei wanted him to pretend to be her lover, then banished the notion on the spot. Realization struck. The devilish girl had another scheme, and Yohei smirked as he spoke. They dropped the bomb that Chang Yang and Huaran had just called off their engagement, so her relationship with him was perfectly fine. Huaran gagged and spewed his drink across the table. Panjiok's face drained as he froze, eyes wide, Yohei's words slamming into him like a gut punch. Words snagged in his throat. He stuttered trying to speak, then forced the rest out. Seol Moon Yuan shot a grin and declared, "I understand." He smirked that, with the Tianzhuang Yang clan stumbling so badly lately, The broken engagement seemed only fitting. Salamum Yuan's comment slammed the table into stunned silence. Warren's eyes slitted as he marked the comment for what it was. A brazen, unapologetic taunt. He dismissed Salamum Yuan as nothing more than an ordinary young martial artist. He'd failed to etch himself into the future, but one blazing moment slammed into his memory. The instant Salamum Yuan announced himself to the world. Warren's smile sliced the silence as he spoke, his voice cool and utterly calm. Warren demanded whether Salamum Yuan wasn't supposed to be engaged to Miss Huangbo Zhou Young, recalled the engagement collapsing after Salamum Yuan betrayed her with another woman, and added he understood Salamum Yuan had chosen that path because he was consumed by his own sense of inferiority. Fury cracked across Salamum Yuan's face. He snapped his head to the side and caught Pengchil Rion telling her brother she'd thought they were only here to hang out and eat. Salamum Yuan leveled an unsettling glare at Huaren and snarled that Huaren's words were a direct insult to the Salamum clan. Huaren's grin sharpened as he shot back. Were Xiaomun Yuan's words not a direct insult to the Tianzhang clan? Salamum Yuan froze, silence crashing over him for a single heartbeat. He flung the food off the table, then snapped that he'd heard Warren held the title Flying Dragon Sword Hero. He snatched up his sword and roared at Warren, demanding he prove his skills. Silence slammed into everyone, freezing every voice. Minutes later, they poured onto the dueling grounds. Off to the side, Yohei's mind raced as she thought to herself that she goaded Peng Yok mercilessly, trying to ignite his fury over an incident that hadn't even happened yet. Instead, that worthless bastard Xiaomun Yuan walked right into the trap. She sneered and branded him an idiot the moment he lost it after taunting the young clan heir. They saw it as the perfect chance to watch the Yang clan unleash their aerial prowess. On the other side, Pengchil Rion, meat clenched in her hand, jabbed the question at her brother Peng Yok. Who did he think would win? Peng Yok froze, mind racing, then declared that the light vestige blade flashed. Salamum Yuan sprang from a prestigious clan and downed countless elixirs. He couldn't deny it. The young clan heir was a force to be reckoned with, fresh off toppling Jiaquang in a duel. A cold certainty settled on him. They were probably evenly matched. In the heart of the grounds, Xiaomun Yuan strode up to Horain and declared he'd heard Horain had won his last few duels, but Xiao didn't actually know that to be true. He ripped his sword free and roared that Warren stood no chance against the Legion, the clan's conquering blade. Xiaomun Yuan bellowed that no technique could match his speed, promising the battle would be over in a handful of strikes. Warren snatched up his sword and snarled, Salamum Yuan, you're free to attack! Silence swallowed the grounds as their eyes locked. Salamum Yuan exploded forward. He closed in on Warren, the distance shrinking with every step. He watched Warren clamp his eyes shut. Salamum, you stand on grind! Rage boiled as he sneered at Warren for shutting his eyes and freezing, vowing to put a hole in him and teach him his place. He lunged, driving his blade forward. Right as the blade lunged for Warren, Warren's eyes snapped open and he slammed his blade up and parried Salamum Yuan's sword, steel clashing as he held her strike at bay. Salamum Yuan's jaw dropped. He'd believed Horain had blocked his lightning-fast attack. Warren's left hand snapped shut into a white-knuckled fist, and a flare ripped from her as he blasted Salamum Yuan right in the gut with his fighting dragon fist. Salamum Yuan rocketed off into the distance. Every eye popped wide in stunned disbelief as Warren unleashed a blinding display of skill. Salamum Seoso lunged to her brother's side. He lay out cold, crumpled against the wall where he'd been slammed. Pang Chael Ryan reeled, shock roaring through her. The duel had ended in a single exchange. She whipped around to her brother, shouting whether he'd kept up with Xiaomun Yuan's blade, and his spot was empty. She yelled that he was gone, then spotted him heading straight for Warren. She blasted him with a shout, demanded where he was going, and commanded him to come back. Warren's gaze snapped to Pangyok as he closed the distance. Pangyok plunged into a deep reverent bow before him. Grinning like a predator, he thundered, I am Peng Diok of the Hebei Peng clan. I challenge the heir of the Tianzhong clan to a duel. For a heartbeat, Heron stared into the distance. Then his silence said everything. He offered no reply. Peng Yak ripped the silence apart, smirking as he announced he'd been born into the Pong clan. From his first tottering steps, he'd been swinging a blade. He owned up. Even with that background, he could only ever shadow the Samuan sword style in rough, ragged strokes. Haran saw straight through the ploy. The challenger admitted it was rude to demand another duel from a man who'd just finished fighting, yet still begged for the chance to meet Haran's sword. Haran locked eyes with him and knew, deep in his bones, that Pangyak was pure-hearted. He spotted a fierce, genuine hunger for martial arts roaring inside him. That was the exact spark someone needed to etch their name into the world's memory. A faint smile ghosted across Heron's face. Then he spoke up, his voice slicing through the silence. He agreed without hesitation, eyes blazing, and vowed he would also behold the Hebepong clan's blade. The training grounds swelled with people, a stunned voice ripping through the crowd. Pongyak was about to face the Flying Dragon Sword Hero, and jaws dropped that it came so soon after his clash with the light vestige blade. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar. Moments later, Pontiac snatched his blade, and as he ripped it from its sheath, he bellowed that the Peng clan's blade would carve a path to dominance, declaring this duel the moment to test a blade art the clan had been perfecting for some time. The name split the air. 5 Tiger Severing Blade. Heron snapped his sword free and thundered its name, the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword of the Tianzhong Yang clan. Hanjiak's grin confirmed the name was perfect, and he snapped, "I'll begin now!" He seized the sword with both hands and hoisted it high above his head. As Qi cloaked the blade in crackling energy, he slammed it down and Qi detonated in a massive blast around him. Haran's eyes slitted as he tracked the strike, and in a heartbeat he knew. Blade resonance. It felt like a lion ripping the silence with a thunderous roar. He snapped into a stance. He swore to himself, fire in his veins. He'd win this time too. He braced, feet locked to the earth. Haran blasted forward, aiming straight at Pontiac. They braced, coiled like springs, and when their weapons slammed together, a geyser of Qi detonated, ripping through the area. As they struggled, Haran gaped at the surging power. He knew that without the heart method he'd received from the Zhong siblings, he wouldn't have stood a chance. That first exchange would have sealed the match's fate. He wrenched Pongyok's blade skyward. Hangok froze, surprise cracking across his face. A wicked smirk curled on his lips, then he thundered, "Good!" He snapped his arm back and slammed his blade into Heron's sword. On the sidelines, Pong Chilrian stood transfixed, jaw dropped and eyes glued to the fight. She shouted it was a tiger versus dragon showdown, and watching it lit a blaze inside her. She snapped around and locked eyes with Sail Moon's siblings clustered right behind her, and threw down the gauntlet, daring Seomin Yuan to a fight. He shook his head violently, horror pouring through him. Back in the fray, Pontiac rocketed skyward and dove straight at Heron. He lunged, his sword snapping out to meet him. Pontiac met the strike head-on and stopped it dead. Blade screamed on impact, the ringing echo tearing the air. They froze. Pontiac's satisfied smile curled as he spoke. "Keep going, and my wicked hunger to finish this once and for all could ignite." He slid his blade home into its scabbard. He bowed and declared it a great duel. Heron snapped into a bow, scoffing that he must say the same. Peng Yuk then thrust his hand forward and he perched it on Horan's shoulder, cheeks aflame and a grin splitting his face as he burst out, "How was my blade art? Was it razor sharp? How blistering was its speed? Did the dominant aura blaze clear and unmistakable?" Haran forced an awkward smile, every nerve buzzing as he fought with himself. Should he tell him or clamp his mouth shut? His breath hitched as he realized the 5 Tiger Severing Blade echoed the Soaring Dragon Emperor's sword. Visions of the future seared into him. This blade art was forged by fusing the Peng clan's dominant power-severing blade with a demonic blade art. Pongjak still hadn't forged the two styles into one seamless whole. Haran's voice cut through the air as he announced he'd detected the exact same fatal flaw he'd uncovered in his clan's martial arts. The one they'd been wrestling with for months. He leaned in, voice dropping to a hush. "Let's finish this somewhere quiet later." Pongjak exploded with a shout, heart racing, desperate to know if Heron had actually seen it. He declared Haran's insight blew him away, craved more martial arts conversations with him, and threw the door wide open. "Come by any time." Horan burst out of the dueling grounds. Yohai bellowed to him that the young clan heir had grown far stronger. She leaned in, voice a razor, and insisted he hadn't even reached that level when he dueled Jia Guang before. Haran stammered, insisting he picked things up fast. Yohei hummed, the note thick with suspicion. After hearing her words, he snapped, "At this rate she must bring him into the Union." Surprise hit Haran like a fist. "The Union?" he choked, and a cold realization landed. The Jekyll clan had been plotting it. Yohei spun around, declared she had plotting to do, clipped it to business, and strode off. Just before the corner, she spun back, flung a quick wave at Haran and breathed, "Rest well." The moment she left, Horan let out a long, trembling exhale. Every loose end nailed shut. Now let's go see the omniscient one. That afternoon, he met Myong Wok at the center of a ritual circle, its sigils painstakingly etched with cold precision. Yang Guok declared the preparations complete, and Haran's voice cracked as he remarked on the array's staggering complexity. The older man confessed, voice trembling, that he'd never pulled this off properly before. He roared that the consequences could be irreversible. Horan only smiled, and with that single grin he declared, "Let's begin." Myong Wok shot a grin back, respect erupting at the sight of his iron resolve. But first, she slammed a bowl of thick red liquid into his hands and barked, "Drink this! It will catapult you straight toward whatever you desire." Haran drained it in one ferocious gulp. He folded into a lotus like a coiled spring, drew a sharp breath and declared, "I am ready." Myong Wok planted his hand atop Haran's head. This time he vowed to plunge straight into Haran's consciousness, storming his inner realm where they might finally confront that soul. He leaned in, voice a quiet, burning whisper. "Young clan heir, If we encounter that, do as you desire. Pressure slammed through the chamber, the spell ignited, and a heartbeat later, Horan unveils open designs. He stood rooted in the misladen, ancient forest, silence pressing in. Among the trees lay a shattered carriage. Lightning slammed into him. He recognized them in a heartbeat. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union's crest. Could this be it? A voice rips through the hush. You're here? A figure ripped out of the shadows and slammed into view. I wore a lazy grin, soaked in calm, as boredom gnawed at me like a starving wolf. The demonic master strode into the light, his grin tearing wider, mocking, theatrical, razor-sharp with intent, and purred, "So, how do you like the location?" His gaze locked onto Yang Haran, the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's hog, as his voice sank into a velvet purr. Sayok Jung-young fixed Hwaran with a hard, unblinking stare for a long moment. He said, voice tight with recognition, Warren had changed so much since they first met. He'd wasted away when he regressed, but now he'd filled out and finally looked like a man. Sayok Jam-young flashed a wide, mocking grin and snapped, outward change doesn't guarantee inner transformation. A rotund merchant brazenly masquerades as a martial artist, faking every move. What? Now that he'd clawed his way to a handful of hard-won experience and slapped on a flashy title like a mask, was he really starting to succumb to that hollow, worthless fame? Hwaran Karan snapped, voice iron steady. Demonic Master Siok Jam-young, you talk too much. Did he dare believe he was still the same legend whose name alone once shook the entire Marim? You've heard of me? Warren snapped that he'd once been nothing but a merchant. With Demonic Master echoing around him, his identity snapped into place. His gaze cut like a blade. Yes, it was that astonishing demonic master from our first meeting. If his memory served him, he'd been racing for his life from a group of masked men. And now, Seok Jomyon was trapped inside Hwaran, unable to force even an inch beyond Hwaran's boundaries. A faint smirk danced on Warren's lips as he concluded, just like a parasite. Seok Jung-young's grin snapped back, razor sharp. Fine, he said. You dared call me a parasite? He leaned in, his voice dropping into a low, venomous taunt. Did Warren ever pause and wonder why a humble merchant could suddenly master martial arts as if touched by the gods and blast into terrifying strength? He hadn't swallowed the lie that this was his talent. No, Jing wasn't some poetic fable. It was forged by him, Seok Jom-young, the demonic master. Hwaran roared, "Lies!" Seok Jung-young roared, thunder ripping from his throat. You learned fast because of me. All of it. Every survival, every breakthrough owed to me. Not your effort, not your will, just me. How many times had Warren clung to life by his chi alone? Those eye techniques could pierce minds. Did Hwaran truly believe he could obliterate Seok Jum-young's soul and siphon his chi? The spirit possession technique fused soul and chi into one inseparable soul. They were one. And Hwaran's pride shattered as he finally saw how arrogant his assumption had been. He bellowed one final order. Hand your body over to me. Warren's voice died in his throat. Silence stretched. Then he sliced through it. Not with defiance, but with calm, ironclad finality. Sayok Jum-young's words hit hard. He'd once been nothing but a merchant. Merchants never tiptoed, they plunged headfirst. Every gain cost something else. I ripped off the merchant's cloak. I'm no longer just a merchant. He ripped his sword from its sheath, steel flashing like lightning. I bear the bloodline of the Tianzhong-yang clan. I am Yang Hua-ren, the soaring dragon hero and martial artist. His face turned to stone the instant his eyes locked with Seok Jung-young. A martial artist doesn't claim what's theirs with words. They seize it. A blazing sigil ignited on his forehead, its fierce light cutting across his face. Raise your sword, Seok Jum-young, he thundered. He leveled his blade forward and bellowed, Old ghosts, let's dance with blades! Just before the ritual began, Myungwok drilled the incantations under his breath, each syllable a steady strike shaping the coming storm. Quarren slammed the question at the omniscient one. What is the realm of consciousness like? I've plunged into it by accident a few times, but I still don't truly understand what kind of place it is. Myungwok spun to face him and laid everything out. Most martial artists couldn't even fathom that realm existed. Casters navigated it like natives, knowing every danger and secret. This was literally a universe inside someone's head. A vast realm forged from their raw potential, roaring emotions, tangled memories, and a will smoldering to life. That's exactly why it shredded any simple description, and yes, the spirit possessing Hwaran almost certainly lurked there too, coiled and hungry, waiting for the ritual to begin. Myungwok thrust a clenched fist forward and added, his voice razor sharp, swallow this, and if your will never cracks, you'll be invincible inside your own mind. That was the brew Warren had slammed back earlier. Now the emblem flared to life on his brow. Seok Jum-young's eyes flickered with a faint surprise. a sigil on his forehead revealing the secret arts of the Bai cult. He whipped his blade free and barked that Hworin had planned every detail of this confrontation. A savage tide of demonic chi tore from him as he sneered, contempt blazing. How laughable. He cleaved the air with a brutal horizontal slash. A colossal wave of sword chi slammed toward Hworin, and Hworin didn't so much as flinch. He watched the assault barrel in with ice-cold composure, eyes narrowing into slits as the omniscient one declared, "This is my mind's realm. Every ounce of my potential lives here." A torrent of golden cheese ripped down his arm and slammed into his blade. Right here. One swing, and I can cleave the demonic master in two. He tore Seok Jung-young's attack apart, scattering it into nothing. Seok Jung-young ground his teeth, disbelief snapping in his chest. He shattered my sword chi with a single strike. Even Hworin froze, stunned for a single heartbeat. He snapped his gaze to his sword as realization slammed into him. That technique had just activated. The Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword and the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome slammed into one another and fused. Was this the true face of potential? Seok Jung-young roared, rage boiling in his veins as he spat. "You dare?" "Don't swagger around like you're untouchable, Brett." Teeth clenched, he detonated a lightning-fast barrage of sword chi. He charged forward, roaring his challenge. "Try blocking this too." Warren expelled a long, heavy breath. He thrust his sword skyward as a thick, molten gold wave of chi slammed over him again. He vowed inwardly. Picture a fish ripping up a towering wave of chi, fighting the torrent until it explodes into a dragon, climbing the waterfall, smashing through the surface, and seizing the dragon's fate in the sky. The lone dragon, my finished self I will one day become. He exploded forward, eerily calm and dead set on his target. Golden chi surged around him, a river of liquid light, and he declared, voice iron steady and absolute, then wield it. After unleashing his assault, Seok Jung-young sucked in a ragged breath, grim satisfaction pulsing in his skull as he dared Hworin silently. "Let's see you block this." And at this power Hworin couldn't possibly emerge unscathed. His eyes snapped wide with alarm as he realized something was terribly wrong with his own body. He forced his trembling hand up and watched, horror clawing at his chest. Sections began to collapse into dust, and a brutal realization slammed into him. Did I burn too much chi? If he bleeds out his inner energy here, he'll be wide open. I've got to pull back and move much more cautiously. He watched his technique slam into Warren's sword art. His jaw dropped, disbelief roaring in his chest, as Hworin surged forward and began to overpower him. His breath snagged in his throat. His whole life detonated behind his eyelids, memories striking him like lightning. He clenched his teeth and unleashed a thunderous roar. "You told me to be a bastard? How dare you?" He snarled. "How dare you?" His voice ragged with fury and desperation. He jabbed a finger at Warren and spat a raw, defiant challenge. He'd been forged in confrontation. Countless foes had stood in his way. Those who tried to bar his path, seize him, hunt him down. Every single one lay heaped beneath his blade. He'd slain and slain and slain. He clawed his way out through relentless brutality. And from that blood-soaked carnage, he rose as the feared demonic master. How could he, of all people, be toppled by a mere merchant? Defiant, he hoisted his sword again and unleashed the same sword art, a final desperate shout ripping from his throat. The golden and crimson dragons of chi hurtled forward and slammed into each other high above. Seok Jung-young's strike ripped a hole through Warren's golden dragon formation, just for a single heartbeat. Triumph surged across his face. That's right, the victory vanished in a heartbeat. Seconds later, Warren's technique pulverized the Crimson Dragon, shattering it into jagged shards. It shattered, exploding into a glittering storm of brittle glass shards. His eyes shot wide as disbelief slammed into him. Hworin launched himself forward. Seok Jung-young gnashed his teeth. He planted his feet and braced as the blade plunged down. The chi clash slammed into him like a collapsing sky, pinning him under its crushing weight until he groaned. Groaning, he admitted, "He's crushing me with pure brute strength." Even as everything tore at him, he planted his feet like iron and refused to break. He snapped his blade back with a razor-fast jerk and he spun on a dime, flipping his stance and blindsiding everyone with a sudden reversal. Blindsided, Hworin froze for a fatal half-beat. That single pause spelled his doom. See Jung-young erupt into a momentum strike. His mind screamed as he launched the technique. Conviction roared through him as he snarled, "My damn! Drawn-out fate with you ends here!" Hworin hurtled forward. He hoisted the sword high, poised to slam it down. Eyes drilled into the incoming strike. In a heartbeat, darkness swallowed his vision. Then a blinding flash erupted. Seok Jung-young's sword was wrenched from his grip, spinning wildly into the air. He recoiled, reeling, his mind unspooling. "Taiji, don't tell me!" He's unleashing the Taiji Depth Heaven Tone. A realm of consciousness pulsed deep within the upper dantian. Every buried spark inside a person, fused into one force. An endless well of what they could become. Was that the spark that catapulted Warren into mastering martial arts with terrifying, lightning-fast speed? Before he could catch his breath, Hwoaran lunged forward, slammed the distance shut, and barked an order. "Bite down hard, Seok Jam-young." Then, without hesitation, he hurled a devastating, bone-crunching punch straight into Ok Jam-young's face. They unleashed a brutal barrage of fists, blow after crushing blow, each strike erupting into shockwaves that shook everything around them. Seok Jam-young slammed a crushing blow into Hwoaran's jaw, snapping his head back as he reeled and stumbled. But Hwoaran shot back in a heartbeat. Seok Jam-young threw up a desperate last-second block. Then Hwoaran's next punch slipped past and crashed into his face. Seok Jam-young struck back instantly, ramming his fist into Hwoaran's temple, who staggered. "Forge ahead once more!" A second strike slammed into him. They exchanged crushing blows, colliding like twin storms. He planted himself like a mountain. No surrender, no collapse. Rage boiling, they exploded forward in one last synchronized burst, launching themselves at each other as their fists slammed into one another's faces in brutal, perfect timing. Hwoaran rocketed backwards, slamming into the earth. Seok Jam-young crumpled to his knees, choking on ragged breaths as blood dripped from his split lip. He locked his gaze on Hwoaran's motionless form as a cold, grim realization burned through him. The fight morphed into a brutal war of attrition. Talent faded, and only raw endurance decided who stayed standing. Strength draining from his bones, he crashed headlong into Hwoaran's unbreakable will. A relentless, ravenous war of consumption ate you alive, no matter how heavily you'd armored your body with secret arts. Even the steeliest resolve was born of flesh and blood. And before raw, bone-shattering, flesh-rending violence, every human's will splintered. Then Hwoaran stirred, slow and agonizing, and hauled himself upright. Seok Jam-young stayed on his knees and rasped, "Yes, there absolutely should be none, but—" His voice quivering on that last "but." "Why do you keep rising every time life knocks you down?" Hwoaran snapped upright and froze. Silence stretched. He finally dropped his gaze to his battered hands. He strode toward Seok Jam-young, every step calm and unshakable. He snapped his fist up and froze. Still on his knees, Seok Jam-young asked. A strained cry ripped from you. "What is it? What force in the world still propels you forward?" "Rage. Is that what's propelling you to kill me? Or is it a stubborn tether to the past?" His voice tore upward, cracking with desperation. "What relentless fire drags you back to your feet?" Hwoaran dropped his arm. Silence hung for a heartbeat. Then he spoke, calm and almost gentle. He snapped, "Both are wrong. This isn't rage. It's not tied to the past." He locked eyes with Seok Jam-young, his voice steady and certain. "The future is why I rise again. My father, my mother, my younger sibling, Manhwa, my whole world in a single heartbeat, and the martial artists who rally to my banner. I spring to my feet and bolt forward." Seok Jam-young froze as a suffocating hush swallowed the room. After a long beat, he shattered the quiet with a voice that cut through the air. The future hurtled forward. Then, without warning, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Utterly ridiculous. He gaped, utterly ridiculous, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. No contest. The funniest thing he'd ever heard in his life. His grin died and his eyes snapped into blade-thin slits. He admitted it. Cold. Rational. Instead of clinging to the unchangeable, Hwoaran ripped himself free and moved to reshape what he could. As expected, the man was a merchant to his core. Despicable and ruthlessly calculating. Seok Jam-young hoisted himself up from his knees, inching upright as pain lanced through him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he bellowed the announcement. "Fine, young Hwoaran." He'd step up with an offer, and Hwoaran snapped back without hesitation. "Say it!" Seok Jam-young barked out his terms. Hwoaran wanted to unleash his inner energy, didn't he? For now, Seok Jam-young anchored himself inside Hwoaran's body, coiled and ready to surge and lend aid the moment it was needed. His voice surged into a roar, a wide, sinister grin splitting his face as he demanded that if Hwoaran found a suitable body for transfer, Hwoaran help anchor his consciousness into it. And once he departed, he would bestow 1/3 of his inner energy on Hwoaran. Hwoaran snapped, "No." The rejection hit Seok Jam-young like a gut punch. Stunned, he roared, "Wait, did he just admit he yielded first?" Hwoaran's faint smile curled as he snapped back, "If it were half his inner energy, maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it. Demonic master." Seok Jam-young's fists curled into iron as he ground out, "You little," seething, then exploded again. What a vicious bastard. Fine, I'll stake half my inner energy, but Hwoaran must honor the other condition. Snag him a body to possess. The younger the better, with strong bones and sinewy tendons. And most of all, the host must already be a lunatic, at least mentally shattered. Those minds melted like wax beneath domination. Hwoaran nodded slow and resolute. If anyone matching that description crossed his path, he'd rouse Seok Jam-young from his slumber. He added, voice like ice. He'd pluck only the dregs of humanity. Bodies that wouldn't matter, even if someone claimed them. Seok Jamyang snapped his tongue like a whip and scoffed. What dramatics, brat! He turned on his heel and snapped, now get lost! The sight of that face was wearing him down. Hwarin froze, his gaze searing as Seok Jamyang strode away, their figure unspooled, bleeding out of the mindscape until it vanished. The instant Hwarin vanished completely, Seok Jamyang clicked his tongue aloud. The disc held 18 decades worth, and devoured half his inner energy. What a waste. A colossal, soul-crushing waste that slams you in the gut. His grin split wider, glinting with dark anticipation. Each time Hwarin poured out his inner energy, Seok Jamyang's strength surged back, twining and knitting itself alive inside the vessel. He burned with raw eagerness for the day they'd meet again. Yang Hwarin. Back in the physical world, Hwarin blinked awake, peeling his eyelids open. A ragged groan tore from him as he locked his gaze on his trembling hands. A tidal wave of loss crashed through him. Was it the rift between the realm his consciousness wandered and the physical world his body was trapped in? Fire flared in his chest as he swore to himself that one day he'd return to that higher plane once more. Myung-hwak hurtled toward him, shouting, "Young Master Yang, what happened?" He hauled Hwarin to his feet. Hwarin whispered he'd struck a deal with the soul, and Myung-hwak confessed he couldn't erase it. That soul crackled with terrifying power. Hwarin staggered out, barely whole, luck clinging to every step. He confessed he couldn't obliterate the soul, but while Hworin was absent from the consciousness realm, he'd uncovered methods to drain its strength. Hworin snapped, "Ways to weaken it?" And Myung-hwak explained. They could rip the soul apart and fling its power to the winds, like Sanghwan Mijong once did. Or Hworin could lock the soul away inside a second Dantian within his own body. Another Dantian? Hworin shot, disbelief slicing the air. Yes, Myung-hwak answered, calm and certain. Locking the soul in his current Dantian would twist his inner energy into snarled knots and spark a violent energy deviation. Forge a second Dantian and imprison the soul there, and the scheme could actually work. He'd never heard of anyone wielding two Dantians. In practice, the feat was impossible. Warren's eyes snapped wide as realization punched through him. Impossible. He exhaled. It wasn't. In the future, Chelrung himself would rip his Dantian in two, all for the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. He'd been right. The path ahead snapped into focus. Myung-hwak beside him plunged into thought, murmuring an ancient legend. If a practitioner's inner energy and spiritual energy ever fused into one, an unrivaled martial master would be forged. But it existed only as a whispered myth, never seen. Heavy boots pounded outside, each step booming like a thunderclap. Yohei barreled into the courtyard, hauling an injured jiggle warrior, and bellowed, "Young Master Yang, who are interned." Johei about to clash with a martial artist from the Jiggle clan? Yohei's voice plunged into a low, trembling whisper, urgency rattling through every syllable. "Young Master Yang, trouble just hit us hard. Peril pounces on your group." Warren froze like a statue, then exploded into a shout. "Hold on, are you telling me my group is in danger?" The wounded warrior staggered forward, pain twisting his face as he rasped, "I'll explain." After visiting the Shaolin Temple with young Master Jiggle Buke, they slammed to a halt at the very inn where young Master Young's group lay resting. Then the demonic sects surged like a black tide, unleashing a brutal onslaught. A massive battle erupted as merciless attackers butchered even unarmed civilians with no combat training. People who'd tried to stay out of it but were swallowed by sheer numbers. He staggered out alone, the only one who'd clawed his way free just enough to carry the warning. Hwarin's scream ripped out as realization slammed into him. His group had been dragged into that fight too, and the warrior nodded. "Yes, I was desperately trying to help them." Warren ground his teeth, his jaw snapping shut like a steel trap. He charged forward. My gut screamed, "I need to go to them!" Yohei called after him. "Young Master Yang, this ambush was rigged with surgical precision. You can't go in alone." Hworin flung the gate open and slammed to a dead stop. His eyes snapped wide in shock. There stood the figure, right before him. They blazed as the Orthodox sect's most prominent names, flanked at the front by a phalanx of martial artists. Peng Joak thundered, "I'll go with you too." Warren froze, breath snagging. "This is my matter," Pangioki declared, shaking his head, voice resolute. "No." Warren aside, he knew the Jaggle clan inside out, and with demonic sects tearing through the land, the heir of a prestigious clan couldn't shirk his duty and do nothing. He smirked, threw a knowing glance my way, and fired. "You've got something to tell me, don't you?" Warren staggered back, eyes wide as he locked his gaze on them. Peng Jiuk stood coiled like a drawn bow. The Shumen warriors bristled behind him. The assembled talents held their breath, all waiting. After a long, breath-stealing pause, he dropped into a deep bow and vowed, "I, Young Hworin, will never forget your help." Peng Jiuk's smirk curled as he flicked his hand toward the Shumen clan. "Some won't like it." But what can we do? We're the Orthodox sect's rising stars. Let's blaze into the spotlight. Just as they prepared to depart, Myungwak lunged forward, his voice tearing through the air. Young Master Young! He flung a tiny bottle into Warren's palms. Warren snatched it and grinned. This'll be useful. His eyes flicked to it for a heartbeat. He spun, tied a silent knot of gratitude, then shot off. He walked away, remorse setting his thoughts ablaze. It's my fault. I loitered at the Sangwon clan far too long. Hold tight. Wait just a beat more. I'm racing back and I'll be there any second. Warren barreled forward as a memory from his previous life exploded into his mind. In that life, he'd never been this close to Master Mo. Now the gap between them had vanished. His fragile body shut him out of martial arts, and a deeply warped mind gnawed at him from the inside. He ripped himself away from his clan's martial artists and spent years in isolation until, just as they were about to sell him as a live-in son-in-law, cutting him off from the clan for good, catastrophe tore through his world. The Tianzheng clan was wiped from existence, every last soul gone. His clansmen were butchered, and most of their martial artists were cut down in battle or fled in every direction, vanishing without a trace. Master Mo had held his distance. She led the charge, tracking down and cutting down the Dabi sect's perpetrators. Vengeance exploded from her, relentless, merciless, and she claimed the dread name Dragon Blood Flower. Blood streamed from her eyes as she fought tooth and nail against impossible odds to rebuild the Tianzheng clan. Finally, she toppled as well. Both rising ghost blades were cut down, their promising flames snuffed by the same tragic end. Still running, Warren's thoughts plunged into shadow. He ground his teeth. If the same thing happens again. Peng Jiok seized Horin's gaze and saw it cold, grim, and utterly fixed. They barreled onward, shouting, Young Master Young, your group will be safe. They were the Yonghua Inn's unwavering lieutenants, and he pressed him to put his faith in them. Huaren fell mute and barreled forward, giving no answer. Beside him, Sangwon Jo Young cut in, voice razor-sharp. There was critical intelligence he needed to know. Reality slammed down. The three demonic heavens had masterminded the in attack, and Panjiok's voice cracked with raw alarm. The three demonic heavens? Warren's mind detonated with one brutal thought. If this really was the three demonic heavens, the Blood Demon Castle, the Holy Heaven Cult, and the Darkness Valley were all behind it. And last time, their target had been Jae-Gal Yohei. Now even Jae-Gal Bayuk stood besieged as demonic martial artists unleashed coordinated merciless assaults on the Jae-Gal clan. Demonic sects and the Jae-Gal clan unleashed wave after wave of attacks. The pattern screamed one truth. The Union was behind it. In his former life, the Union never fully fused, if it was even flickering into being now. Whoever they were, their interference had pulled it off. He slammed to a halt, his fist balled tight. He crouched low to the ground and murmured, "We should probably hurry." In a flash, he rocketed forward. Elsewhere at the inn, Warren's group had holed up. The defenders hurled themselves into a brutal, all-or-nothing brawl against the demonic martial artists. Another assailant crumpled beneath Moby Yong's blade. She let out a shaky, ragged exhale. She clamped a hand to her wound and spoke. Up until now, the Jae-Gal clan's protective wards had held the enemy at bay, unable to tear through the inn's inner defenses. A nearby warrior snarled, "If one of their Jae-Gal martial artists had broken free, reinforcements would be on us in minutes." Moby Young raked her gaze across the wounded fighters surrounding her. Her jaw snapped shut. A quiet groan trapped behind her teeth. With so many wounded, she couldn't imagine how long they'd hold. She craned her neck and snapped her gaze upward over their heads. The enchantment convulsed, its golden light guttering and collapsing. Before long, those bastards would... Several Jae-Gal warriors crept toward her, each step slow and deliberate like hunters closing in. They dropped to their knees and spoke. Without the honored guest's aid, they'd have fallen long ago. They swore, voice like iron, to repay this debt. The lead warrior hesitated, teeth clenched, and growled, "If they fell, please protect young Master Jae-Gal Bayuk." A suffocating hush slammed over the group, freezing every breath. Then, from the forest ahead, a sound shattered the silence. A loud rustling shattered the air, and a forward scout barked, "Everyone, assume the sword formation." The noise surged, leaves lashed, branches cracked. Mobyong's eyes slitted, and she braced. Then a voice rang out, clear and strong, echoing through the trees. Master Mo slammed his palm into the ground as two rising ghost blades burst from the earth. Sayoki lunged like a thunderbolt. Munye grinned and tore the battlefield to shreds. Moby Young froze, shock blasting through him. "Young Clanair?" Warren fired back in an instant. "Hold tight. Give it one more heartbeat." Right then, demonic warriors erupted from the woods. A circle tightened around him. Blades flashed like lightning as they lunged. Warren ripped his blade free, clicked his tongue sharply, and let a cold sneer curl his lips. He struck, not once, but in a single relentless sweep, slicing through multiple attackers, then roared, "You're not going anywhere." From the flank, Pengyok roared, Young Master Young, go! The Peng clan will carve a path. Warren Midstrike jerked back as young Master Pang summoned him. Sail Moon Yuan slammed into a battle stance and roared, I'll repay this debt, no matter what, Yonghua Rin! He inhaled sharply, then surged forward, and he tore through several more demonic warriors. Warren vaulted onto a bamboo stalk, catapulted skyward, and bellowed, Thank you! He hesitated for a heartbeat, then launched, landing featherlight atop the bent bamboo and drawing a deep, steady breath. He rocketed toward the inn, unleashing the bamboo forest flying dragon stride. He rocketed skyward, tearing through the clouds. A fleeting blur shivered through the shadows. A demonic warrior erupted from the shadows. Warren spun midair and slid out of the strike's path. He whirled his body like a living blade, every arc razor-sharp and deadly, and ripped back with a devastating slash, a roar tearing free as he bellowed, Don't get in my way! His eyes zeroed in on the distant end, unblinking and relentless. I have to crank it into overdrive, right now. It's closing in, right here, right now. He catapulted skyward, the inn's courtyard unfurling beneath him. Mo Byong and the others locked onto him the instant he appeared, their voices exploding together. Young clan heir! On a distant, wind-battered cliff above the battlefield, a towering woman and a weathered old man stood in silent vigil, eyes fixed on the chaos below. The old man murmured, voice like gravel, They were never meant to be part of our plan. She peered down and fired back a sharp reply. They exploded onto the scene as rising stars from the Peng clan, the Sangwon clan, and the Sail Moon clan. And that last one was almost certainly tied to the faction backing the Jagal clan at the inn. They could be written off. A spider's web drags in anything that wanders into its trap, not just the prey it targeted. The old man's voice snapped, razor-edged and utterly commanding. Excellent. Let the battle begin. Send the Blood Dragon Corps at once. In a heartbeat, more warriors erupted from the shadows behind them. A sudden gust ripped past the instant the old man barely turned his head. His expression snapped alive, eyes blazing and a dare curling his grin as he murmured, This is going to be an interesting sight. That old man? He was the blood demon. Huaren skidded up to the inn where his group had gathered, and Young Wook's shout, raw with relief and urgency, ripped through the air. Young clan heir! Huaren's gaze snapped into a razor slit the instant he froze as his eyes swept over his wounded comrades, words dying in his throat. Moby Young barreled toward him, panic crackling in her voice as she demanded why he'd come. This place was a death trap. Peril struck without a second's notice. Warren swept her up and drew her into a fierce, all-consuming embrace, and exhaled, relief cracking his voice as he whispered that she was unhurt. His arms snapped around her, tightening like a vice, and crimson flooded Moby Young's face. She dropped her gaze and, in a breathy whisper, confessed she'd missed him. Youngwook, the young clan heir, still gasped for breath, chest heaving. They barreled over, breathless, declaring it was good to see Huaren. Then their face fell. The situation was dire, and they couldn't possibly handle what lay ahead alone. Warren flashed a grin and asked when he'd ever sworn he came alone. Right then, as if his words had summoned them, a contingent of geniuses and battle-hardened warriors burst from the forest and fell into flawless unison. Warren shattered the silence, his words pouring out again. Suddenly his body snapped rigid. A crushing, suffocating weight slammed down on him, pinning him rigid. Thoughts pounded at his skull, his mind racing out of control. This is... His eyes snapped to the distant cliff. They poured out from the heights, radiating an immense, terrifying presence that loomed over everything below. It screamed killing intent. Immense, absolute, colossal, an overwhelming urge to kill. He registered it, his brow nodding. Why from there? He held his stare, jaw locked and teeth gnashing as icy realization slammed into him. This was a trap, meticulously laid. His gaze cut across the line of warriors arrayed at his side. The Jiggle clan burst forward, the Songwon clan slammed back, even the Peng clan charged into the fray. They were all gathered here. Cold certainty clenched his chest, a drive hunt. It hit him. The Jagal clan had been used as bait, drawing the others into a single trap. The plan wasn't a fight, it was total annihilation, to wipe them all out in a single devastating blow and snuff out any chance of the Union forming. A grim realization slammed into him. This whole place was one massive grave. With a marble calm mask, he activated the frequency whispering technique, pouring his words into the young geniuses and commanding them to listen closely and betray no emotion. A faint transmission slid into Pangyalk's ear. He muttered, eyes narrowing, the frequency whispering technique. Huaren forced a warning through their mind. We're in a trap. Do not look. Lean in. Strain your senses and feel the presence brooding atop that hill. Pangyalk's eyes snapped wide as he felt it. Presence? The geniuses spun their inner energy into silent coils, racing it through their bodies. They shot their senses straight at the source of the crushing aura. The instant they brushed it, they froze solid, terror carved into every face. Perched high on the cliff, she surveyed their reactions and called down, her voice cool and amused. "Looks like they've spotted us." A warrior at her back surged forward and barked, "Guardian Joe, perfect timing. We can wipe them all out at once, right now." Guardian Joe's voice cut through the hush as he delivered one steady word. "Yes." A wide, predatory grin split her face as she purred, "That would be no fun." She flung her arms wide, glee bursting from her voice. "I'm itching to see their first move." Prancing like jesters atop their own graves, silence slammed into the warrior, cutting off his words for a single heartbeat. Then he leaned closer, voice like steel, and demanded they strike while the enemy was clustered. Even a single hesitation could unleash the unexpected. Guardian Joe's voice snapped, hardening like steel. She snapped him silent with a sharp, condescending retort. The Blood Dragon Corps leader said, "It's been a while since we walked the Jianghu. We should be reveling in this, not quaking like cowards at the sight of a few kids. The title Blood Dragon Corps leader doesn't suit you right now." The Blood Dragon Corps leader ground his teeth inwardly, seething. "Bullshit! She just toys with weaklings, disgusting woman." Unfazed, Guardian Joe pressed on, voice cool as steel. "Don't worry, the Blood Demon himself pinned this mission on us. I'll make sure it's done." Her gaze snapped to Warren's group below, eyes narrowing into cold slits as she vowed, "I'll do it in my own way." Dark anticipation burned in her as she thought to herself, "Try. Struggle all you want. The harder you fight, the greater my pleasure becomes." Back at the inn, Huaren's voice exploded as he ordered everyone to listen and snap into formation. A Jagal warrior barked, "Don't worry, our clan's formations are unmatched." Huaren shook his head, a slow, rueful concession. He admitted the Jiggle clan's mastery. He warned the enemy had probably dissected their signature tactics and was lying in wait for their moves. Wounded and blood-smeared, the Jagal warrior gave a hard, grim nod. He conceded their formations were an open book to any skilled opponent. When the enemy let them deploy without resistance, their suspicions snapped into certainty. The whole scenario was a setup, built to herd every faction into the same trap. Huaren confirmed it, then barked out precise orders. He barked orders. Warriors fanned out to lock down a defensive perimeter along the outer walls, while others drove bamboo stakes into the exact points he'd indicated inside the building. The Jagal warrior paused, murmuring a double-layer formation to himself. But doubt crept into his voice. Facing the three demonic heavens, even layered defenses would struggle to hold. I asked what formation Huaren intended, and he snapped back without a beat. A poison one. He anchored the bamboo garden's soul-shattering formation in his mind. A brutal offshoot of his clan's ancestral art, honed for generations and hailed as the ultimate defense against foes far stronger. Its legendary resilience had, in fact, he'd single-handedly resurrected the Sky Ocean Escort Agency once. He knew he couldn't repel the whole enemy force, but he carved out a razor-thin, temporary chance to survive. Panjiak cut in, a blunt, practical question slicing the silence. "Young clan heir, where are we getting poison?" He jabbed a finger, locking it squarely on the Sealman siblings. Pangiak's mind reeled. The Seoman clan actually harbored the poison for the formation? Seoman Young flailed his arms, voice erupting in fierce protest. "What are you saying? Us, the Seoman clan, carrying poison? We're not the Tang clan." Huaren kept his face calm, but his voice turned to ice as he fixed Mr. Seomoon with a stare and demanded low and final, "Hand over the poison now, or we all die here." A hard vow ignited in his chest. "I won't do that. I'll wield my past and your secrets like weapons to survive." All the other young heirs snapped their eyes to Seomun-yun, their gazes heavy with expectation. He shrank under that pressure, sputtering, "You, what?" before choking off and going still. The Sangwon clan's ping pinned him beneath a silent, searing glare that crushed the air. After a tense heartbeat, he snatched a small pouch from his robes and shouted in exasperation, "Damn it! All right, it's poison! I only had it for research!" He flung the pouch through the air. Huaren snagged it mid-flight, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he vowed, "Everyone will remember your contribution here." His face snapped into a razor edge as he barked the final command. Then snap into formation. As the warriors exploded into motion, they raced to obey his command. Guardian Joe hunched on the cliff's edge, still watching every movement below. Arms crossed, she watched their every move, silence cutting through the air like a blade. She uncrossed her arms and her voice trilling with theatrical delight proclaimed, "All right, let's get going." The Blood Dragon Corps leader ripped his blade free, his voice booming like thunder, every syllable a promise of death. "Annihilate every last one. Ignite the Blood Dragon Corps. Attack!" That night, the Sangwon clan crackled with restless tension. Yohai hung the damp cloth to dry, watching the breeze strip away every last drop. She plunged in and tended the wounded Jagal warrior. She locked eyes with her reflection in the bowl's water, and thought bitterly, that if her martial arts had been just a bit stronger, she could have helped. After she pressed her palm to the water's shimmering surface, she slapped herself with it, barked, "Get a grip!" and growled that she only needed to do what she could. A warrior barreled through the entrance and charged straight at her. He barreled up to her and barked, "Vice leader!" Still gasping, he panted that they'd just received an urgent letter from the clan and insisted she read it at once. Yohai's eyes shot wide as she cried, "Did it really come from the clan?" She snatched the rolled paper and her expression snapped to something dire. She choked out, "This!" He clutched the paper like it burned, bellowed, "Why did they send this so late?" Then fell silent. She bolted inside, a low groan escaping under her breath. She yanked the injured Jagal warrior by the collar. She snatched him up and roared, "Did you tell me the followers of the demonic path attacked?" He let out a ragged groan, confessed he didn't know, and could only whisper that he thought they came from the Blood Demon Castle and were one of the 3 demons. Yohai snapped back, "You idiot! Why did you only tell me that now?" She sprinted off again. She ground her teeth, furious she hadn't realized sooner. The letter reported the Blood Dragon Corps bearing down on their position, and Bayak was bait. She tore into herself for letting her thoughts cloud over, and she forced herself to steady, a silent plea clawing at her throat. "I'm begging you, make it!" Elsewhere, at the inn where Horine and the other martial artists had gathered, the air hummed with dangerous intent. They nailed down every last detail for the formation and stood ready. Warren barked, "Take your positions," and everyone snapped into place. At the back, Mo Byung braced himself against a wooden post and kept his eyes locked on them. She was haunted by one question. What had happened at the Sangwon clan to push so many skilled martial artists to throw their trust behind Warren without hesitation? She rushed up to him and asked for a task for herself and her team. Warren locked eyes with her and froze, a single heartbeat stretching into forever. He spun away and snapped at her to catch anyone about to collapse, then hurled the same order to Brother Young. Silence slammed down, freezing time for a single heartbeat. The area swelled until a sudden gust ripped through, forcing Warren to bellow, "They're bearing down on us! Gear up, everyone!" The Blood Dragon Corps barreled toward them, a living spear of crimson fury. Warren spun to Pangeok and snapped, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Pengdiak dropped his gaze, Warren's earlier explanation flashing back into his mind. They locked each clan into its prescribed formation. They weaponized the terrain. A living wall of trees hemmed it in, leaving only one entrance. They'd be forced to charge straight through that point. The Peng and Sangwon clans would surge forward to seize the flanks. The Tianjiang and Salmon clans anchored the center, while the Jagal clan held the rear. When the enemy lunged, Jagal unleashed the first formation, funneling them into the middle as the others slammed them shut and the flanks crushed in. Warren had declared it their plan. Snapping back to the present, Warren bowed his head as a sharp realization struck. He'd been lucky to study strategy in his previous life instead of martial arts, and he'd never imagined he'd actually have to use it. He snapped his head up and watched the Blood Dragon Corps barrel toward him. He crushed the sword's hilt until his knuckles whitened and roared a single iron command. "Jiggle Clan, burst to life!" The warriors shot back. "No problem," Peng Yuk snapped. "We'll go too." Then he and Sangwon Jo Young bolted to the flanks as the Blood Dragon Corps readied their strike. The battle erupted the instant Warren's sword slammed into a Blood Dragon Corps warrior's blade, lurking behind the chaos. Guardian Joe and the Blood Dragon Corps leader froze, eyes locked as the battle roared to life before them. The leader snapped a look at Guardian Joe and bit back a furious curse. He erupted, accusing her laziness of costing him his men. He snarled, bitterness lacing his voice as the other guardians still hadn't budged. Silence snapped. He ground his teeth, lunged forward and roared, "I'll fight too!" Guardian Joe clicked her tongue and flung a cutting remark into the air. "That idiot actually thinks he can smash his way through." My jaw dropped. This total buffoon is actually running the whole show. She shot a sly grin and teased, "Well, so that's why they singled him out as the sacrifice." Amid the fighting, Warren spun toward his side and bellowed, "Master Mo, we need help!" Mo Byung and Jung Si Aok lunged into the fray without hesitation. The battle thundered on, relentless. Who hang back, eyes glued to the combat raging nearby. He told himself they just had to heave a little harder, sink just a little deeper. He spotted the Blood Dragon Corps' leader hurtling straight at him. "Right now, this instant!" Peng Diak and Sangwon Jo Young burst into view behind the enemy leader, and strucks explode into being all at once. The leader whipped around, teeth bared, and snarled, "You damned insects!" He barely had time to react. His eyes snapped wide as Warren burst into view, sword already swinging. The leader lurched back, fighting to stay upright. Warren's strike screamed toward its mark. Then a sword sheath slammed into it, snatching the blow at the last heartbeat. Warren ground his teeth, frustration flaring at the interruption. Guardian Joe launched herself, jamming her sheath into the strike and stopping the attack cold. She raised her hand, her voice cutting like ice, And just like that, she proved someone here actually knew how to use their brain. Those inside recoiled, stepping back to put distance between them. He stared at his trembling hand. Stunned, he'd felt nothing of her. And his heart pounded as he realized she could wield terrifying power even through a mere sheath. Guardian Joe spoke again, her calm voice slicing the air with a quiet, deadly menace. "So, is this all you've mustered?" Silence slammed down on Warren as he locked eyes with Guardian Joe. He froze. Realization slammed into him. He hadn't sensed her approach at all. Every move she made screamed, "I'm a master!" Guardian Joe reared her foot and slammed it down, ripping a colossal shockwave through the area. Warren froze as the truth crashed in. She'd shattered the Jiggle clan's formation with a single strike. He roared for everyone to retreat, scatter the outer formation and fall back into the inn. Peng Yok's voice tore through the chaos as he echoed the order. "Everyone, get inside!" As the allied warriors fell back, the leader of the Blood Dragon Corps spun, locking a razor stare onto Guardian Joe. He gasped for air, chest heaving and voice raw, thanked her for saving his life. She shot him a sidelong glance and icily warned, "Don't get the wrong idea. I only need you for my future plans." And the leader gaped, confusion twisting his face as he stammered, "What?" Blood Demon warriors surged from every direction, closing a merciless noose around them. Hemmed in from every side, Guardian Joe thundered at the leader, his voice slicing through the chaos. A harsh voice barked, "What are you waiting for? Rally your men and charge into the inn." Right outside the inn, Peng Yok whirled to Warren and barked, "Who are those people?" Before Warren could answer, Siamun Yuan slammed his heel into the ground, fury exploding from him as he bellowed over and over that they were doomed to die like mangy strays. He barreled toward Warren, fury carved into every line of his face. They laid the entire mess at his feet, shouting he'd risked everything to rescue a band of fools. He lunged, his hand shooting out to snatch Warren. Mo Byung yanked his wrist, pinning it as her glare drilled into him. Sail Moon Yuan snapped back, voice like a drawn blade, daring her to lay a hand on him before the confrontation could erupt into full-blown chaos. Warren barked, every word edged with steel. He bellowed for everyone to stop. He barked, "Do any of you really want to die there?" He swore he wouldn't let this place be his grave. A mountain of unfinished tasks still crushed him. His voice turned to steel. He bellowed, "Get a grip!" A frantic warning tore through the night. The enemy was attacking again. He thundered the order. Activate the Bamboo Garden's soul-shattering formation as planned. Then hurl the poison. Pangio's grin split his face. He roared his agreement with the Yang clan heir, swearing he wouldn't die until he'd completed his blade arts. He hurled the vial of poison to the ground, the impact ringing through the room. After a heartbeat of silence, the rest of the warriors echoed the move, roaring as one and flinging the poison. They ignited the formation and poured every ounce of power into it. As the Blood Demon forces crept forward, Huaren hoisted his foot and roared, "Key stomp!" He drove his boot into the ground, sending the earth shuddering. The other warriors mirrored the move, slamming their boots down in a thunderous, perfectly timed stomp. The Blood Dragon Corps leader stormed ahead, his men surging behind him toward the inn. Unease tightened its grip. He realized that, even as he pushed onward, it wouldn't let go. The gap refused to close. Her eyes snapped to Warren, a solitary figure far ahead. He ground his teeth, sure the bastard was at it again, pulling another dirty trick. Then one of his warriors clutched his throat, gagging as he fought for air, clawed at the air, lungs burning, and he spun and watched his men fall, each one trapped in the same merciless fate. One by one they collapsed, and realization slammed into him like a thunderbolt. He bellowed for his remaining troops to hold their breath as they retreated. They whirl and bolt, sprinting for their lives. Their surroundings shudder and seem to warp. One by one his men crumpled, light snuffed from their eyes, and until everyone else lies broken and he's the lone one standing. He froze mid-step, eyes darting around as bewilderment washed over him, and hissed, "That distance is impossible." A thin ribbon of liquid slipped from his lips as he whispered, "Ah, we're already trapped." Then they crumpled to the ground. Back at the inn, a warrior's voice wavered as he asked if they'd won. The man beside him voiced a shaky doubt. Had they truly defeated the enemy? A thunderous cheer ripped across the battlefield as the warriors roared in triumph. "We won! We did it!" Pangyok whispered, awe burning in their voice, that they had truly crushed the Blood Dragon Corps all by themselves. He insisted it was all thanks to Warren's strategy. He clenched his jaw. The only thing left was to wait for reinforcements. Out of nowhere, a menacing aura slammed into them. A thunderous chi slash tore the earth between Warren and Peng Diok, ripping the entire inn clean in two. Heads snapped up, eyes gaped wide, shock frozen on every face. As Guardian Joe rallied her forces she leveled her sword at Warren and snarled, "You plotted this, didn't you?" He slammed a double formation to seal the Blood Dragon Corps, then unleashed a lethal chi-step that poisoned and killed them. "Okay, you blew me away. I never expected you to obliterate the Blood Dragon Corps." The curtain slams shut now, were scraped clean of every toy. Ferocious chi detonated from her body, crackling through the air as she readied a devastating strike. She slashed her sword, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that barreled straight at Warren. He froze, rooted to the spot. His eyes snapped wide and ignited into a fierce glow as he bellowed. An infernal master looms. Crimson geysered from his body as she tore free, and he braced himself. He unleashed a ferocious counterattack that slammed head-on into Guardian Joe's strike. After the clash, Seokjom-yong's spirit snapped at Hwarin. "You brat!" then thundered, "Wake up, Yong Hwarin!" And Hwarin sprang upright from the ground. He froze, disoriented, and let his eyes sweep the room in a slow, stunned arc. Consciousness crashed back in. He realized he'd blacked out the moment he blocked the sword chi. Seokjom-young's voice thundered through him again. "Never forget, I live inside you. If you die, I'll vanish for good." Warren's head snapped toward the chaos ahead. There, Guardian Joe sliced through the martial artists, every blow precise and deadly. His eyes snapped wide with alarm, and he froze. He clawed himself to his feet, teeth clenched, and rasped a desperate plea. The demonic master thrust a roaring surge of chi into his grasp. Seokjom-young bellowed at him, "You fool! Force any more chi and your body will explode!" Hwarin gripped his sword with white-knuckled fury and shot back instantly. "I refuse to do nothing. I won't risk my body detonating with the people I'm sworn to save standing right in front of me. That'd be absolute madness." The clash roared on, brutal and unrelenting. Warren surged forward, resolve blazing in his chest. Seokjom-young screamed again, "Stop! If you die, I'll die with you!" Warren barked, voice hard as iron. "Make sure I don't die!" At that cry, he hurled himself forward to back up the twin rising ghost blades and Mo Byung. The demonic warrior's gaze snapped to him instantly. They barreled forward, charging headlong at each other. Seokjom-young roared, "You foolish brat, spring up now!" Warren catapulted into the air with a hair's breadth to spare. From the side, Mo Byung bellowed as two ghost blades tore upward. In a heartbeat, the twins pounce, wrenching the demonic warrior into their grip and pinning it immobile. Spotting the opening, Hwarin lunged and unleashed his technique. Waterfall reverse dragon ascent tore through the air. The strike landed dead on, felling the demonic warrior. Nearby, Guardian Joe, still locked in combat, caught sight of her comrade crumpling to the ground. She froze, blood running cold. How did he stand against Guardian Mung? His skills weren't even in the same league. Her eyes narrowed into razor slits. Cold resolve braided through her voice as she spat. "No matter. I'll kill you all." With a single slash, she cleaved through multiple warriors in one brutal sweep, sending their bodies soaring through the air. Pengyok watched them rocket over his head, then saw them streak in from behind. Warren's voice crashed into his mind. No sound, just a thought. "Pang! I don't have time, so I'll get to the point." Pengyok knew at once it was telepathy, and muttered under his breath. Warren's mind snapped to life. The 5-tiger severing blade was nearly complete, but it still lacked one crucial element, the blending of water and oil. The true key. Pangyo crushed his grip on the sword as realization ripped through him. Water and oil. And I knew then I only had to control the speed of the chi. Moments later, a blistering surge of chi detonated around him. His eyes narrowed as the energy inside him, once stuttering and disjointed, surged into a furious, lightning-fast torrent, swept into a roaring current. And he stood there, awestruck by such a simple, impossible detail. Before he could finish the thought, Guardian Joe exploded forward, sneering, his eyes flicking away mid-strike as he snarled, "Do you wish to die?" right as her blade plunged. Warren blinked out from behind, gone in a heartbeat. He slammed his technique, Heavenly Lightning Dragon Ascent, into the incoming strike, stopping it dead, then shouted, "Pang! Fall back and learn to wield that new insight. I'll keep her pinned." Guardian Joe spun on him, her stare a blade of ice. "You will," she mocked. In a blur, she snapped her own sword aside. He slipped past Warren and unleashed a savage kick that slammed square into Pengyok's gut. As agony slammed into the earth, Guardian Joe shot a freezing glare back at Warren and sneered. "How ridiculous." Warren roared, "Everyone, sprint into the fray." The remaining warriors hurled themselves forward. Guardian Joe ripped through their ranks, felling each foe one by one. Warren's hands were useless as his comrades fell one by one, their bodies strewn across the ground. Guardian Joe froze at the epicenter of the carnage. Then he crept forward, each measured step devouring the distance between them. They locked eyes and she ripped the silence with a single piercing question. What ties bind you to the Tianzong clan?" Warren ground his teeth as shock hit him like a punch. How does she know about the Tianzong clan? He roared, aloud, then shoved his chin up and declared, "I am young Warren, heir of the Tianzong clan." Recognition flashed across her face and my mind raced. "How did you learn the Waterfall Reverse Dragon Ascent and the Heavenly Lightning Dragon Ascent?" "It proves the hidden Saint cult's martial arts still live on. I figured ending that bloodline would finally mean something." Then, in a heartbeat, She snapped her blade into motion. Warren snapped sideways at the last split second, the strike skimming past his shoulder. His heart hammered against his ribs. I'm late, but before despair could sink its claws in, a block of cheese sculpted into a tiger, its jaws frozen in a savage roar. It hurtled forward and slammed into Guardian Joe. Warren snapped around and came face to face with Peng Yok. He laughed, a feral roar, and vowed, "My blade is finished. Even if I die today, I will have no regrets." Guardian Joe lurched, barely keeping his footing. He cleaved through the tiger-shaped chai with a savage heave, then staggered back. She pressed her fingers to the fresh wound on her face and gnashed her teeth as fury ignited. She pinned them with a venomous glare and tore into a scream. "You damned insects!" Pangeok hobbled over, hoisted Warren's arm onto his shoulder, and deadpanned, "Oh, real angry." He swiveled to Warren with a tired smile and said, "Young clan heir, if I die, let it be as your friend. How does that sound?" Warren froze, the silence snapping tight around him. They stared at the floor and whispered, "No." Hang blinked in shock. "What? Why?" Warren snapped his head up, eyes locking onto a far-off point on the horizon, and a wicked smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, because, not today, it's far too early for us to die. Right then, reinforcements burst onto the scene. Sangwon Byakin, Yohai, and others encircled Guardian Joe, boxing him in. Mo Biyong sagged against the wall, rasping, "Are the reinforcements here?" Jung Wook, slumped and wounded at her side, exhaled in relief. Finally, Guardian Joe snarled, baring her teeth and fixing a blazing glare on Huaren, the Tianzong clan's brat. She spat and I vowed we'd meet again. She and the remaining demonic warriors plunged into the shadows, swallowed by darkness. Sangwon Byoken barked at his men without hesitation. "Don't be hasty. Focus on treating the injured." Survivors dropped to their knees beside the wounded, pressing rags to bleeding wounds and murmuring desperate comfort. Warren's vision smeared into a fog as his eyes flung wide one last time. Then his body went limp. He crumpled to the ground, sprawled out and lying there. A ghost of a whisper slipped from his lips. "I did." That night, with the moon swallowed by a single cloud, a brutal bloodbath ripped through a nameless bamboo forest. The assault devastated the Orthodox faction, claiming countless lives. Many died, many more lay grievously wounded. Yet they shattered the Blood Dragon core. They'd later christen that battle the Eclipse Bamboo Bloodbath. And on that day, 2 new heroes exploded onto the scene. Time barreled on. Warren slipped into silence and stole a quick, furtive peek. He burst into the Sangwon clan estate's infirmary, where his comrades lay, resting. After sizing them up in a single razor-fast blink, they dropped onto the ledge, eyes locked on it. Shovels tore into the earth as grim-faced workers carved graves for the fallen warriors. He caught sight of the head of the Songwon clan locked in a charged conversation with Yohai. He brought the tiny vial to his lips and drew a sharp, desperate sip of the medicine. He looked down, heart thundering, relief crashing through him. The Omniscient One's medicine had spared him from severe internal damage. He lifted his gaze again. Sorrow crashed over him as he mourned the unbearable toll of so many lives lost. Peng Yuk strode over and dropped into the seat right beside him. He barreled over, grinning, and called to Warren, "What are you drinking all by yourself? Stuff this good's meant to be shared." Warren blinked, puzzled, and echoed the word friend like it didn't belong. Peng shot back, voice like steel. We stared down death side by side. Only friend fits what we are. Warren let out a quiet, sure. Confessed he'd been taking medicine to nurse his internal injuries, then shot a sharp question about how the Pain clan was faring. The pair froze, silence gripping them for a heartbeat before. He admitted many of his clan had fallen, each one dying as a true Ping clan martial artist, and that truth ignited fierce pride in him. Warren's voice cut through the smoke. The Pain clan warriors hurled themselves into battle as if death meant nothing. He even cut himself a paycheck, then had the nerve to call it impressive. Pain forced a shaky smile and admitted he feared dying, just like everyone else. They believed in a cause greater than death, and that blazing conviction shoved them to the front to spearhead the charge. He clapped a hand onto Warren's shoulder and said, "That's just like him." Warren snapped a skeptical question, and Payne met it head-on, flatly affirming it. They hailed Warren's masterful formations, savage prowess, and iron-willed determination to protect others. He shot back that without those qualities they'd all have died in the bamboo forest. Even Seol Moon Yoon would agree. And they both laughed softly as Warren admitted he had to agree with that last part. Peng sprang to his feet. He swore he'd slip Warren a handful of their clan's carrier pigeons, because that monstrous woman could show up at your door. He flashed a grin and tossed out, "Well, let's have a drink next time." Then they turned and strode off. Hua Rin sat motionless, silence pressing down as a cold dread gnawed at him. He had no idea when the next catastrophe would strike. That's why he had to master the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome to pull it off. He whipped a tiny token from his pocket. He locked his gaze on it, eyes burning with fierce focus. Later, Hwoaran stood in the room as the twin ghost blades shot up beside him. Young Wook barked, demanding to know why he'd been summoned and where the Yongs and Teacher Mo were. Hwoaran discovered they'd dashed out to fetch medicine for the ailing Ms. Hay. Nam Wook leaned in and forced him to finally spit out what he was thinking. Hwoaran declared, "I must take leave for a while. I'm departing for Kaifeng today." Young Wook snapped, shouting they'd only just crawled out of a brutal battle and were all still badly wounded. Just then Mo Byung stormed into the room and snapped, "What's going on?" Young Wook burst the silence, shouting that the young sect leader was bound for Kaifeng today. Silence swallowed Hwoaran after a tense pause, as Mo Byung, standing behind him, fixed him with a cold, appraising stare. A resigned sigh escaped her as she conceded the young sect leader cut through the chaos and understood the situation better than anyone. He must have his reasons, she admitted. But they couldn't go with him like this. Young Wook roared again, driving into everyone's heads that Kaifeng was where the immortal paradise house lay. Mo Byung snapped to face Hwoaran, his expression ice-cold, and hissed, "The immortal paradise house. Ah, I tracked down that beauty Cho Woo-hee and snatched her plaque just the other day." Hwoaran's blood ran cold. She realized she'd pieced it together way too fast, and he clenched his jaw, knowing only Cho Woo-hee's martial arts could finish the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. He slammed his eyelids shut for a heartbeat and swallowed the truth. Nothing could be done. He bellowed to Instructor Mo and Guard Young, owning that the battle had been brutal. Some had teetered on death's edge, while others had been swallowed by it. He slammed his fist and shouted that they'd survived. Now they had to take stock and face the truth of it. They sprinted home to deliver the news and honor the comrades who'd fought by their side. He dropped into a deep bow, laid bare why he was bound for Kaifeng, and implored them to understand. Young Wook finally caved, voice drained as he muttered, "Well, if you say so." Mo Byung's side snapped into agreement. She refused to let him go alone, snapping that he had to take Guard Nam, who was only lightly wounded. She fixed him with a razor-cold stare and snapped, "You really won't visit a pleasure house, right?" Hwoaran slammed his fist shut and vowed fiercely, "I swear I will not go." Elsewhere, a vast grand hall yawned open, swallowing the light. Guardian Zhou slammed to one knee before the old man seated in an imposing chair. When the elder demanded the results of her mission, she pushed herself to her feet and declared, flat and final, "I failed." The old man snapped up one finger, then a second, then a third, counting off the forces he'd sent, 100 Blood Dragon Corps members, 5 Guardians, and her. And his voice cracked with pressure as he asked whether she truly believed this outcome was reasonable. His aura slammed into her, driving her to her knees again. She screamed that something wild had happened. Another fighter, someone beyond the young martial artists they'd expected, had crashed in, and this one man ripped through the clash and turned the whole battle on its head. When the old man roared, demanding to know who it was, Guardian Zhou gritted her teeth and barked an answer. Young Hwoaran, scion of the Tianzhang clan." In a heartbeat, Hwoaran and Nam Wook stood before the soaring gates of the immortal paradise house. Nam Wook snapped his head back toward Hwoaran, froze for a heartbeat, then shouted in alarm, "Young sect leader, could this really be the immortal paradise house?" Nearby, Myungwook raked a hand through his hair and hissed under his breath, wondering why they'd dragged him along. Nam Wook snapped again, jabbing at Hwoaran as he reminded him of the promise to Mo Byung and demanded, "Did you really come here just to see Cho Woo-hee?" Hwoaran fell silent, the seconds stretching between him and his next word. Nam Wook snarled, bitterness lacing his words. In the end, Hwoaran was no different from any other young man his age. Hwoaran shattered the silence with a razor-sharp reply. He shot back, denying the accusation. He'd come to see her, not for her looks, but for her martial arts. He jabbed a finger at his eyes and bellowed, "Look, Guard Nam, can you spot even the tiniest trace of lowly desire in my gaze?" Nam Wook exhaled and said, "I see it, clear as day." And Hwoaran insisted the look wasn't lust at all but a raw, burning desire for martial arts. Myungwook barreled in to calm them, his eyes darting wildly around the room. He snapped that Hwoaran holding the plaque was only the bare minimum. To actually meet Cho Woo-hee, you had to conquer either the 5 knowledge trials or the 5 martial trials. Renowned challenges forged the immortal paradise house's fame into legend. A medallion holder must choose one path and conquer all 5 savage tests to earn an audience with her. The martial trials hammered power, the knowledge trials probed wisdom, and both were brutal, forged to push aspirants through diverse, punishing challenges. He smirked, saying countless challengers had thrown themselves at Cho Woo-hee's trials, yet he'd never heard of a single soul who'd actually managed to meet her. Nam Wook snapped, "So no one has ever passed?" Warren's memory burned with the sting of failing the 4th knowledge trial in his last life. This time he charged straight into the martial trials. He surged forward and bellowed, "Let's go in!" Inside at last, he spun to his companions, grin blazing, vowed it'd be quick, and urged them to grab a drink while they waited. The man at Nam Wook's side cleared his throat, relented with a weary sigh, and said, "Well, should we?" As the two planted themselves at the table, Warren strode up to the attendant. The attendant shot him a bored, indifferent look and snapped, "What do you want?" Warren flung the plaque at the man and snapped that he'd come to take on the 5 martial trials. The attendant lunged and snatched the plaque. He scrutinized it with hawk-eyed intensity. He spun and strode off, snapping for Warren to follow. The courtyard gaped open to the sky. Music whispered through the air. Warren spun toward it and saw a woman seated in the center of an open pagoda, her face hidden beneath a crimson veil as her fingers coaxed a song from a Guccian. He recognized her the instant she appeared, and his mind flashed with a single private thought. So that woman, she's Cho Woo-hee. They reached the pagoda. The attendant dropped to one knee and cried out that someone had presented a valid plaque. Cho Woo-hee's fingers froze mid-song. She shoved the instrument aside and declared he was the first challenger in 10 days. The attendant held the plaque out, and her hand shot up, and the plaque glided through the air, sliding into her waiting palm. Warren's eyes bulged. Telekinesis exploded to life. She inspected every mark, pronounced it genuine, then turned to Warren and spoke to him straight. He sized him up, saw the martial artist in him, and asked if he planned to enter the martial trials. He declared, "I did." She proclaimed the first trial a duel with guard Bume at her side, marveling that the challenger was so young and loudly wishing him victory. Cho Woo-hee plunged back into her music, the melody exploding from her like a battle cry. Guard BM surged toward Warren, spear gripped in his hand. The instant their gazes collided, the Guccian snapped into a new rhythm, the signal to begin, and both sprang forward in perfect sync. Warren lunged and landed the opening blow. Guard BM snapped his spear up and turned the blow aside with inches to spare. They hurled a brutal counterattack, but Warren slipped through it with a flawless dodge. They tore apart, pausing for a heartbeat as their eyes cut across, sizing one another up. Guard Bume gritted his teeth, snapped his gaze to his spear, and admitted with a sting of pride that Warren's skill at his age was staggering. But the kid was still an inexperienced brat. He charged again, surging forward as his spear stabbed out with brutal intent. Cho Woo-hee slammed the tempo into overdrive, the music racing like thunder. The battle erupted into a brutal, thunderous clash. They traded a lightning-fast barrage of brutal blows. Guard BM lunged and landed a glancing blow. A brutal strike slammed into Koiran's shoulder, wrenching the sword from his hand as it shot skyward. The opening caught his eye, and Guard BM's secret smirk unfurled. Exactly what I'd expected. Shock carved his features the instant he realized Warren had deliberately let his weapon clatter to the ground. He launched himself, weaponless, off the pagoda, hurtling downward. Cho Woo-hee's fingers slammed into the strings, surprise snapping through every strike. Warren balled his fist, shot forward, and unleashed his technique. Locked in combat with Dragon Fist, he lunged and slammed a crushing blow into Guard Bum's gut. His sword froze in midair, locked in that exact motion. He plucked it from midair with balletic grace, every movement razor-sharp. He whipped around and watched Guard BM hurtle into a pillar a moment later. Guard BM's eyes snapped wide as the truth hit him. He let his sword clatter to the ground without hesitation. Only someone with hard-won experience could pull a move like that. Warren closed in and barked, "You want to keep going?" Guard Bume groaned and growled that it wasn't over yet. In a heartbeat, Cho Woo-hee sprang to her feet and thundered that the fight was over. She snapped that she hadn't seen anyone push Guard BM this far in ages, and she could tell he was still bottling up his true power. Beaming with delight, she proclaimed that Warren had passed. She thrust her hand out and dared him to face the second trial. Quarren's silence swallowed a bitter truth. In his past life, even finishing the first knowledge trial had been nearly impossible. This time was different. The knowledge trials hammered the mind while the martial tests smashed the body, each demanding a totally different ability. He'd mastered real martial arts and fought nightmarish foes, risking his life again and again. Now he swore he'd seize her style, and maybe this time finally glimpse her face. He thundered, "Yes, I will proceed."